The World in 178 AE, as presented by Ashen, Keeper of the Second Flame, Veil Watcher in hiding, preserved in the ruins of House Estenvale's private library, dated 3 years before the breaking of the eastern border. We are a people poised on the edge of forgetting. We trade gold for comfort, silence for truth, and we call that peace. But peace is not the absence of war. It is the breath before the scream. I write this not for the kings who ignore the wind shifting in the east, nor for the guilds counting coin while the south gathers bones. I write this for the child yet to grasp sword or spell, who may one day bear the burden we once carried in the name of the old light. In the east, the Zal stir, more organized than they should be, with steel not forged by their hands. In the south, the dead march, not as broken husks, but with purpose. The sun-blasted sands do not stop them. They do not thirst. They do not sleep. And in the north, I feel something watching, breathing, waiting. But we in the west do not watch. We bicker. We celebrate wealth as though it cannot be burned. We forget the warnings etched in Mirakar. We forget the Veilstone. The torch will pass again. It must. Or this age, like those before it, will be swallowed by shadow. Ashen Veil hidden no longer. Chapter 1. The Call from the Crown. Excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener, gathered beneath the veil of night. In stillness where stars forget their names and rivers speak in tongues of ash, I traced echoes older than crowns. The wind bore secrets none dared plant, and roots grew around the silence we left behind. The cracked cask tavern hummed with familiar voices. Tankards thudded on wood, boots scraped across warped old planks, and smoke coiled from a hearth that fought the spring chill. A fiddler by the fire played a tune more habit than melody, worn thin by the years. "Fields are brittle as bones this year," muttered old Darren, cradling his ale. "Frost's still biting the roots. Spring's gone and lost her way." "Aye," said the smith, brushing soot from his arms. "Paths are a mire. Cartwheels sink near the hill turn. Nearly snapped an axle this morning." "I saw chickens pecking at dry straw by the well," another man added, chuckling. "Smarter than half the town, those hens, scratching where the ground's still warm." "The east's worse," the smith murmured, lowering his voice. "Not frostburn, fire. Whole fields gone to ash." A hoarse voice from a far corner of the tavern rasped through the lull, the sound barely more than a thread. "Trader passed through from Kael, said 3 wagons vanished near the stone fork. No ruts, no blood, just gone." The smith made a dismissive noise, but not with conviction. "Likely took the old Ashvale track and got lost in their cups." Old Darren gave a slow shake of his head. "Even drunk men leave footprints." Kaelric didn't join the exchange. He sat closest to the hearth, hands wrapped around a clay mug that steamed gently. His patched tunic held the scent of smoke and tobacco. His gaze lingered on the ceiling beam, where a row of shallow notches marked the wood above the hearth, faded, uneven. The oldest storm years, fire years. The winter Miracle turned red in the sky. The room had seen things. He took a quiet sip, and the moment passed. The fiddler's bow wavered, but the song didn't change. Darren lifted his mug in a loose salute. "Least Cinderfeld's still cradled safe. The hills hold the wind back. Always have." "Safe enough," the smith replied, eyes drifting to the door as wind rattled it against the frame. "For now." The tavern's warmth flickered across timber beams and ale-dark walls. Outside, a weathered sign creaked on its hinge. A barrel split clean, froth frozen mid-spill. His patched tunic held the scent of smoke and tobacco. Bryn jar slouched beside him. damp cloak puddling on the floor, a sword leaning against the wall. Old scars peeked from beneath the sleeve of his tunic, pale and puckered, like whispers of battles past. Across the hearth, 3 younger men, Kael, Fergus, and Thorn, watched the older guard with restless eyes. Kael's gaze was keen, taking in the room like a map. Fergus fidgeted with a loose thread on his vest. Thorn lounged with theatrical ease, silver brooch catching the firelight. Kaelric took a long sip from his mug, nodding slightly to the rhythmless tune the fiddler played. "Frost'll pass. Soil's deeper than the cold," he said, almost to himself. Bringjar grunted. "Cold's not the worry, friend. Heard eastern fields went up in smoke. Tobacco, too. Zal fires, if the rumors are true." Caloric didn't look over. Rumors like that travel faster than they ought. "Still," Bringjar muttered, voice low, "if half of it's true, your western harvest could be worth its weight in silver come next summer. You could retire off a single wagon load. Maybe build yourself a real roof over that barn." Caloric gave a dry smile. "I sell in Kaelthrin. It's an honest trade. No need to chase gilded roads when the dirt under my boots has always been kind." Bringjar chuckled, the sound half lost in his mug. "Aye, but I've never known Kaelthrin to pay in gold for leaves. Only Velserans that foolish." "Foolish or desperate?" Caloric said. He glanced toward Kael, then back to the hearth. "Either way, the road's not mine to chase any more." Then, hooves, thunder outside. The fiddler's tune faltered. The door slammed open with a gust of wet wind and earth. A herald stood framed in the doorway, rain slicking his boots and cloak. Red and gold cloth clung to his shoulders, the royal seal stitched proudly across his chest. His face was pale and lined, his eyes dark with the kind of exhaustion that came from long roads and heavier truths. "By order of His Majesty and the Council of Tauren," he called, voice cutting clean through the sudden stillness, "all villages within 7 days' ride are to send 10 able souls to the coronation of Crown Princess Eliana. The full moon of spring marks the appointed day." He paused, a breath, reluctant. "Heed this. The Veilstone's light wanes, and the east shadow grows." No one moved. The hearth cracked. A stool scraped, sharply, awkwardly. And then the quiet deepened, the kind that stretches too long and makes the air feel heavy. The herald's cloak dripped onto the floorboards, each drop too loud, like the echo of a distant drum. Fog slipped in past his boots and curled along the tavern floor before thinning to mist. One of the chickens outside gave a nervous cluck, muffled by the door swinging shut behind the wind. A girl near the fire, curled in her mother's lap, turned her face to the woman's shawl and whispered something no one caught. No one needed to. The word Veilstone lingered like a scent in the air, familiar but long unused, touched with a taste of memory and dread. A moment that marks before from after. Something shifted in the room, not just the hush, but the pull beneath it. A pull. The kind of moment that divided what came before from what must come after. 10 souls, the capital, Eliana. Her name alone stirred something strange in his chest, an ache without form. Murmurs stirred the room like leaves in wind, uncertain, wary. Mayor Riogod rose from his chair, cup in hand. 10 souls, by the full moon? That's barely a fortnight. What does Tauren think we are? Lords with idle hands? Aye, growled the smith. Who'll tend the forge while I'm off waving at crowns? Who'll shoe your horses, Mayor? Who sharpens Darren's scythe? Darren snorted. Don't look at me. I'm lucky to make it 2 miles past the river. Kaelric's voice broke through, low but firm. Someone's gotta go. It's the law. But I'll be damned if we send boys into that city blind. Brinjar raised his tankard. Then that's you and me again, old friend. 2 worn boots shuffling down the cobbled roads of Velseren, though I'd wager the capital's forgotten what a real sword looks like. Kulrik gave a half smile. Bryn, I think I'm getting too old for cobblestones and ceremony. You sure your knees can carry that rust heap you call a blade? Call me old Bryn the Bag of Bones, and I'll still outwalk these soft-footed pups. I've danced with worse than city crowds. Zal Steel, for one. Hey! Kael called out. You talking about us? Fergus grinned. I'm soft-footed because my boots came from my sister. Least they've got soul. Thorn reclined with a practiced smirk. And mine have taste. Just wait till I charm a lady in the capital. She'll faint before you finish your ale, Ferg. Kaelric glanced at the 3. I'll take young Kael with me. He needs to learn where we sell the tobacco anyway. Fergus and Thorn, his shadows, can come, if their folks agree. From the back, Fergus's father raised a mug. He's got brothers to tend the stills. Let him go. Thorn's father gave a nod. He'll be safe with you, and Estenvale will still be standing when he returns. Kaelric exhaled through his nose, long and slow. That's 5. A beat passed. Then an older farmer raised his hand. My boy's running the plow just fine. I wouldn't mind seeing the capital one last time. Another leaned forward. My eldest has the fields. Might be good to walk somewhere that ain't rows of cabbage. A third let out a bark of laughter. I've got 3 sons and a mule smarter than 2 of them. I can be spared. Near the hearth, a young man, barely 17, stood straighter. I've never been past Calathrin. My brothers can cover my chores. Another stepped forward, half shy. Ma says if I go, I better come back with a story fit for the hearth. Brinjar lifted his mug again. 10 it is then. Cinderfeld's finest. Laughter rolled through the tavern like a tide turning. The fire crackled, boots scuffed, and the fiddler, brave enough now, picked up a slower, steadier tune. His father's gaze landed on him, silent, steady, old as the road itself. Return with your head high, return at all. Outside, mist curled like breath along the eaves of the cracked cask, as the east swallowed the last of the light. The tavern's warmth lingered even as the crowd thinned. The air outside was sharp with mist, curling over the stones like breath. Behind the shuttered windows, laughter still echoed, softer now, less sure. Villagers clustered near the old hitching post, voices lowered, the decree settling into their bones like the cold. Kaelric stood beside Brinjar, arms crossed, gaze on the gathering. His eyes lingered on Kael, not unkindly. The boy stood taller these days, shoulders broadening, voice losing its softness, but still wore that half-wary look, like he hadn't decided whether to meet the world head-on or keep listening for its secrets. Your lad's growing fast, Brinjar said under his breath. Reminds me of someone. Kaelric didn't look away. He's not me. Brinjar shrugged. That's the hope, isn't it? Kaelric gave a quiet grunt, not quite a laugh. He's sharp, steady, got his mother's heart and a head full of questions. I just hope the capital doesn't answer them too quickly. He didn't say more, but his hand drifted to his belt, fingers brushing the worn leather strap of a tobacco pouch too small to be useful. The seam had come loose long ago. It wasn't for holding anything, just memory. The kind sewn by a steadier hand, by Kara years back, when Kael was still a swaddled shadow in the crook of her arm. The sky above the square darkened to a deeper blue. Mist curled off rooftops and gutter pipes, feathering the lantern light. Windows shut softly. A child was pulled inside by a murmuring mother. The inn's sign creaked on its hinge again, as if echoing something half-remembered. From the pasture near the mill house, a chorus of sheep broke into sudden bleats. A dog barked once and fell silent. Somewhere beyond them, wind sighed through the trees, brushing the bare branches of the westward willows. The world didn't mourn, but it noticed. Riogad the mayor trotted into the square atop his squat, stubby-legged pony. His cloak caught askew in the breeze. He clutched the reins like a general might hold a saber, poorly. "Ah, my fellow representatives," he bellowed, the pony snorting beneath him. "Cinderfeld shall be known far and wide. They'll write poems about our delegation." He raised a hand dramatically. "Mark me, Velserin will sing of our valor." Fergus leaned toward Thorn, deadpan. "That pony's smaller than my brewing vat." Thorn smirked. "I've seen goats taller, and with better posture." Nearby, a broad-shouldered farmer, with mud still caked to his boots, lifted his hand. "Well, I've got no illusions about poems, but I'll go. My old joints'll gripe all the way, but my boys can run the plow." A younger man, barely out of his teens, nodded toward Kael. "Figured you'd be going. Guess that means it's real. I'll go too." An older woman with wild silver hair leaned on a cane. "If I were 30 years younger, I'd volunteer just to make sure the mayor didn't get himself pickled in a city winehouse." "You could still outride him," someone muttered, and laughter rippled through the group again. Fergus shifted, clutching a leather-bound notebook tight against his chest. "I hope Ma remembered to lock the back still," he muttered. "If Bjorn leaves the valves open again, the barn's gonna smell like burnt apples for a month." Thorn clapped him on the shoulder. "Think of it this way. If we all die in Velserin, at least your house will be famous for exploding." Kael rolled his eyes but smiled faintly. From the steps of the tavern, Kara emerged with Cassie beside her. The girl waved both arms as if to dispel the mist itself. "Come back with a sword," she called to Kael. "Bring me a city dress," Cassie added, giggling. Kael waved, then looked back one last time at the inn. The lantern light glowing soft behind the windows, flickering against the fog. The villagers drifted toward home, murmuring, joking, weighing the task ahead. Only Kael lingered. He stepped away from the group and stood beneath the old willow that overhung the western path. The leaves had only just begun to bud. A breeze tugged at the edges of his cloak, carrying the scent of hearth smoke and wet earth. He let out a slow breath. He hadn't said yes yet, not out loud, but something inside him already had. The mist curled at his boots, and from this angle he could just see the edge of the road, a glimmer of pale stone winding southward before the fog erased it again. The same road he'd walked with Kaeleric as a boy, balancing on its edge, daring his shadow to stay ahead of his feet. The Veilstone's light wanes. The east's shadow grows. He didn't know what that meant, not really, but something in those words had settled behind his ribs and refused to leave. Footsteps behind him. Kaeleric approached, voice quiet. "You don't have to be brave all at once, lad. Just steady." Kael looked up. "You were young once. Didn't it scare you?" Kaeleric's eyes were darker in the mist. "It still does." They stood there a moment longer, father and son, silence between them thicker than fog, before turning back toward the square, where the others waited. Tomorrow, the road would open, but tonight, they still stood on the edge of home. Chapter 2, Departure Road. Excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener, whispered beneath the veil of morning. When 10 set foot upon the dew-wet path, the road did not wake, it listened. Mist wrapped their steps in silence, not of peace, but patience. Laughter rose where omens lingered. The wind turned its face. Beneath roots and stones, something old stirred, not to chase, but to remember. The veil thins when the sun forgets its fear. The fog clung to the fields, pale and thick as milk, as Kael, Thorn, and Fergus stood at the old fork in the road. Their packs were slung high, boots laced tight, smiles stretched wide with the reckless thrill of leaving home for the first time. The fork itself was little more than a cart-worn split where the Cinderfeld trail bent southeast toward Kael Thrinn. But to Kael, it looked different this morning. Older, somehow. The kind of place that marked a line between what had been and what would never be again. He remembered playing here as a boy, daring Fergus to touch the crooked milepost and swear it would take him to dragons or gold. Now, it led only to duty, and he wasn't sure which was more dangerous. Thorn bumped Kael with an elbow, eyes gleaming beneath his tousled hair. "This is it, lads. By sundown, we'll be real travelers, capital bound. You ready?" Kael gave a small, almost disbelieving nod. "As I'll ever be." Fergus, chewing a crust of coarse brown bread, spoke around it. "I just hope the barge's got room for my brewing notes. If I lose these, my father'll tan me before the Capitol Guards get the chance." He clutched the leather-bound book tighter against his chest, knuckles white for a beat too long. His smile was there, but faint, and Kael caught the flicker of nerves behind his friend's eyes. "You packed more ink than food," Kael teased. "You planning to recipes with the palace cooks?" Fergus huffed. "Better that than starving. You two'll be crying into stale biscuits by the second day." Thorn stretched like a cat, arms wide, cloak fluttering in the breeze. "Speak for yourself. I plan to be dueling nobles by sundown. Maybe catch the eye of a lady with good taste and poor judgment." He struck a pose, finger to chin, and the mist swirled dramatically around him, at least until he stumbled over a hidden rut in the path and nearly fell flat. Kael grinned. "Charming and graceful. That'll win her for sure." They laughed, and for a moment the weight lifted. Even the fog felt lighter, like it too was watching them go. The trees beyond the fork thinned to twisted hedgerows and frost-burnt brush. Old stone markers jutted up from the roadside, cracked and lichen-covered, remnants of a time when the road had mattered more. Kael ran his hand along one as they passed. Faint carvings still clung to its surface, worn by time. A serpent wrapped around a sun, or maybe a flame. He couldn't quite tell. He glanced back at the fork. The trail home already looked narrower, smaller, as if retreating into the mist. "We're really doing it," Fergus murmured, almost to himself. Kael's lips pressed together, a slow breath escaping. "Yeah, we are." Just then, a sharp whistle cut across the stillness. 3 high notes, like a bird call. Familiar. Brynjar's signal, a warning, or a call to gather. The boys turned, alert. Then, from behind the low hill, the rest of the group began to appear through the fog. Kaelric with his wide, steady stride. Brynjar behind him, leading the mule cart piled with bundles of tobacco and gear. A few others followed, farmers and volunteers, sleep-eyed but resolute. Kael stepped aside from the trail to watch them crest the rise. The sight stirred something low in his chest. Not quite fear, not quite pride. The fog made them look older, like figures from a tale told in firelight. He blinked once, trying to fix the image in his mind before it passed. Then he turned back toward the road ahead. The capital waited. More villagers trickled in, some yawning, others murmuring goodbyes to family left behind. Bion and Cassie stood with Kara, watching quietly from the path. Cassie waved with both hands, her excitement contagious. Bion didn't wave at all, just nodded once, arms folded. Kael smiled at his younger siblings, but Kara stepped forward and caught his arm before he could speak. She pulled him a step aside, away from the others, her grip firm beneath the worn wool of her shawl. Her voice was low and steady. "Don't try to be noble, Kael. Just come back with all your parts in the right place." She hesitated, then smoothed the edge of his collar with a mother's unconscious grace. "And if they try to cheat you, smile first, then speak like your father." Kael blinked. You mean mumble until they feel guilty? Kara's mouth twitched. Exactly. It works more often than not. She didn't hug him. Kael wasn't sure she ever had in front of others, but she let her hand rest a moment longer on his arm before stepping back. Biorn cleared his throat behind them. If you get a fancy job in the capital, send boots. Mine are full of holes. Kael raised a brow. Send me your size. Biorn shrugged. Guess I'll grow again before you're back, so surprise me. Cassie beamed. Bring me a real sword. You can barely lift a shovel, Biorn muttered. I'll train, she said proudly, planting her fists on her hips. A few other families gathered nearby. Neighbors, cousins, the odd old drunk who decided this morning was worth witnessing. One of them, a bent woman named Marla, who once set Kael's broken finger as a boy, reached out and pressed a small, dried flower into his palm. She didn't say a word, just nodded and turned away, her shawl flapping in the breeze. The group of 10 assembled in the road. Kael, Fergus, Thorn, Kaelric, Brynjar, and the others who'd volunteered. Packs were checked again. A few jokes were exchanged, but the laughter had thinned. Then came the clatter of hooves and the unmistakable huff of a short-legged beast. The mayor appeared atop a squat, stubby-legged pony, his cloak caught askew in the breeze. He clutched the reins like a general might hold a saber, poorly. Ah, my fellow representatives, he bellowed, the pony snorting beneath him. Cinderfeld shall be known far and wide. They'll write poems about our delegation. He raised a hand dramatically. Mark me, Vel Seren will sing of our valor. Fergus leaned toward Thorn, deadpan. That pony's smaller than my brewing vat. Thorn smirked. I've seen goats taller and with better posture. A ripple of laughter passed through the small crowd, but faded quickly, replaced by the shifting of boots and the clearing of throats. Mist still hugged the ground, and the early sun turned every breath to ghostlight. Someone scattered a handful of grain in the road, an old luck gesture, done without fanfare. Kael wasn't sure who did it. Maybe it didn't matter. He glanced toward his mother, his siblings, and the few dozen villagers who'd gathered to watch them go. And then he looked to the road. The capital waited. But before his first step, Kael lingered just a breath longer. His eyes drifted to the sky. The clouds were low and silver-edged, thinning where the sun tried to push through. A raven crossed the sky overhead, silent and swift, its shadow briefly sweeping the cart where Kaelric stood. In another tale, someone would have taken it for a sign, ill omen or watchful spirit. But here in Cinderfeld, it was just a bird. Still, Kael's hand brushed the dried flower Marla had given him, now tucked into a fold of his pack. He didn't know why it mattered, only that it did. Behind him, Kara's voice reached him one last time, soft but clear. Go steady, Kael. He blinked once, then stepped forward. The road wouldn't wait. With laughter, clinks of buckles, and the creak of leather, the group finally set off, 10 souls bound for the capital. The fog thinned as they walked, the sun slowly stretching across the low hills. Their boots stirred dew from the grass and dust from the old southern path. Trees whispered on either side of the road, the branches catching the light like gold lace. Behind them, the villagers slowly dispersed, though a few lingered until the travelers were swallowed by distance. Kara was the last to turn away. Kael glanced back just once more. The sight struck deeper than he expected. Rooftops softened by mist, the crooked chimney of the blacksmith's shed, the lean fence his grandfather had mended with a broken gate latch and twine. Even the scarecrow in the south field raised its arms like a final farewell. Thorn nudged him. What's that look? Scared you'll miss the chickens? Kael smirked. Nah, just wondering how many pies it'll take before Pa has to drag your bloated hide out of a tavern. Fergus laughed. 2 pies minimum. 3 if they've got my Da's stout. They walked south, the road hard-packed beneath their boots, dust rising in lazy spirals. Birds wheeled overhead, and in the far distance, the river shimmered, Kael bound, with all its noise and wonder. Kaelric walked with even steps and a soldier's gait, the cart creaking behind him beneath the weight of bundled tabard. Brinjar walked a pace slower, his cloak snapping faintly in the rising wind. "You feel that?" he murmured. Kaelric gave him a glance. "Weather turning. No, just the road. It's different." Brinjar's eyes narrowed toward the horizon. "Doesn't feel as kind as it used to." Kaelric said nothing for a while. Then, quietly, "Maybe it's us who changed." Brinjar snorted. "Then we'd best hope the boys don't follow us too far down that path." Thorn's voice drifted back toward them. "Hey, Kael, what was that your sister said? Something about bringing her a sword?" "She'll have to settle for a spoon," Kael called. "You're likely to mistake the edge for the handle." "I'm offended," Thorn replied. "My swordplay is impeccable. Ladies swoon." "From laughter," Fergus said. The banter faded gradually as the group rounded a bend, and the last of Cinderfeld vanished behind them, folded into hill and fog and memory. Before them, the road stretched wide, familiar for a mile, then strange as myth. Kael let out a slow breath. Not fear, not joy, just the sense of something beginning. The road was waiting. The sound of their footsteps settled into a rhythm. Boots on dirt, the soft jangle of gear, the occasional rustle of cloak or creak of leather. After a while, they stopped trying to fill the quiet. It wasn't silence exactly, just travel, honest and steady. A hawk circled above, barely a speck in the grey light. Thorn tilted his head and watched it for a time. "You think we'll see war?" he asked, not to anyone in particular. Fergus answered first. "Not in Carthrin. That place has too many rules to bleed properly." Kael didn't speak, but he thought of the herald's voice, the Veilstone's light wanes, and the weight that followed it. They passed a weathered marker stone beside the path, half buried in grass. Thorn paused and tapped it with his knuckles. No name, just a circle with a line through it. Kaelric turned his head slightly. Warding mark, old as dirt, back when folks thought trees had tongues. Thorn gave a mock bow to the stone. "Then here's hoping it remembers us kindly." They moved on. The morning ripened to a pale, cool brightness. Dew burned off. The wind picked up a little, and with it came scents Kael couldn't name. Old grass, copper dust, a thread of wood smoke far off, or imagined. Each of them walked with a different gait, but the road didn't mind. It accepted all of them, willing, unsure, brave, reluctant. It had carried armies and pilgrims, drunk merchants and grieving mothers, foolhardy lovers, and aging men with nothing left but their stories. Now 10 more left their mark, boots in dust, breath in fog, stories just beginning. Chapter 3. Farm Farewell and Road Plans. Excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener, penned where the hearth grows cold. Some roots are not broken by distance, only thinned. The wind remembers names whispered at the gate. Smoke curls back to the rafters, seeking what was lost. Beneath laughter and farewells, the road begins its forgetting. One leaf falls, and the world turns toward fire. Memory clings, not to place, but to the silence that follows. The dawn air carried the sharp tang of dew-soaked hay as Kael trudged across the farmyard, boots sinking into soft earth still cold from the night. Chickens clucked lazily in their pen. The barn groaned beneath a breeze that carried pine, earth, and the hint of distant rain. Cinderfeld's breath, alive and familiar. He paused at the gate, watching the sun smear across the horizon like butter on warm bread. A small piece of wood protruded from the latch, worn from years of use, smooth beneath his fingers. He remembered carving it when he was younger, trying to fix what his father hadn't yet noticed was broken. The latch had never quite sat straight after that. Behind him, the house windows glowed with lamplight, and smoke curled from the crooked chimney, thread-thin and reaching. Kara was already stirring the kitchen fire, most likely. She didn't wait on roosters. A low creak drew his attention to the shed. The door swayed in the breeze. He crossed over and swung it shut with a quiet thud, fastening the latch with care. The quiet of the morning settled into his shoulders, not heavy, but present. This wasn't the silence of hesitation. It was the silence of things still being held, memories not yet let go. He knelt to check the straps on the pack by the bench. Simple, sturdy, oiled last night against the chance of rain. A small satchel of dried tobacco leaves lay on top, neatly bundled, tied with a thread Kara had handed him without a word. Next to it, folded cloth, a worn scarf, his mother's stitchwork barely visible at the edges, thistles and barley stalks embroidered in green-grey thread. He hadn't packed it, she had. Kael stood, exhaling through his nose. The cart would be waiting by the south gate. Kael Rick was likely already making sure the wheels were tight. Brynjar would be arguing with the mule about philosophy or breakfast. And Thorn was probably still asleep on the floor of someone's pantry, if not charming a farewell from a brewer's daughter. Kael stepped into the barn, ran his hand across the broad beam by the tack wall. Dust clung to his skin. The beam was one of the few pieces left from the old structure, long before the storm that tore through in Kael's 7th year. Kael Rick had rebuilt it by hand, with Fergus's father hauling timber and half the village lending nails and sour advice. The new beams were stronger, but the old one remained. Not because it was better, but because it had held, once, when it mattered. He looked around the barn once more. Everything felt closer somehow, like the walls had leaned in during the night. Then he stepped out into the morning, the sun lifting just enough to cast the shadows long behind him. The road south waited with its patient curve through the valley, damp from the night's mist, lined with frostbitten brush and knuckled stones. The morning sun hadn't warmed much yet, but it gave the world a color again, subtle golds along the edges of leaf and bark. Kael Rick stood by the cart, his fingers tightening the strap over a row of bundled tobacco. His motions were methodical, steady, like each knot he tied could hold the entire journey in place. Brynjar stood beside him, one foot on the cart rail, chewing thoughtfully on a strip of smoked venison. "You could have let me do that," Brynjar said, not moving to help. Kael Rick didn't look up. "And have it come loose halfway to Kael'thrin? I'd rather not lose our cargo to a pothole or your idea of craftsmanship." Thorn emerged from the barn with a yawn, dragging his cloak behind him like a reluctant wedding veil. "What's the wager for first blister?" Fergus, already perched on the cart's edge with his notebook, raised a hand. "Not me. I wore double socks, and oiled the seams, and packed salve." Thorn stared. "Are you going to walk or open a clinic halfway down the trail?" "I can do both," Fergus said, deadpan. "What did you bring?" Thorn grinned and patted his coat. "Charm, style, heroic despair." Kael walked up, adjusting the buckle on his shoulder strap. "You forgot no food. Again." "I was going to forage," Thorn said, affronted. "For beer nuts?" Fergus muttered. Kael Rick shook his head faintly, more amused than annoyed. "We'll resupply at Kael'thrin if we need to. I've made the run often enough." He stepped back and surveyed the cart one last time. Bundles lashed tight, water skins filled, travel cloaks packed along the sides for easy access. Then he turned to the others, voice carrying the kind of calm that left no room for argument. "We stick to the main trail through the lower passes. We'll reach the river crossing before sundown if the weather holds. Ferries steady, even if the barge master's tongue is rougher than a wood saw." Brynjar nodded. "He knows me, hates me, charges full coin, but he's honest." Thorn lifted an eyebrow. "Hates you and still takes your business." He tried to sell me a goose once, Brinjar said with a shrug. I declined, poorly. Fergus opened his notebook to a fresh page. We're going to Vel Serene by river, through Kael trade roads after that. Kael said nothing, but his eyes drifted toward the horizon, where the hills gave way to open country and the river cut through like a silver thread. Beyond that, the capital, the court, the crown. Thorn followed his gaze. You worried? Kael shook his head once. Just listening to the road. The others paused at that, just long enough for the moment to settle. Finally, Brinjar clapped his hands together. If we're ready, let's put boots to trail. The wind's shifting, and I'd rather be halfway to the crossing before the clouds grow teeth. Kael Rick pulled the mule's bridle. Forward, then. The group fell into motion. Kael Rick and Brinjar at the cart, the boys close behind, chatter picking up again like the wind through pine. They moved not like soldiers nor pilgrims, just people, but already the road felt different beneath their steps. In the sky above, a line of black-winged birds flew east, silent and swift. The house was quiet again. Kara stood at the edge of the doorway, the wood cool beneath her palm. The farmyard was empty now, save for a pair of chickens pecking near the well. The morning had already stretched into late light, and the silence left behind by departure was deeper than any storm. Cassie sat on the stool beside the hearth, legs swinging, chin in her hands. Do you think he'll come back with a sword? She asked. Kara didn't answer right away. She watched the smoke curling from the chimney. It had thinned now, steady and clean. Kael had re-cleared the flue before leaving, though he hadn't said so. He'll come back with more than that, she said quietly. Boyorn leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, staring out at the empty yard. He's not coming back the same. No one ever does, Kara said. She didn't say it bitterly, just the truth, spoken plainly, like mending a fence with your hands already blistered. She stepped inside and reached for the small satchel by the table. A mending kit, needles and thread, a half-finished cloth with barley stalks stitched in uneven loops. Her fingers moved across it without looking, muscle and memory doing the work. Cassie came closer. Can I stitch the next part? Kara nodded, guiding the girl's fingers. Don't pull too tight. The thread's like a road. It's got to bend without breaking. Outside, the wind moved across the fields in gentle sweeps. The scarecrow stood alone in the southern plot, its hat crooked from the morning breeze. A low creak came from the barn rafters, the kind that only happened when the loft boards warmed in the sun. Bjorn glanced at the table, where a small plate sat untouched. Kael's breakfast, half a biscuit, cold now. He reached out, then pulled his hand back. I'll fix the fence line later, he said. Kara looked over. You'll finish it? Bjorn nodded. He always hated that gap by the stream. Said it let the wind in. Then finish it, she said. He nodded once more and left without a word, steps crunching faintly down the path. Cassie leaned into her mother. Will Kaeleric be safe too? Kara's hands slowed, then resumed the stitch. Kaeleric's been walking roads longer than most trees have roots, she said. If the ground holds for anyone, it holds for him. They sat together in the quiet, the only sound the faint pull of thread through cloth and the distant rustle of wheat beginning to lean into spring. Chapter 4. The Kaelthrin Inn Incident. Excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener. Penned in the still hours before steel meets flesh. The city wears light like perfume, but shadow holds its pulse. A laugh becomes a challenge, a glance becomes a blade. Fortune's shine blinds those who chase it, and masks slip when silver spills. When strangers touch fate in a room built of whispers, the fire does not wait for kindling, it waits for the name of its first spark. The river came into view around midday, broad and slow-moving, its surface glinting like dull metal under a pale sun. The trees gave way to low grass and marshy flats, and the scent of damp reeds drifted on the wind. Dragonflies skinned the banks in lazy arcs, and the air buzzed with early insects. Kael squinted toward the opposite shore. A narrow wooden dock jutted into the river like a broken finger. A flat-bottomed ferry bobbed lazily against its moorings, tethered with ropes thicker than Kael's arm. The barge looked old, patched with planks of mismatched wood. A rusted bell hung from a post near the edge. "Charming," Thorn muttered. "Did they dredge it up from the bottom of the river just for us?" Kaelric grunted. "It floats." "Barely," Fergus added. A squat man with a face like a leather sack emerged from a hut near the dock, chewing on something stringy. He wore a tunic stained with pitch and river clay, and his left boot had no sole. "You the ones heading south?" he called. "We are," Kaelric replied. 3 for Kaelthrin, 7 to cross." The ferryman gave them all a squint. "You've got to bark." Kaelric nodded. "Enough to cover the fare." The man sniffed and spat into the reeds. "Coins faster." Kaelric didn't blink. "Trade's cleaner." They stared at each other for a beat, and then the ferryman shrugged, waving them toward the ramp. "Load her quick. Current's slow today, but she's temperamental if the wind changes." As they approached the dock, Kael slowed and glanced upriver. A pair of white markers stood half-submerged near the far bank, weathered stone columns that leaned slightly, moss creeping up their sides. Kaelric caught his gaze. Old warding stones. They mark a place the river used to split. Used to be a shrine on that island. Storm swallowed it years ago. "What kind of shrine?" Kael asked. "Peacebound," Bringjar answered. "They say if you crossed here during a blood feud, the river would pull you under unless you'd laid your hatred down first." Thorn made a face. "Charming river." Fergus scribbled a note. "Wonder if that's why the water's still slow here, like it's listening." They rolled the cart up the ferry ramp with some effort, the mule reluctant but compliant after Kaelric muttered something into its ear that made Thorn raise a brow. "You threaten it?" Thorn asked. Kaelric gave the mule a final pat and said nothing. Kael stood near the edge of the ferry as the ropes were untied. The wood creaked beneath his boots. He watched the water eddy past, smooth, quiet, concealing its depth. For a moment, it reminded him of the stories Kaelric used to tell at the hearth in winter, of rivers that forgot names, of gods buried in current and bone. He'd always thought those tales were just shape for the dark, but now, watching the ferryman push them out with a long pole, Kael felt something old beneath the surface. Not danger, just watching. The ferry drifted into motion, pulling away from shore. The crossing was slow, the barge rocking gently. No one spoke much. Even Thorn leaned on the railing with a rare silence, his eyes distant. Kaelric stood at the stern, arms crossed, eyes ahead. Less farmer, more sentry. Like a man who'd crossed rivers no longer marked on maps. The wind picked up just as they neared the far bank, tugging at cloaks and loose straps. Kael's scarf flapped against his neck. "Storm by nightfall," the ferryman muttered. "You see signs?" Kaelric asked. The man just tapped his nose and went back to his pole. They docked with a bump. Ropes were tied again. The mule coaxed forward, and the cart creaked back onto solid earth. The path resumed, narrower now, edged by broken stones and high grass. They didn't linger. Behind them, the river flowed on, quiet, slow, endless. By nightfall, clouds had gathered thick across the sky, heavy and low. The wind dragged at cloaks and rattled the branches overhead, and the first distant rumbles of thunder rolled out across the flatlands behind them. The group found shelter in the remains of an old stone outpost, a half-collapsed way station, its roof long since surrendered to rot and time. Ivy curled through the gaps in the stone, and moss bloomed green across the floor like a second skin. Kael dropped his pack near the driest corner, stretching out his arms with a groan. "This isn't the worst place I've ever slept." Thorn smirked. "That's because you've never been drunk in a goat pen." Fergus opened his satchel and began checking the contents. If this weather holds, we'll be wet for days. My ink'll smear. Kaelric knelt by the crumbling hearth, brushing debris aside. He struck flint, coaxing a small flame to life, then fed it kindling from a pouch of dry shavings. The light flickered uncertainly, casting the ruined walls in golden breath. Brynjar settled with his back against the stones, arms folded. We'll need to keep watch. This isn't the kind of road that sleeps easy. Kael ran a hand along one of the outpost's walls. Carving still clung to the stone, worn etchings of sunbursts and spears, symbols of the old border guard. This place used to mean something, he murmured. Kaelric nodded. Before the roads were safe, before the crowns stopped guarding anything but their own gates. Fergus traced a mark with one finger. Think it was a war post. Not war, Brynjar said. Trade. And what comes with it? Bandits, taxes, smugglers trying to slip past Kael Thryn with salt and silver and no papers. Thorn sighed. I preferred the goat pen. Kael chuckled softly, then leaned back against the cool stone. He could feel the weight of the day in his legs now, each step settling into his calves, each jostle of the cart remembered in his shoulders. A low whistle carried from the far side of the ruins, followed by a quiet flap of wings. A bird, maybe, or something else. Kaelric stood, checking the edge of the firelight. His voice was calm. No fires past midnight. We move at first light. Kael lay down with his cloak wrapped tight, staring at the cracked beams above. He thought of home, not of the house itself, but of the rhythm, the scrape of Kera's ladle against the pot, Cassie's humming when she worked the loom, Bion's slow way of whistling when he didn't know anyone was listening. He missed the sound of those things more than the words they ever carried. Fergus mumbled something in his sleep, and Thorn shifted nearby, muttering curses about rocks and roots. Kael closed his eyes. The wind outside moaned through the broken wall like an old voice remembering a song it hadn't sung in years. And the fire cracked once, sharp and loud, before sinking into a gentler breath. The town of Kael Thryn rose from the road like a half-woken thought, stone buildings with patched roofs, winding lanes that looped back on themselves, and a sharp scent of river mud and horse dung that clung to the air. Wooden signs creaked above narrow doorways. Bauer's bread, tallow and tack, Henna's needle, each place worn, working and watching. Children darted through the alleys barefoot, chasing chickens or each other. A tanner yelled at a boy for knocking over a water barrel, and a dog barked half-heartedly from a rooftop. Kael took it all in, eyes roaming over every window and awning, every crowded stoop. Kael Thryn wasn't beautiful, but it was alive. They moved through the market square at a slow pace, the mule plodding steadily beneath its load of bundled tobacco. Kaelric led the cart with one hand on the reins, the other resting loosely near the hilt of his belt knife. Not threatening, just ready. Fergus marveled at the stalls. So much leather, he muttered, and half the price we charge for boots. That's because no one in Kael Thryn's been bleeding their hands to make boots for trade, Thorn replied. They just steal the coin from travelers. You're cheerful today, Kael said. Thorn shrugged. I'm hungry. Kaelric steered the cart to a covered stall where a thick-armed woman waited, arms crossed and eyes already calculating. The air here was rich with the scent of pipeweed, dust, and hot oil. Morning, Kaelric said, nodding. Midday, she corrected, and the market's slow. Kaelric unlashed one of the bundles from the cart and set it gently on her stall's edge. Cured Western tobacco, smooth dry, 3 sacks. She raised a brow. 1 copper a sack. Kaelric didn't flinch. 2. 1, she repeated. Same as last season. It's not last season. Still smells like it is. Kael stood to the side, pretending not to listen, but his hands clenched slowly at his sides. 1 copper. He'd helped pack those leaves. watched Kara sort and hang them, watched Kaelric turn them, curse the rain, cure them in the shed, fire, until his eyes stung. 1 copper barely bought a nail, and still his father nodded, slow and quiet. Fine, 1. The merchant swept the bundles behind her stall, tossing 2 copper coins onto the edge of the cart, as though it were a favor. Kael stared at the coins, so light, too light for what they'd carried. Thorn came up beside him, brows raised. That it? For now, Kaelric said. Brinjar said nothing, but his eyes watched Kael carefully. They moved on through the town. Near the square's far edge, a wiry man with a veiled lute played a slow, rhythmic tune while a girl beside him sang about a noble lost in the eastern wastes. Her voice was clear, if thin, and her fingers clutched a cracked bowl that held only a copper and a bent nail. A baker handed Kael a crust end as they passed. "You've got the look of someone who knows hunger's name," he said, smiling with only half his teeth. Kael thanked him with a nod, biting into the bread. It was stale, but real. Past the market, a sign hung crooked on rusted hinges, "Copper Door Inn." Inside, the smell of yeast, sweat, and damp fur layered the air. The barkeep gave Kaelric a long look, then Brinjar an even longer one. 2 coppers a bed, half if you sleep on straw. Kaelric shook his head. "We move on tonight." "No loss to me," the barkeep muttered. Fergus kept glancing at a side alley where a trio of men huddled around a barrel fire, passing a wineskin and laughing too loud. "Think we'll see Vel Serin before we run out of food?" Kael didn't answer. He was still thinking about the copper, about the bundle of tabac, about the gap between the cost of sweat and the price of coin, about how small a man's work could feel in a place that didn't know his name. The road beyond Kaelthrin narrowed to a sunken path between gnarled trees, the kind with roots that pushed up through the earth like old bones. By nightfall, the sky had dimmed to a blue-black veil, the stars faint behind high cloud. The group camped just off the path, between 2 leaning stone markers lost to time. Thorn had declared them perfectly cursed, and Kaelric hadn't disagreed. The fire was low, more ember than flame, casting little light beyond its tight ring of warmth. The woods beyond were hushed. No wind, no insects, no birds. Even the leaves seemed to listen. Fergus scribbled by firelight, lips moving silently. Thorn dozed with a blanket pulled over his head. Brinjar sat sharpening his blade with long, slow strokes, the sound soft but steady. Kael couldn't sleep. He lay on his side, eyes open, staring into the dark. The copper coins from Kaelithrin felt heavier than they had any right to, tucked in his pack alongside the worn scarf his mother had given him. 1 copper, 3 bundles. He could still smell the tabaxi, smoke and dry sun, the scent of home, and now it stung. He didn't understand how work like that could mean so little, not just to the merchant woman, but to the world beyond the hills. Something shifted in him. Not anger exactly, just the understanding that he'd walked into a different story than the one he thought he knew. Eventually, sleep crept over him like a tide, slow, cold, inevitable. He dreamed of standing in a field of ash. Wind blew, but nothing stirred. No birds, no voices. Only 4 pillars of stone circled him. Tall, narrow, veined with red like old scars. A blade hummed at his back, though he carried none. He turned to face the center of the stone ring. There was a 5th shape there, smaller, pulsing. Not a person, not quite. It wore no face, but it spoke, not in words, but in pressure, like a thought pressing against the inside of his skull. Which will break first, the blade or the bearer? Kael couldn't answer. A rush of wind tore across the field, scattering the ash in long spirals. The pillars cracked, one, then another. The 5th pulsed brighter. Then silence. And he woke, breath shallow, sweat cooling on his skin. Kael sat up slowly. Across the fire, Kael stirred slightly, as if he'd heard something. His eyes opened just a sliver, watching or dreaming still. Kael said nothing. He lay back, eyes on the tangled dark above. Somewhere high above the treetops, the clouds shifted, revealing a sliver of moon like a cut in velvet, and beyond it, nothing moved. Chapter 5. The River Beyond. Excerpt from the listening fragments of Seraphine set down beneath the fog-hung reeds. The river does not forget the blood it was promised. Shrines crumble, names are lost, but the current remembers. Some sigils are older than steel, some silences sharper than swords. When mist veils the way forward and old hands part the fog, beware the hush that follows tribute unspoken. The morning fog clung to the docks as the group stood beside the flat-bellied river barge, its deck slick with dew and flaked paint. The barge master, a wiry man with a jaw like a hatchet and tattoos of storm runes along his arms, barked orders at two younger crewmen loading crates onto the deck. "Don't step wrong, or the current'll kiss you goodbye," he snapped. The crew ignored him with the ease of long suffering. Kael handed over 2 copper slips stamped with Kaelthrin's seal. The barge master bit one, pocketed both, and waved them aboard with a grunt. Kael paused at the dock's edge. The river beyond was broad and slow-moving, but it felt alive, like something breathing deep beneath the current. There were no railings on the barge, just planks and tar smears and a coiled length of rope that looked more decorative than useful. "You waiting for a letter of invitation?" Brinjar called back. Kael shook himself and stepped aboard. The wood creaked beneath his boots. He turned and looked back just once at the rise of Kaelthrin's outer wall, the smoke of morning bread ovens, and the thin trail of dust where they'd come from. It already felt far away. He tried to fix the image in his mind, the stalls, the copper trade, the noise, not because he missed it, but because he needed to remember how it felt to be disappointed by it. He adjusted the strap of his pack and moved toward the center of the deck. Fergus was already hunched beside the rear rail, sketching the barge's outline into his notebook. Thorn lounged on a crate, eyes closed to the rising sun. Kael stood like he'd been carved from the mast, unmoving, steady, but watchful. The barge master gave a bark, and the ropes were thrown free. The barge lurched slightly, then began to glide, slow and smooth, into the river's main channel. The sound of the current deepened, a low, patient rush. Trees bowed over the banks on both sides, trailing vines and long shadows. Brinjar joined Kael near the prow, arms folded. "This part of the river used to be watched," he said, "before the trade guilds bought the guard rights from the crown." "Watched for what?" Kael asked. Brinjar shrugged. "Smugglers, wild men, sometimes things from deeper north. You forget how thin the lines are until you leave the farms behind." Ahead, the river bent eastward, narrowing between tall banks where slate-colored stones jutted like teeth. The crew fell quiet. Even the barge master didn't bark anymore. He just leaned into the tiller and watched the water as if expecting it to argue. The wind shifted. Kael caught the scent of something bitter and strange, like burnt herbs or old metal. It vanished as quickly as it came. He turned toward Kael. "Did you—" Kael's eyes narrowed. "I smelled it." Thorn sat up. "What are we sniffing? Did Fergus drop his ink pot again?" Fergus didn't respond. He was staring at the tree line. "There's something carved into that trunk," he murmured. "Look." Kael followed his gaze. A tree near the riverbank bore a deep gouge in its bark, 4 lines crossed by a 5th, a slashing mark, old but angry. "No river god I know takes kindly to that," Brinjar muttered. Kael didn't comment. He just placed a hand on the hilt of his belt knife and watched the trees pass. They passed the bend. The wind softened. The smell vanished. And then it was just water again, wide and indifferent, pulling them forward toward lands that none of them could name by heart. Kael sat down, elbows on knees, the horizon drifting past in ripples and haze. Somewhere behind them, the road had ended. What lay ahead was river and the unknown. The river narrowed again after midday. Trees leaned in from both banks now, their branches thick with pale moss that swayed in the breeze like drowned hair. The current pressed faster, swirling in eddies that slapped against the barge's hull. The sun never quite broke through. It filtered down in fractured light, sharp as old glass. Fergus had stopped writing. Kael noticed first. He sat hunched on a crate, notebook closed, staring into the dark water just beyond the boat's side. "You good?" Kael asked quietly. Fergus nodded, but his gaze didn't move. "Feels wrong, doesn't it?" Kael looked out. The river here was darker, not from depth, but from something else. The water reflected the trees like mirrors, but not quite. The branches in the reflection didn't move when the real ones did. He blinked. The image aligned again. Thorn wandered toward them, chewing a strip of dried meat. "Don't look too long into river water," he said lightly. "Old advice. You might see yourself the way the gods do, and no one survives that with their pride intact." "Who told you that?" Fergus asked. "My aunt. She married 3 times and cursed every river from here to the sea. I trust her opinions on most things." Kael chuckled, but the unease remained. Ahead, the river bent around a narrow islet of stone. No trees, just moss and a single jagged post leaning at the waterline. The bargemaster spat over the side. "Keep your eyes front." Kaelric stiffened slightly, but said nothing. "What is that?" Kael asked. "A marker," Brinjar said. "Not for travelers, for what lives beneath." Thorn raised a brow. "Please explain." "They used to stake offerings there," Brinjar said, "before the shrines were built, back when rivers didn't always flow the same direction 2 days in a row." Fergus swallowed. "Offerings to what?" Kaelric finally spoke. Things best left without names. The crew was quiet as they passed the post. Kael watched it until the bend took it from view. The moss there had been different, tinged red, like rust or blood. A heron burst from the shallows suddenly, flapping wide wings as it cried out, sharp and shrill, like something startled in its sleep. The bargemaster cursed, storms and shadows. But the heron didn't circle. It flew west, away from the river, and was gone. Kael felt a shiver trace down his spine. "Do you think it's watching us?" Fergus asked quietly. "The river?" Kael said. Fergus nodded. Kael didn't answer, but he didn't say no. By late afternoon, the strange bend had passed behind them. The sky brightened, and a breeze carried the scent of pine and warmed mud again. Thorn was telling a story now, something about a game of dice in a butcher's hall gone wrong, and Fergus was laughing too loudly at all the wrong parts. Kael tried to follow it, tried to smile, but his thoughts kept circling. The heron's cry, the red moss, the way the trees in the water hadn't moved. The river narrowed again. Overhanging branches scraped the sail. The barge slowed as the current thickened and twisted. Kael gripped the rail. The water here felt different, slower but tense, like something coiled just beneath the surface. The barge-master spat into the river and muttered something low. At the rear, one of the cloaked passengers stood briefly, then sat again without a word. Then came a sound, not natural, a distant thump, then the creak of logs shifting and a shout that carried from the shoreline. A blockade loomed ahead, logs, ropes, debris stretched across the channel. Smoke curled from a cook fire near the shore. Men emerged from the trees, lean, hungry-eyed, clad in piecemeal armor. Hands rested on sword hilts, but not lazily. They looked too used to holding blades. A man stepped forward, one hand raised. He wore a patchwork cloak and a crooked grin that didn't reach his eyes. The brigand leader stepped forward and said, "This river's under our protection now. 1 gold per vessel to pass. Pay or float back. By the old god's bones, we'll have our due. The barge master threw up his hands. The barge master raised his hands in exasperation. I don't have a gold. No one here does. Passengers shifted uneasily. Kael moved closer to his father. Fergus reached into his pack. What for? Kael didn't know. Thorn's jaw tightened, his usual charm flickering like a dying lantern. Thorn started to step forward, chin raised, the same half-smile he used on guards and grumpy merchants already forming. Kael caught his arm. Kael caught Thorn's arm, voice low and urgent. Don't, Fergus whispered, clutching his pack tightly. We could turn around, rig a pulley. Kael replied, keeping his voice steady despite the tension in his gut. With that current, we'd be swimming. And their blades look sharper than Kael'thrin's butcher, Thorn muttered, half to himself, still wearing that crooked smile. Maybe if I talk fast and smile slow. Kael's tone was grim. You better hope they like jokes more than gold. One of the brigands struck his blade against the log barricade, letting it ring like a bell. Another hooted, stepping closer to the shoreline. Kael felt the shift, not in the water, not in the trees, but among their group. Something was about to change, and then Brinjar moved. No word, no warning, just a step forward, boots thudding once against the deck. He stood at the prow, wind tugging at his cloak. He reached up, slowly, and shifted the edge of the cloak aside. Not enough to draw a blade, just enough for something to gleam beneath it. Kael couldn't see it fully, just the outline of a sigil, etched in iron and scarred by time. It pulsed faintly in the mist light. It was nothing ornate, nothing grand, but it radiated danger. The brigands stilled. The leader's grin vanished. He stepped back, face paling like mist on stone. The brigand leader's voice broke as he stumbled back. Let them pass, let them pass. That's no mere traveler. God save us. The blockade was hauled aside. The logs groaned. The barge slipped through. No one spoke. Brinjar returned to his place and let his cloak fall. The crew didn't cheer. Even the boatmaster looked rattled, his hands tight on the tiller. Fergus sat back hard against a crate, his sketchbook clutched tight against his chest. Kael looked around and realized that no one met Brinjar's eyes. Not Thorn, not Kael'ric, not the cloaked strangers. The silence wasn't relief, it was reverence. Thorn exhaled, trying to sound casual but failing. What did he show them? Was that forged in the fires of the Great War? Fergus offered a guess, voice still shaky. Probably a demon tooth, or a royal writ, or worse. Kael spoke softly, the pieces of Brinjar's past beginning to take shape. Bag of bones, huh? He's more than stories. Kael's gaze lingered on Brinjar's back. The man hadn't changed expression, hadn't said a word, but something had shifted in the air around him, like the scent before a storm. Not power exactly, not reputation, something older, something that didn't need an explanation to be obeyed. Kael sat down slowly, arms resting on his knees, heart still quick in his chest, and for the first time, he wondered what kind of man his father had truly invited on this journey. Chapter 6. The Final Approach. Excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener, marked in the drift of river light. When stone climbs skyward and domes catch fire from the sun, beware the city that remembers too much. Walls do not weep, but they hold echoes. The river delivers what it must, not always what it should. Beneath every gate lies a threshold, not crossed, but claimed. The river widened with every mile, its waters running deep and strong as they drifted past blooming floodplains and sleepy riverside villages. Willows trailed long green fingers into the current, and fat bees bobbed between nodding wildflowers along the banks. Their patched barge floated lazily amid a procession of vessels, swift skiffs with crisp sails, squat trading cogs bulging with cargo, and tall river galleons with painted prows shaped like lions and stags. A pair of red-sailed merchant barges passed in the opposite direction, their crews singing in harmony. A river song Kael didn't know, the kind that seemed to belong to this water and no other. Kaelric raised 2 fingers in greeting. The lead captain nodded back without pausing, a pipe clutched in his teeth. Painted on the hull was a sigil of a reed crowned in silver. Fergus made a note of it. The boys lounged on the sun-warmed deck, grinning at each passing marvel. Thorn pointed toward a sleek skiff, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Look at that rigging. I could talk my way onto one of those, easy. Probably charm a dock lass into handing over the tiller, too." Fergus replied without lifting his gaze from his notebook. "Only if you swim after her first. They're cutting 3 knots at least, and you've got the grace of a winded pig." Kael said nothing, resting against the barge's railing, eyes fixed on the horizon. The sun danced on the water's surface, casting dazzling light that made the world shimmer like a dream. Another riverside town drifted by, this one larger than the last, its docks lined with barrels, its rooftops painted red and blue. A faint tolling bell rang from the town's chapel as they passed. Children dashed barefoot along the shore, holding ribboned poles or kites made from sailcloth scraps. One of them waved something high, a coin, a shell. Kael couldn't tell, but it felt like a blessing. Children shouted from the banks, tossing apples and calling greetings. Thorn returned every shout with a sweeping bow or exaggerated wink, earning giggles and the occasional fruit. Thorn bit into a bruised apple and grinned. "See? Natural charm. I'll have maids fainting in the capital." Fergus shot him a look, deadpan. "Natural nuisance. If someone tosses a boot, I hope it hits you square in the teeth." Bringjar, seated in shadow beneath the forward awning, didn't react to the exchange, but his eyes lingered on the villagers, and longer still on the church's bell tower. The sun caught the steel clasp on his shoulder. He didn't blink. By the 3rd day, the barge fell into a comfortable rhythm. Creaking ropes, murmured conversation, and Brinjar's silent vigil at the prow. Fergus sketched rudder designs. Thorn napped with his hat over his face. Kael traced cloud shapes with his eyes, each one bringing thoughts of the city to come. The days blurred into one golden, drifting haze. The barge had become a world of its own, drifting, self-contained, with nothing beyond its wooden rails but the slow pull of time. Kael found a kind of peace in it. He didn't have to decide anything here. The river decided for him. Once, he caught Kaelric checking the current by licking a fingertip and lifting it to the air. Not superstition, just habit. The man's eyes flicked from shore to sun to shadow, always marking something Kael couldn't name. Fergus muttered beside him, "These maps lie." Kael turned. Fergus tapped the corner of a creased parchment. "Every one of them shows this stretch as a straight run, but we've curved 3 times since breakfast, twice since lunch yesterday." Kael shrugged. Maybe the river forgot how to be straight. Fergus grinned. That, or the map makers never rode a barge. He went back to tracing new margins on the page, tongue between his teeth. Kael let his gaze wander to the banks. Once or twice he thought he saw movement among the trees. Just a glint, a flicker. A shepherd, a traveler, a ghost. He didn't know. But it was strange how easy it was to drift between thoughts out here, how quickly the world thinned behind them. Cinderfeld felt like something he'd dreamed now, a story told around a fire. He wondered how long it would take for this city to rewrite him. Then, just after mid-morning on the 4th day, the river curved around a low hill and the current shifted, pulling them westward. The breeze stiffened, mist burned away. Kael rose slowly to his feet. Even before the city came into view, something in the air changed. The wind smelled different, less green, more iron and coal. The bird song thinned. Only the river's breath and the barge's groan filled the hush. And there it was, the capital. Vel Serin rose across the horizon like something from a dream, a sprawl of stone and copper, towers like spears stabbing the sky. Pale walls ran unbroken across the land, high enough to dwarf any hill, studded with guard towers and crenellations. Domes of copper and gold flashed in the sun like coins tossed into the heavens. Spires, some needle-thin, others broad and fluted, reached upward, trailing wisps of cloud and chimney smoke. Far below, in the bustling harbour, ships jostled for room, sails snapping and oars churning the deep green water. Flocks of white gulls spun in lazy wheels above the ships. From this distance, their cries were lost, but the flashes of wings made the harbour look alive. Kael could just make out a massive crane lifting a bundled shipment toward a warehouse dome. The barge creaked beneath their feet as the river's current carried them closer. Thorn's voice came soft, stripped of swagger. "Gods, is this where the Veilstone burns?" His voice held no mockery, no charm, just reverence. For once, the noise had left him. Kael glanced sideways at him and realized Thorn's hands were clasped behind his back, tightly. Fergus gaped at the skyline, his eyes wide with wonder. All that? One city? How did the towers not fall over? Fergus began scribbling automatically, though his eyes never left the skyline. His pencil scratched nonsense until Kael nudged his elbow, and he mentioned the breath, barely audible. We could fit all of Cinderfeld inside one of those domes. Behind them, even the barge master fell silent. His usual humming ceased as he adjusted the rudder, eyes narrowed toward the approaching walls. Near the prow, Kaelric folded his arms and watched the city loom. A small, private smile tugged at his weathered face. His eyes moved ship to ship, tower to tower, as if measuring them. Kaelric spoke with quiet pride, arms folded. This is farther south than I've ever come. From here, it's the Bago Bones leading us. His steel's seen these walls before, when blood still smoked on the stones. Brynjar, silent as ever, stood like carved granite. For a moment, a strange look crossed his face, soft, almost reverent. His eyes locked on a blackened spire rising crooked from the outer wall. Brynjar murmured to himself, his voice almost lost to the wind. Still standing. After all these years, I thought the Great War's ash would have claimed you. Kael watched him from behind, noting the change. Something in Brynjar's stance had bent, not weakened, but tempered, as if he were bracing against an old wound. Kael asked, his voice barely above the river's hush, "What is that tower? Why is it burned?" Brynjar's reply was quiet and distant, like remembering something long buried. "That's the Candle Spire. It was hit during the siege, when the Varen's ice giants broke through the southern wall. It burned for 3 days straight. They never rebuilt it. Some say it still moans on cold nights, when no torches are lit." The river said nothing. Even the wind had quieted. The mood shifted. Even Thorn said nothing. Then, impact. The barge lurched hard to the side, nearly tipping a crate overboard. Shouts erupted. A sleek, dark-painted skiff had drawn alongside them, its figurehead carved into the shape of a sea serpent. The helmsman, dark skin, sharp features, and a gold ring in each ear, called out something in a southern dialect Kael didn't recognize. Laughter followed from his crew. Kael stumbled into the rail, catching himself. Fergus swore under his breath. The sound of the skiff scraping their hull was like teeth on bone, brief but jarring. Brynjar didn't move, though Kael could see his hand rest, almost idly, on the edge of his belt. Their ship bumped again. The barge master snarled across the river gap. "Hold your line, you painted fish!" A young man at the stern of the skiff shouted in common, his grin sharp. "Your boat belongs in a pig's wallow. Try not to capsize when the river gets real." Kaelric stepped forward, his tone calm but unyielding. "We've no quarrel. Keep your line and we'll keep ours." The helmsman sneered. The helmsman sneered as he replied, Easy, farmer. We've seen enough hill folk swaggering down to the capital, thinking their sticks are spears. Thorn made a noise low in his throat and took a step forward. Kael reached out and caught his arm without a word. Fergus moved his pack closer to his chest, fingers twitching near the flap, not drawing anything, but ready. Then a sound like grinding stone. Brynjar stepping forward. Brynjar's voice cut through the tension, cold and deliberate. Is this the pride of Maris Thrall's sons now, bumping fishermen and crowing like dock gulls? The skiff fell quiet. The helmsman squinted. Suspicion rising in his voice. You speak of Maris Thrall. Brynjar answered without hesitation. I fought with a Maris Thrall's captain once. He'd have gutted you for less noise than you've made today. A heartbeat of silence. Then the skiff peeled away, sails snapping as it veered off without another word. One of the crew muttered a curse in the southern tongue, but it was quiet, almost respectful. The wind picked up again, faintly stirring the river's mist. Thorn let out a low whistle, shaking his head. That's twice now he's scared men off with nothing but words. Remind me never to cheat at dice around him. Kael looked around. No one laughed. Even Thorn's smirk faded a breath too soon. Brynjar returned to his place by the prow, silent as ever, but Kael noticed how no one stood near him now, not even Caloric. The city loomed larger. The scent of harbor brine and burning coal filled the air. Ahead, a colossal stone bridge spanned the river's mouth, guards standing like silver statues atop it. A wall of ships clustered near an iron gate built into the harbor mouth. The noise became a living force, bells, horns, shouting dockworkers, and the rhythmic clank of cranes unloading cargo. Kael's head turned left and right as the barge slid into the press of vessels. A wide barge loaded with marble columns shifted nearby, its wake slapping hard against their hull. Beyond it, a black-sailed cutter flew a banner shaped like a split crescent. Kael didn't recognize the symbol, but it made Kaelric's brow crease for a moment. Above them, gulls screamed. The tang of smoke stung Kael's nostrils, sharp and metallic, unlike anything in Cinderfeld. The city smelled like heat and iron and too many lives pressed too close together. A barge ahead of them shouted toward the harbor guards. A nearby barge captain bellowed up at the harbor watch. "Open the gates, ye harbor dogs, or I'll sell this barley to Kael'thrin's rats." Chains rattled. With a deep groan, the iron gates rose. Their barge drifted forward, one vessel among hundreds, swallowed by the capital's breath and bones. The shadows of the bridge crossed over them like a curtain being drawn. Kael felt the weight of the city, not just its stone, but its memory. As if Velserin wasn't just large, but old enough to have forgotten men like him even existed. Kaelric leaned in close to Kael, voice low. Now the journey truly begins. Kael nodded, but didn't speak. Kael's thoughts swirled with quiet certainty. The coronation was no longer a distant dream. It lived behind those walls, within towers scorched by war, beyond bridges old as kings, among people who might smile or sneer. But no matter what waited ahead, Cinderfeld's sons had arrived, and whether they were welcome or not, the gates had opened. Chapter 7. Arrival in Velserin excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener, etched in smoke beyond the silver gate. The city does not open, it swallows. Banners flutter like blessings, but stone remembers siege before song. In the veins of the street, old blood runs warm. Some names find echo here. Others are ground to dust beneath wheels gilded in light. What enters Velserin is not what leaves. The barge nestled between two towering grain haulers, its hull brushing stone as ropes were thrown and tied fast. Voices clashed in the air, dockhands shouting in half a dozen tongues, merchants bellowing for clear lanes, gulls screaming overhead. The scent of salt, pitch, and wet hemp blanketed everything. Kael took it all in like a man trying to drink the ocean. There was too much, too loud, too fast, too sharp. Steam hissed from brass kettles in the open market above the docks. Bells rang where no ships moved. A woman with bronze rings through her cheeks spat into the river and vanished into the press. A crate hit the stone nearby with a crack. He flinched. Beside him, Thorn grinned. City's just saying hello. Kael stepped back as a man rushed past with a basket of bloodied fish, sloshing red water onto the stones. A three-legged dog trotted after him, tail wagging. Fergus stood rigid near the cart, sketchbook forgotten at his side, eyes scanning every detail, awnings, banners, the curve of a domed roof painted in gold leaf. His lips moved without sound, counting or naming, Kael guessed. Thorn gave a low whistle, then added, "By the fates, that's a lot of roof. Is that gilded?" He asked no one in particular. Fergus nodded faintly. Gold leaf, hammered over timber and lacquer. Thorn blinked. "That's real gold? For a roof?" "Only if they're bad with taxes," Kaelric muttered behind them. A pair of soldiers passed in polished green and bronze armor, swords belted in tight leather sheaths. One of them glanced at the group with idle curiosity, then moved on. Kael felt smaller than he ever had, smaller than when he'd watched the harvest fail, or when he buried his uncle, or even when he first held a sword. He breathed through it, counted each breath. The city didn't care how small he was. It was too busy being enormous. Bryn Jarm moved with practiced ease, hands never far from his belt. Kaelric said nothing, but his eyes never stopped moving. He touched Kael's shoulder once, brief, grounding. A cartload of fire apples clattered past, and Thorn grinned wide. Thorn took in a deep breath of spiced air and grinned. "Smell that? We're going to eat like kings tonight. Maybe drink like them too." Fergus rolled his eyes. "You'd barter our whole cart for a roasted yam and a bucket of street wine." "Only if it came with sauce," Thorn replied. Kael smiled, but the nerves didn't leave him. They just sank deeper, like anchors into unfamiliar stone. Vel Seren breathed all around them, noisy, hot, unbothered. The barge groaned as it nudged into the harbor, bumping against pylons slick with algae and salt-stained age. The fog was thinner here, the air dense with the city's exhale. Thorn wrinkled his nose, recoiling slightly. "Gods, what is that smell? Like a fishmonger's grave." Kael grimaced, pulling his scarf higher. "Not the river. Something worse. I bet it costs a gold just to breathe clean air in this place." A hawker passed nearby with a tray of roasted sea snails, the oil spitting against hot iron. Somewhere to the left, a kettle shrieked as steam hissed from the seams. Kael blinked at the glare reflecting off wet stone, caught between awe and nausea. The air reeked, brine and tar overlaid with wood smoke, rot, and a sour tang that hung like a wet blanket. Kael pulled his scarf up, but the stench seeped through, thick and inescapable. Below, the docks churned with noise and motion, longshoremen barking orders, sailors shouting in at least 5 tongues, children darting between crates like minnows. Carts clattered by, weighed with spices, bundles of canvas, and caged songbirds. A man screamed at a mule so loudly it startled a gull into flight. Thorn jabbed a finger toward a heavily tattooed woman with filed teeth. "Look at her! Filed teeth and tattoos. Bet she's part of some Valstone cult. I could probably charm my way into her secrets." Kael blinked, watching the woman disappear into the crowd. "She might eat you first." Kaelric's eyes tracked the woman Thorn pointed at, not with suspicion, but recognition. He murmured something under his breath in a language Kael didn't know, and kept moving. On the masts of anchored ships flew flags stranger than any Kael had ever seen, a crowned horse, a red sun split down the center, a silver eye on midnight blue. One flew no flag at all, its hull blackened and carved with symbols Kael didn't recognize. He couldn't look away. Kael's voice dropped as he took in the towering walls and impossible breadth of the city. Kelathrin felt big. This makes it look like a barnyard. Thorn grinned, spreading his arms as if to embrace the whole city. That's because Kelathrin was big, but this is Vel Seren. This is legend. The air seemed to thrum with old tension. Kael thought of ancient gates, of swords dulled by ceremony, and wondered what this city would remember of him, if anything. Kael's heart drummed beneath his coat. The very air seemed louder here, heavier. The barge captain barked orders, and the group shouldered their packs. The ramp clanged down against the fish-slick dock. Kael's boot slipped. He nearly toppled into Thorn, who caught him with an unnecessary flourish and a grin. A fruit vendor barreled past, shouting about fire apples, nearly knocking Kaelric aside. A man in saffron robes brushed Kael's arm, leaving behind a cloud of spices so strong it stung the eyes. Brinjar's voice came low and gruff from behind them. No trouble. Eyes open, heads down. The Verin spies could be anywhere. Kael turned, startled. Spies? What kind? Brinjar's hand twitched toward the knife at his hip, but didn't draw. Kaelric scanned the crowd with the calm of someone used to shadows having teeth. Before Brinjar could answer, a wiry boy slipped through the crowd like smoke through lattice, grinning like he'd already picked half their pockets. The stranger threw his arms wide. The wiry boy grinned and spread his arms wide like a merchant at a fair. "Gentlemen, need a place for the coronation. Safe, private, soft beds, even softer prices. Finest pillows you'll ever steal. Trust Darren, friend to all who dodge harbor knives." Kaeli blinked. The boy's confidence struck like a thrown coin. Quick, sharp, bright. Not a beggar, not quite a merchant. Something else. Kael turned to Kaelric, stunned by the pace of everything. "This place moves faster than Kelthrin's markets." Kaelric cut in, his voice sharp and unamused. "No, we'll find our own way." Thorn ignored him entirely, already striding toward Darren with a grin. "Yes, let's see if your pillows match your pitch." Darren winked and stepped backward into the flow of the crowd. "Excellent. First tour's free. Unless we get stabbed, then it's hazard pay. And keep your hands on your coin, boys. The Zal's shadow stirs even here." Brinjar grumbled under his breath, already regretting this decision. This is a terrible idea. They followed anyway, swallowed by the crowd like pebbles in a flood. Kael stuck close to Kaelric, one hand on his satchel. Around them, the city churned and breathed like something alive. A high wind caught one of the banners ahead, snapping it like a whip. The city gates loomed ahead, pale stone, caped in silver, carved with symbols Kael didn't know. The doors stood open, and beyond them rose a cascade of towers, some elegant and narrow, others blocky and broad. Flags flew from rooftops, bells pealed from unseen chapels, smoke curled from chimneys. Somewhere in the heights, a horn sounded, deep and melodic. It echoed through the stone streets like a hymn from a higher place. Kael stopped in his tracks. The ache in his legs vanished. In his head, he heard his mother humming, smelled tilled earth, remembered the texture of drying tobacco leaves on his fingertips. Kael said softly, eyes wide with wonder and weight, "Feels like a place you don't leave the same." A hand touched his elbow. Kaelric placed a steady hand on his son's arm. "That's true enough, son. This city changes everyone. Sometimes for the better, sometimes not." Kael didn't know what to say to that, so he just walked. Darren led them through a narrow alleyway, stacked crates to the left, rusted cartwheels to the right, and something foul trickling in the gutter. The stone underfoot was slick with more than water. Some of it shimmered in odd colors, like spilled oil or dye. The alley stank of wet rope, spoiled cabbage, and rust. Kael kept one hand on the hilt of his belt knife, not drawn, just ready. Fergus wrinkled his nose and muttered under his breath, "Why do alleys always smell like wet cabbage and shame?" A hulking thug stepped into view, voice a growl of warning. "You boys just walked into the wrong alley." The figure was huge, arms thick with faded tattoos, a blade gleaming at his hip. His eyes were flat and unreadable. Thorn stepped half in front of Fergus. Brynjar did not move at all. Kaelric's fingers closed slowly into a fist, knuckles tight beneath the sleeve. Darin stepped forward, utterly unfazed. No you don't, Marn. These ones are under my wing. Try it, and I'll tell Aris you broke the no-touch rule." The thug's tone turned sharp and skeptical. "You run with Aris now?" Darin flashed a grin. "I run with everyone who doesn't want the harbor guards crawling up their arse like lice." Marn blinked once. A fly landed on his cheek and crawled across the corner of his mouth. He didn't swat it, just stared, weighing. The thug squinted, tension coiled like a spring. Then he growled and stepped back. The blade vanished under his cloak. Darin grinned back at the group once Marn had stepped aside. "See, told you I was worth every copper." Thorn let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Fergus muttered something about odds and fools in the same alley. Kael's hands only relaxed when the man was out of sight. His pulse thundered in his ears. Darin waved them forward with mock grandeur. "Now let's move. The noon bell brings out the pickpockets. They swoop with the gulls." Kael glanced skyward just in time to see a pair of white gulls spiraling overhead, silent, circling, watching. They emerged onto a broad boulevard, paved with interlocked stone tiles in ripple patterns. Towering warehouses flanked them, cranes hoisting entire wagons with pulleys and thick ropes. Glimmering signs in 3 languages named the businesses: gold leaf, etched glass, and ink that shimmered as it dried. A breeze moved through the corridor of stone, sharp with dust and iron filings. The street rang like a forge with voices, hooves, bells, and chain. Kael had never seen so many kinds of wealth stitched into one place. Every tile, every sign, every accent in the air declared ambition. Kael craned his neck. He saw a woman in a sea-glass gown, a merchant in northern furs, and a knight in green armor speaking into a brass tube attached to his belt. A hawk perched on the man's shoulder, its eyes alert as any guards. Further up, street performers danced atop stilts, their painted faces twisted in joy or warning. One of the stilt walkers held a mask in each hand, one laughing, one grimacing. As they passed, he turned both masks toward Kael and winked. Kael shivered. A sign carved into marble read, "Spire Gate District, entry under watch." Fergus pointed toward one of the massive pulley systems, eyes gleaming. "That pulley could lift a cow. Bet it could lift Thorn, too, if we tied his hat to it." Thorn turned to Kael with a grin, nudging him lightly. "Ready for this? Or still dreaming about Cinderfeld's chickens?" Kael smiled faintly, eyes lingering on the banners above. No dreams left, just the road ahead. He meant it, but it felt like something else spoke the words. Some part of him had already crossed a threshold he hadn't noticed. This wasn't a dream, it was a forge, and he was being reshaped. They passed a square tiled with green stone, where a fountain sprayed mist into the air. Children danced through it barefoot, shrieking with laughter. Kael saw a statue of King Tauren III, eyes stern, sword drawn, cast in bronze so polished it reflected the sky. Then came the coronation banners, streaming from balconies and balconies high above, The emblem of Vel Seren, a silver stag on a field of dusk blue, fluttered in the wind. Kael's steps slowed as the banners snapped overhead. He felt something knot in his chest. Not fear, not quite, not pride either, just scale, and how small he was in the middle of it. A voice rang out from a raised platform nearby. "By the light of the Veil Stone, let all gather. The full moon rises in 3 days. Coronation! Coronation!" Kael's chest tightened. He looked to his father. Kaelric had stopped, eyes fixed on the banners. Kaelric's voice came quiet and steady beside him. "It's real now, not a story anymore." The crowd surged again, and they were swept up with it, carried deeper into the city. Kael let go of the edge of his scarf and let it fall loose against his neck. The air wasn't clean, but it was full of breath, of history, of danger, of promise. And Kael, just for a moment, stopped resisting. Chapter 8. The Tour. Excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener, scribbled beneath shuttered lanterns. Vel Seren gleams above, but its shadow grows inward. Beneath gold domes and jugglers' smiles, old blood seeps between the stones. Walls whisper names that no longer wear faces. Some paths circle truth, others feed it to the dark. Coins shine brightest just before they fall. The sun dipped lower behind Vel Seren's skyline, throwing long copper shadows across the cobbled streets. As they neared the alley, the buildings pressed closer together, their brick faces blotched with mildew and smoke scars. Windows blinked with half-shuttered suspicion, and the smells of salt, sweat, and something charred clung to the air like a warning. Laughter rang out from a nearby doorway, sharp, bitter, the kind of laugh that came with missing teeth. Kael slowed his steps, scanning the walls as if the stone itself might whisper secrets. Even Darren walked quieter now, his usual swagger dimmed by the way shadows gathered at every crossway like conspirators. Thorn muttered something under his breath about the smell of rats and politics. Kaelric's face stayed unreadable, but he rubbed his thumb against the edge of his palm, a nervous habit Kael hadn't seen since the funeral. The old man's eyes flicked up toward the rooftops as if expecting watchers, or worse. Fergus, for once, said nothing. A short walk later, the group stood outside a weather-worn inn, the kind of place that tried to look charming but only managed overpriced discomfort. Its sign, a golden tankard faded to beige, swung weakly in the breeze, nearly invisible beneath a crust of sea salt. The front door was flanked by 2 half-dead shrubs leaning outward, like they were trying to escape the alley entirely. Wooden shutters hung at strange angles from second-story windows, some propped open with broken spoons, one with a carved bone that might have been someone's knuckle once. The smell of stale beer, boiled cabbage, and something vaguely resembling old vinegar wafted from within. Darren turned to Thorn with a grin. 5 silver a night for a room this close to the square. You won't find better, promise. Best deal this side of the Vale Gate. Swear it. Fergus leaned in, whispering, 5 silver? For this? Bet the floor creaks louder than our barge. Caloric muttered something about daylight robbery, but handed over the coins. The innkeeper, a squat man with a permanent sweat patch and a voice like boots on gravel, barely looked up as he passed over tarnished keys strung with unraveling red cord. Upstairs, they took 2 rooms, tight but tolerable. The stairs moaned like an old dog, and the hall smelled of onions, mildew, and something almost floral, which was somehow worse. The rooms were dim, the beds low to the ground and wrapped in threadbare wool. A cracked wash basin sat on a stand so crooked it leaned toward the door like a conspirator. Outside the single warped window, a mangy alley cat disemboweled a pigeon with the grace of a tax collector. Still, there were beds. A gust of wind rattled the warped window pane, drawing a faint creak from the shutters. The alley cat outside paused in its gruesome task just long enough to hiss at nothing, ears flat, back arched, then returned to its work, feathers drifting like ash across the sill. Kael cast a glance at the cracked basin, its bowl still stained with rust and old soap. A spider had laid claim to the corner of the wall, its web catching flecks of light like a net of silver thread. The room was still, oppressively so. No innkeeper's voice, no street noise from below, just the muffled sound of his own breathing. He let his pack slip from his shoulder. Kael dropped his pack and sank into the nearest one, stirring a puff of dust into the golden afternoon light. Downstairs, the tavern crowd had thickened. Murmurs and tankards clinked under flickering lanterns. Somewhere behind the bar, a lute player struck a melancholy chord that went ignored. The inn seemed to settle into itself as twilight arrived, breathing damp through the floorboards and turning the narrow halls into veins of gloom. Kaelric and Brinjar had already withdrawn to their rooms, the latter without a word. Kael had tried, for a moment, to shake off the heaviness of the city, the way it loomed even indoors. But it lingered, like soot in the lungs. A knock. Darren poked his head into the room, eyes gleaming. "How about a tour?" Darren said, poking his head into the room, eyes gleaming. "1 silver each. I'll show you the sights, the secrets, and where not to get stabbed. Trust me, you'll dodge the Zal's knives with my lead." Thorn clapped Darren on the shoulder. "For us 3 and the old men, let's see if your secrets outshine Vel Serin's maids." Kaelric shook his head. "You young folks go enjoy yourselves. These bones weren't made for marble roads." Brinjar said simply, "I've somewhere else to be," then slipped into the hallway and vanished down the alley like smoke, faster than a man his age should move. Darren led the trio through twisting lanes, then stopped at a wall covered in faded murals, one depicting 3 stags racing across a battlefield. A boarded stairway yawned open at its base. Darren winked. Shortcut. They ducked inside. As they stepped through the boarded stairway, a breath of cold met them, earthbound and metallic. The noise of the city above faded as if sealed behind glass. A single torch in Darren's hand cast long, twitching shadows down the corridor, illuminating crumbling stonework and water stains shaped like claw marks. The stone corridor sloped downward, the scent of damp earth, old wine, and rusted iron thickening with every step. Graffiti, some in symbols Kael didn't recognize, stretched across walls like scars. Kael slowed to look at one of the markings. An angular script in faded green, its curves too smooth to be human. It reminded him of something Brinjar had muttered on the barge about old roads and older gods. He reached out, fingertips brushing the wall. The stone was warm, too warm. Fergus noticed and whispered, "That's not just graffiti. Someone meant something by that." Darren kept walking. Fergus stepped carefully. "You sure this isn't a tomb?" Darren didn't answer. They rounded a bend where the passage widened into a chamber with a vaulted ceiling. Arched supports had once been decorative. Now they leaned at precarious angles, webbed with decay. Kael caught a glimpse of rusted hooks embedded in the wall, and something that might have once been chains. The air changed here, charged, as if their presence had triggered a memory the stone couldn't forget. Ahead, movement, the whisper of metal on stone, muffled voices. They crept closer and peeked around the bend. 3 cloaked figures huddled by a flickering lantern. One held a box marked with glowing red runes, which pulsed like a heartbeat. Something inside it gave off a sound like stone grinding against bone. Darin hissed, "Back, now!" They retreated in silence. When they emerged above ground, Kael's breath came faster than he wanted to admit. Thorn let out a breath and asked, "What was that?" Darin answered, "Vel Serin's underbelly. The Verin aren't the only ones casting shadows here. Some coins don't shine, they stain." By the time they surfaced, the sky above Vel Serin had deepened to violet. The street lights, glass orbs on iron stems, began to hum faintly as they awakened, casting pools of blue light across the cobblestones. Darin led them down a side street marked by tiled mosaics, their surfaces chipped but still vibrant beneath the grime. The noise of the city returned like a crashing tide, bells ringing, traders shouting, and somewhere a rhythmic clapping that kept time with unseen drums. The contrast to the hush of the underpass made Kael's skin itch, as if they'd stepped not into the same city, but a parallel version pulsing with life and danger. They re-entered the open city near a textile market, where banners in cobalt, crimson, and ochre snapped in the wind. Street performers juggled glass daggers, their steps timed to drums. One juggler wore a mirrored mask, another a full wolf's pelt. Near the edge of the plaza, an artist dabbed crimson paint onto a wide mural of the Veilstone, floating above two figures. One had the graceful bearing of Eliana. The other's face was blacked out with rough slashes. The blacked-out figure loomed larger than the others, its silhouette oddly familiar in posture, regal but reluctant. Crimson brushstrokes over the face looked hastily applied, as if in anger. Beneath the mural, someone had scrawled in charcoal, "Memory burns longer than decree." Kael stared at the message. Something about the rawness of it scratched at a part of him he didn't yet have words for. Fergus asked quietly, "Why cover one?" The artist snorted and replied, "That one was the people's guardian last spring. Rewritten by decree this moon. The crown's got a new face every season. Truth's just paint now." Daring gave a small, almost respectful nod toward the painter, then turned to the mural again. "He's not wrong," he muttered. That was Commander Talvin, a hero until his mistress got caught whispering in a Varin ear. They stripped him from every corner of the city in a week, left his body swinging in the quiet square. Kael blinked. What was his crime? Darin just shrugged, mistrusting the wrong people. A guard in a silver-plumed helm growled, "You've got till dusk to repaint that properly. No more blasphemy on public stone." Darin moved quickly. "Come on. Bold painters don't live long in this quarter." As they moved away from the plaza, the city's tone shifted again. The noise thinned, the laughter turned quieter, more refined. Stone gave way to inlaid brick, and wrought iron balconies arched over the road like ivy-covered ribs. Carriages rattled past with polished wood and silent wheels, bearing nobles whose robes glimmered faintly with rune stitching. Warded, Kael guessed, though against what he didn't know. Guards here stood straighter, eyes sharper. Even the air smelled different, less sweat and spice, more lavender and alchemical smoke. It felt like a place where truth wore a velvet mask. Kael noticed Darin's steps slow slightly. Less swagger, more caution. The thief might have grown up in the gutters of Vel Serin, but here the shadows didn't welcome familiarity. They watched back. They passed beneath the Veil Gate, a massive iron arch flanked by twin lion statues. Behind it, golden domes shimmered and smoke spiraled from copper chimneys. This was the boundary of royal influence, the city's palace spine. Beyond lay alchemists' shops, incense vendors, and scroll stalls where quills hovered above parchment by unseen spell. Fergus lingered at one stall, watching a quill trace a diagram of what looked like a self-folding bridge. Gods, he muttered. "That's cleaner than I write with both hands and a ruler." The vendor, a robed woman with bronze spectacles, gave him a sharp smile. "It charges by the stroke." They moved on, weaving between spice sellers with perfumed satchels and alchemists hawking flasks of glittering liquid that promised everything from eternal vigor to silkier beards. Kael gave a wide berth to one that hissed like boiling glass. Then they turned onto a polished avenue where the crowds thinned. Marble steps led up to storefronts with gold filigree lettering and enchanted lanterns flickering in suspended crystal. The tobacconist's shop stood like a shrine, glass immaculate, stone facade veined with pale quartz, and inside, clerks in grey and gold tunics moved like priests at prayer. Kael paused at a tobacconist's window. The bags were lined in velvet, displayed on marble stands. The labels were gilded. Kael stared and muttered, "That's tobacco?" Cinderfeld's crop could outshine that in its sleep. He leaned in closer. Each bag bore not just a name, but a sigil, crest-like emblems inlaid with silver thread. Noble Reserve, Autumn Red, Ilaran's Ember. Some even had wax seals affixed with arcane glyphs. Kael's fingers curled slightly. The tobacco his father grew, sun-cured, soil-rich, wrapped in burlap, looked nothing like this. And yet, it smelled better. He was sure of it. Thorn scoffed. "1 gold a bag? That's criminal." Darren nodded. "Eastern fields burned, and Western tobacco is rare now. That shop's run by nobles. Their customers don't bargain, they collect." Kael lingered a moment longer before stepping away. The street ahead had been swept clean. No vendors, no foot traffic, just the expectation of something regal. On either side of the avenue, citizens gathered with quiet urgency. They lined the road 3 rows deep, held in check by a mix of silver-cloaked guards and golden rope barriers. Children sat on shoulders. Some adults clutched flags sewn in stag and flame patterns. Others just stared ahead as if unsure whether to cheer or kneel. A woman nearby whispered, "They said she wears no crown because the people gave her one in their hearts." Kael didn't know what to make of that. Darren just rolled his eyes. Trumpets sounded. Crowds shifted. A golden carriage rolled through the avenue, flanked by white-cloaked guards on horses. At its center sat a young woman, upright and poised. Her hair caught the light like woven dawn, and even without a crown, she commanded silence. Even Kael, who had no taste for politics or processions, found himself pausing. Eliana didn't smile, didn't wave. Her gaze swept the crowd with calm precision, as if seeing not just faces, but the weight each one carried. Her cloak shimmered silver, and at her hip hung a sword with a stag-hilt pommel that gleamed beneath the sun. Velserin's legacy, unmistakable even from a distance. A murmur moved through the crowd, like wind through wheat. Not applause, reverence, as if breathing too loudly might break the moment. Fergus said in a hushed voice, "That's her." Darren said softly, "Crown Princess Eliana. Steel in her spine. She's the last light of Velserin." Behind her came another procession, blacker, slower. Then, like a shadow overtaking sunlight, the tone shifted. Crimson banners, black armored riders, and at their front, a woman clad in shadow-dark silks, her gaze unblinking. Darren's tone dropped. House Verin. Her eyes passed over them, lingering just a heartbeat too long. Kael didn't know what it was, cold, pressure, or something older, but he felt it. The moment her gaze touched them, the world dulled. Sound dimmed, color thinned. It was like staring into a well and realizing it had no bottom. And worse, Something was swimming up to meet you. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her presence carved silence like a knife. A man behind them swore softly, then crossed himself. Kael stiffened. A chill threaded down his spine. Darren added under his breath, "Selmira Varin. Her gaze alone ends deals. If she remembers your face, forget sleeping soundly." Kael said nothing. He couldn't. The inn had gone quiet. Muffled snores drifted from behind paper-thin walls, and the tavern downstairs had given way to silence, unsettling in a city that rarely slept. Kael stood by the warped window for a long while, watching smoke from distant chimneys twist into the stars. The glow of the palace district still hung on the horizon like a second moon. He couldn't sleep, not with the weight of the day still coiled behind his ribs. The Varin woman's eyes haunted him, not because they were cruel, but because they had seen him, known him, and dismissed him. His boots barely made a sound as he padded down the hallway, past Thorne's room and the stairwell. Every step creaked just enough to make him flinch. That night, Kael slipped outside to the alley behind the inn. Brynjar crouched there, sharpening a blade in slow, even strokes. Each pass of stone on steel hissed like a whispered warning. Didn't look up at first. The rhythm of his sharpening was deliberate, ritualistic even. A long pull, a pause, a turn of the blade. Sparks danced occasionally, tiny fireflies vanishing into the dark. His armor sat beside him in a neat pile, its buckles worn smooth from decades of use. Kael realized he'd never seen the old man fully out of it before. Kael said, "You were right. This city, it's beautiful, but it feels dangerous, like the stone listens." Brynjar didn't pause as he said, "It does." Kael sat beside him on an overturned crate. The stone beneath the crate felt warm, not from the day's heat, it had cooled long ago, but from something deeper, something alive. Kael shifted, uneasy, but said nothing. Kael asked, "You knew that woman, Selmira, didn't you?" Brynjar looked up, eyes hard. Brynjar looked up and said, "I knew her father, and his. The Varin don't forget. They don't forgive. They smile in daylight and kill under moons." A gust of wind stirred Brynjar's cloak. He paused, eyes narrowing toward the rooftops. Once, long ago, the Varin held sway over half the east. Their banners flew black, not just in color, but in intent. They don't conquer to rule. They conquer to remember. Kael frowned. Remember what? Brynjar's smile thinned. What they think was stolen. Kael pressed. "Why are they here?" Brynjar said quietly, "Because ashes can still burn. Because the throne hasn't forgotten the blood it once cost to build. Because something stirs in the east, and some want it unleashed." Kael stared at him. "You're not just some warrior, are you?" Brynjar gave a tight, tired smile. "I'm what's left." The hall creaked under Kael's feet as he climbed the stairs, his mind still tangled in the image of Selmira Varin's gaze and in the velvet-lined tobacconist's window. There had been wealth there, real and raw, not just coin, but something older, influence, power you could hold, weigh, sell, and build with. He didn't know if it made him proud or afraid that their crop could fetch that kind of attention. Outside, Vel Seren whispered with the sound of distant revelry and closer silence, a city preparing itself, or bracing. He passed Fergus's door, light off. Thorne's room glowed faintly from beneath the threshold, flickering as if from candlelight or restless thought. Kael paused briefly, then moved on. Upstairs, Kael found Kaelic at the window, sipping tea. His shoulders were rigid. He hadn't even noticed Kael's entrance. His eyes were fixed on the skyline, on something beyond the domes and copper rooftops. Kael followed his gaze and saw nothing unusual. But then again, Kaelig had always seen father. Kael said to his father, "The tobacconist shop. It's charging a gold a bag. We've got spares. We could." Kaelric cut him off. "Not yet. Not while House Varin walks the same streets we do. Coin's a poor shield if it paints a target on your back." He spoke the words calmly, but Kael caught the way his father's knuckles tightened on the windowsill. The tea sat untouched now, steam rising, forgotten. Kael hesitated. "We could hide it better, smuggle it in with the river traders, start slow." Kaelric turned, and for a moment, Kael saw the man who'd once stared down a blade to protect a shipment no bigger than a satchel. "That's how the Verin got their foothold here," he said. "Not through armies, through trade, through favors, through promises wrapped in coin." Kael said nothing, but his jaw tensed. Kael sank onto the bed beside him. Kael asked, "When will we know it's safe?" Kaelric set the cup down slowly. "When danger stops whispering and starts screaming, then we'll know who to trust." Kael nodded. He looked out at Velserin's skyline, where domes caught starlight and smoke laced the moon. A bell tolled in the distance, 3 quick chimes, then silence. Not a temple bell. Something else. No one seemed to react. Perhaps only the city itself had heard it. Kael stared at the distant shimmer of the palace, its tallest spire catching moonlight like a spear point. The tension in his chest didn't ease. It shifted, hardened. He didn't know what would come next, but whatever it was, he knew this city would demand something from him, something he hadn't yet named. Even now, the city pulsed like a living thing, waiting to test them, change them, or consume them. Chapter 9. The Coronation. Excerpt from the dream writings of Seraphine the Listener, inscribed beneath the crown's first shadow. When horns sound and gods are named, the veil thins. Not all crowns are chosen. Some fall like stones into waiting hands. A city breathes for its sovereign, but it watches those who catch what was never meant to be thrown. What gleams at dawn may draw blades by dusk. The road behind them still clung faintly to their clothes. Dust in the seams of Kael's cloak, campfire smoke in Fergus's collar. They had come from silence, from the hush of trees and whisper of riverbanks, and now this. This storm of life, it wasn't just noise or color, it was pressure. A thrum beneath their boots, like the city had veins of copper and fire, pumping towards something it hadn't felt in years. The city of Velserin pulsed like a living thing. After weeks of road dust, firelight, and river mist, the boys found themselves swept into the current of something vast and electric. The coronation of Crown Princess Eliana was tomorrow, and it felt as though the very air had been struck by lightning. Every alley tingled with anticipation. Every breath carried the taste of change. Kael paused at the edge of a plaza where jugglers tossed flaming orbs in time with a dulcimer's steady rhythm. A child with painted sunbursts on her cheeks ran past him, trailing golden ribbon from each wrist. She giggled like it was the only sound that mattered. He looked up and saw petals, white and red, fluttering down from a balcony overhead. Someone was throwing them by the handful into the wind. A woman in a robe of violet and gold laughed beside him, offering Fergus a candied fig. "Today," she said, "we are all Velserin." Then she vanished into the crowd like a note plucked from a harp string. Silken banners of crimson and gold rippled from balconies high above the streets, their house sigils fluttering like wild hearts in the wind. Velvet-draped scaffolds were erected overnight. Lanterns of colored glass were strung across avenues where vendors shouted final sales. Minstrels performed dueling ballads, and children darted between carts with paper crowns and painted faces. A small parade wound past, a trio of dancers in feathered cloaks twirling behind a man playing a bone flute. The instrument's music was hollow and eerie, but the crowd loved it. Kael watched them vanish into a side street and wondered how long they had practiced for this one day. He turned to Thorn, who was smirking at a stall where a merchant offered coronation kisses in silver foil. "It's like the whole city forgot it had problems," Thorn muttered. Kael wasn't so sure it had. Bells rang from the towers, sometimes harmoniously, sometimes not. It felt like the city was practicing its heartbeat, rehearsing for something sacred. Kael had never seen so much color, so many faces. Languages twisted around him like braided cords, accents from the desert, the frozen north, the far seas. Strangers laughed together, argued over spices, danced in wide arcs of perfume and patchwork silk. At a market corner, an old woman handed Kael a handful of sweet root. "For luck," she said, patting his hand. She didn't know his name. No one did. And still, they celebrated together. The common room had settled into a low murmur, travelers nursing their last ales, a few locals hunched over stew, and the innkeeper noisily wiping the same mug for the fourth time. The smell of roasting onion skin drifted in from the kitchen, not unpleasant but heavy. Candlelight flickered against the warped glass of the windows, bending the outside world into a smear of gold and shadow. Kael sat with Fergus and Thorn at a side table, a mostly empty plate between them. None of them said much. The mood had thickened as dusk fell, as if the weight of what was coming had finally arrived and taken a seat beside them. Fergus picked at a crack in the table. "What if they don't let us in?" Thorn scoffed. "Please, with my face?" Kael wasn't listening. He kept glancing toward the door, his thoughts still half-rooted in the crown-shaped pastries and flame jugglers, the way the city had both dazzled and unsettled him. It was beautiful, yes, but sharp around the edges. Then came the sound. Not a bang, just a click. A boot on the threshold. That evening, as the light slanted gold through the inn's warped windows, Brynjar returned. He walked into the common room like a blade drawn from oil, quiet but undeniable. A rolled parchment under one arm, a pouch of coins in the other. His boots clicked once on the threshold, and then silence. His armor was gone, replaced by a tunic of black wool with silver trim. Still plain, still worn, but dignified in a way Kael hadn't seen before. Around his waist, his sword still hung, but even that seemed changed, polished, clean, almost ceremonial now. The room quieted, not fully, but enough that every voice dropped by half a tone. A man by the hearth sat up straighter. One of the serving girls stilled mid-step. He dropped the pouch onto the table with a clink so solid it turned heads. Brynjar dropped the pouch onto the table with a solid clink. "I hope none of you plan to sleep in. We've got somewhere to be, and not dressed like dockhands." Kael stared at the pouch. "What did you do?" Brynjar gave a dry shrug, tight across his shoulders. "Collected a debt. Been owed 47 years back pay for service to the crown." He shrugged, though the motion sat tight across his shoulders. Brynjar continued. "Didn't much care to collect it before, but I thought maybe, just maybe, today was the day." Fergus blinked. "Wait, back pay? You serve the crown?" Brynjar nodded toward the boys with measured calm. "Aye, Kingsguard, to Tauren's father, the one who ended the Great War." The silence that followed landed like snow, quiet but heavy. Even Thorn, for once, didn't interrupt. Kaelric, who had emerged from the stairwell partway through the conversation, leaned against the wall and watched with an expression Kael hadn't seen before. Not skepticism, not suspicion, something older. Recognition, maybe, or respect. "I've seen enough war," Bryn said at last, voice soft as worn leather. "Figured it was time I saw something beautiful." Vel Seren's artisan quarter breathed differently than the festival avenues. Here the noise dimmed, not from lack of life, but from a kind of precision. Every sound was purposeful. Hammer against chisel, brush against silk, quiet laughter behind thick drapes. They passed lamplit windows where jewelers worked beneath magnifying glass globes, their hands steady as fate. A copperworker swept golden filings into a silk pouch with a reverence Kael usually reserved for burial rites. Even the cobblestones here had patterns carved into them, waves, knots, sigils, half-worn but lovingly preserved. Bryn Jar moved through it all like he'd never left. His pace slowed just slightly, as if memories clung to the doorways. He offered no commentary, but Kael noticed the glance he gave to a shuttered bookstore and the way he ran a calloused hand across a fountain's marble edge without seeming to realize it. Bryn led them through the artisan quarter, past shuttered apothecaries and bakeries that still whispered cinnamon through their seams. The tailor's shop sat beneath a flowering archway of moon vines, their pale blossoms glowing like ghosts in the lantern light. Inside, the air was warm with lavender, fresh-cut cloth, and the quiet rustle of wealth. Bolts of fabric lined the walls like holy banners, lapis silk, green velvet, storm-grey linen trimmed in gold leaf. Candles burned beside brass shears sharp enough to split thread mid-air. A silver-haired man stepped forward, his measuring tape draped around his neck like a priest's stole. He paused only a second on Bryn Jar's scarred face before bowing, not to a customer, but to a memory. Fergus's mouth opened, then closed again. Even Thorn didn't speak. The moment settled over them like velvet. Something had shifted. This wasn't just about clothes, it was ceremony. The kind only cities remembered how to perform. Without words, he set to work. Kael in deep blue, cuffs threaded in burnished gold. The shade made his shoulders seem broader, his stance firmer. Thorn in fitted with the kind of arrogance that looked better tailored. Fergus in green and copper, his smile oddly bashful as he turned before the mirror. They stood together, not boys in travel cloaks, but figures on the edge of story. Fergus looked down at his coat with mild disbelief. "Do we really look like nobles?" Bryn Jar gave a crooked smile. "Not quite, but close enough to walk into the palace tomorrow without anyone asking who your father is." Kael adjusted the hem of his sleeve, voice uncertain. "And that's enough." Bryn Jar gestured to his chest with practiced calm. "For now, it is. The rest comes after." Outside, bells rang the 7th hour. A wind carried the scent of lavender, burning oil, and old stone. Kael stepped through the shop's threshold and felt the weight of the city shift. Something had changed. It would not shift back. Before dawn, the city exhaled. Kael stood by the inn's window, staring at the stillness outside. The streets were not empty. Shadows moved even now. But something had changed. The silence wasn't absence, it was breath held, a collective inhale, waiting for what came next. He barely spoke as they dressed. The fine clothes no longer felt like costumes, they fit too well. When they stepped into the alley, the city was already stirring. Banners were being re-anchored with fresh ribbon, small fires were lit in incense bowls on every corner. Jasmine, myrrh, lavender, making the air feel like a temple. Dawn broke over Vel Serin in a fanfare of bells and the smell of fresh bread and jasmine oil. People flooded the boulevards in robes, armor, festival garb, and face paint. The city felt bigger, like it had grown overnight to fit the moment. The people had changed too. They didn't move like citizens anymore. They moved like pilgrims. A woman passed with her son in tow. Both wore white, sashes marked with sunbursts painted in saffron. Behind them walked a pair of tall men with skin like polished basalt and coats stitched in blue flame patterns Kael had never seen before. One of them spoke to a passing guardsman in a language that sounded like cracked ice over fire. A festival had become a gathering of the world. Bryn Jar led them through tight alleys and guarded thresholds, every turn taken with confidence that spoke of past knowledge. The guards gave nods without challenge. he still remembered the paths of kings. At one checkpoint, a young soldier in shining brass paused to inspect them. He barely glanced at their parchment before stepping back with a sharp bow, not to them, but to Brinjar. "Honor walk, sir," he said. Brinjar offered a nod that might have once meant command, and honor returned. Kael's stomach knotted. Whatever Brinjar had been, it still carried weight. When they reached the royal promenade, the boys stopped in place. Marble pillars rose like a forest of stone. Silken banners wrapped the columns. A vast amphitheater, rimmed with terraced seating, towered above a central silver dais wreathed in petals. Brinjar handed over a parchment and a coin whose weight matched the pouch from last night. They were escorted, not guided, escorted, to seats just off the center of the high front rows. Kael's breath caught. He could see the stage's grain, the threadwork of veils, the embroidery on the royal guards' tabards. The crowd swelled, tens of thousands. Merchants in embroidered coats, desert nobles in gold-dusted wraps, soldiers in ceremonial armor, priests, foreign emissaries. Every kingdom had sent its name, its heir, its symbol. Directly across the amphitheater, a group of warriors wore armor made of curved bone and lacquered seashell. Their banner showed a wave crashing over a sunken tower. To their left, 2 veiled women bore the mark of the Eastern Covenant, a broken chain set in a ring of fire. Kael whispered, "How many kingdoms are there?" Fergus, still stunned, replied, "More than I ever read about." Fergus, eyes wide, whispered equations no one could hear. Thorn, already preening in his seat, didn't even try to hide his awe. Kael sat still. He had never been in a place so loud and yet so reverent. "Is it always like this?" Fergus finally asked. Brinjar didn't look away from the royal tier. No, not even close. Kael had just begun to breathe normally again when it shifted. It wasn't the silence that struck first. It was the stillness. A sudden pause in the breeze, in the murmur of robes and armor, in the tilt of heads and lift of prayer hands. It was like the crowd had been caught blinking during an eclipse. Somewhere to their left, a child stopped crying mid-sob. Even the pigeons on the upper terrace rails seemed to hold their wings. Kael didn't know what had arrived yet, but he felt it. Then the hush came. Not silence, not absence of sound, something sharper. The crowd rippled. House Varin had arrived. The change was chemical. The joy bled out of the air like color from a dying ember. Where Eliana had entered like dawn, the Varin came like dusk, with no warmth, only finality. A man in front of them, dressed in wine-colored robes, made a warding sign on his chest. Quietly, as if to do it openly would invite attention. Their banner, a stag's skull on black, unfurled above them like a curse remembered. Black armor, polished until it gleamed like obsidian, trimmed in blood-red enamel. Their ranks moved perfectly in time, with a precision that felt unnatural. No joy, no pageantry, just purpose. Their armor caught the sun like oil slicks, gleaming but dark, the kind of shine that didn't reflect warmth. Their helms bore antlers carved of black iron. Even their boots struck the stone with the same rhythm, a heartbeat of iron. One, one, one. Kael had seen military discipline before. This wasn't that. This was ritual. Their box, just below the royal tier, was a reminder. You are not the only power here. One woman stood slightly apart, Cruciatar Varin, her robes black but laced in violet thread that caught the light like veins. Her eyes were too pale, almost colorless. Her movement was measured, feline, each step slow and exacting. She wore no visible armor, but somehow that made her more dangerous. It was not the robes that protected her. It was certainty. Cruciatar Varen's eyes scanned the dais, the royal tier, the crowd, and then they found Kael. She leaned forward, a whisper, a flick of her fingers. Cruciatar Varen wrinkled her nose with a sneer. Who let pig farmers buy front row seats? Her gaze narrowed. Recognition sparked. She leaned forward slightly, voice sharp with memory. It's them, from the road. Her smile curled, not cruel, but calculated, like a blade not yet drawn. Kael's throat tightened. Her gaze didn't need to shout. It insinuated. It measured worth the way a butcher might evaluate a side of meat. Behind her, a younger Varen noble leaned close. His lips barely moved. A spell? A comment? It didn't matter. Kael didn't hear it, but he felt it pass through him like a cold draft through a locked room. Her voice dropped low and cutting. They smelled of shit, and cheap shit at that. The noble beside her, a tall man with hair like coal, chuckled. His eyes lingered on Kael, but Cruciatar's attention didn't break. Thorn muttered to Kael, eyes locked on the Varen box. Remind me why we're not punching people at royal events. Kael replied flatly, jaw tight. Because we're here to watch a coronation, not start a war. Fergus whispered, keeping his eyes on the Varen. Pretty sure they'd win. Brynjar's hand drifted to the hilt of his ceremonial dagger, just in case. A moment before the horns, a single dove broke from the upper rafters of the amphitheater. It cut across the sky like a slice of ivory against blue, and the crowd followed it with their eyes, as if it carried a prophecy on its wings. Kael didn't realize he was holding his breath until he heard Thorn do the same. Then, sound returned. Brass and fire and history. The horns blared. Princess Eliana entered the arena in a hush like snowfall. She wore a gown that shimmered like woven dawn, white silk layered with golden thread so fine it moved like flame. Her hair was braided and coiled, laced with pearls and silver wire, each step a stroke on marble. Each movement was intentional, not rehearsed, but remembered. She wasn't walking, she was arriving. Whispers chased her steps. Titles, rumors, prayers. Kael heard fragments. Delavar's heir, Queen of Flame, protector of the River Throne. But none of it mattered once she reached the dais. She simply stood, tall and quiet, and the city stilled again. The crowd rose to its feet, and for one breathless moment, no one moved. She walked without guards, no throne behind her, just herself. And the stage. It struck Kael then. This wasn't just a coronation. It was a reckoning. A woman walking into the shape of something larger than herself, something carved from blood, oath, and time. His chest tightened, not with fear, but with the strange ache of bearing witness. Kael's heart pounded. She was not just royal. She was the idea of renewal made flesh. The High Oracle's voice rang out, echoing across the amphitheater, ancient words of oaths, kingdoms, gods. Eliana repeated them, calm and unwavering. Kael didn't understand the words. The language was older than anything spoken in the fields of Cinderfeld, but the rhythm of it stirred something inside him, like hearing a lullaby your mother never sang but that you somehow remembered. A circlet, simple gold veined with sun crystal, was placed upon her brow. She bowed her head. She had become Valseren. The amphitheater did not erupt into applause. It exhaled, a low, reverent breath. Then stillness again, like the world had momentarily come into alignment. And then, from her sleeve, she drew the sunburst charm. It glinted, gold and ivory, shapes like the morning star. No ceremony, no herald, she threw it. The charm spun through the air like a comet. For Kael, time slowed. He didn't see the stage anymore. He saw the river barge, The embers of old campfires, the scar on Brynjar's hand, the glint of Fergus's copper tools, Thorn's smirk in the dark, Kaelric's calloused fingers breaking soil in spring. All of it pulsed in his chest. And then, Kael's hands moved before he could think. The charm landed squarely in his palm. The crowd gasped. Guards straightened. Nobles craned their necks. The sound wasn't panic. It was impact, as if the city itself had drawn a sharp breath. The amphitheater seemed to bend around Kael, not physically, but perceptually. He could feel the moment wrapping around him like a net of gold thread and suspicion. People pointed, murmured. A few rose from their seats. The ripple of reaction moved like wind through tall grass, swift and impossible to stop. Fergus stared at Kael, voice hushed. "Kael, you caught it." Kael answered, stunned. "I didn't mean to, it just came to me." His hand still tingled where the charm had landed. Not pain, not heat, more like the buzz of thunderclouds waiting to choose a strike point. The metal was warm, and beneath the gleam of sunburst and ivory, he could feel faint indentations. Runes, maybe, or glyphs. They didn't glow, but they didn't rest either. He turned the charm slightly. One edge caught the light and reflected it back toward the royal days. Eliana was already facing away, but she had known exactly where to throw. Thorn grinned sideways at Kael. "You realize every noble here now wants to skin you alive, right?" Behind them, Crosiatar Varin said coldly from behind, "Oh look, the peasant caught a prize." Kael didn't flinch, but he felt her words lodge under his skin like slivers of ice. From the corner of his eye, he could see her leaning forward again, lips parting slightly, hungry, calculating, as if Kael had not caught a symbol, but claimed a challenge she had been waiting to answer. Kael didn't turn. He didn't need to. The charm in his hand was warm from the sun, its metal engraved with runes he didn't understand. The warmth hadn't faded. If anything, it deepened, as though his hand was slowly adjusting to it, or it to him. Behind them, someone whispered, "Marked." Another voice countered, "Chosen." A third, "Fool." Kael's jaw clenched. He didn't feel chosen. He felt seen. Not as a person, but as a spark tossed into kindling. Brynjar spoke softly beside him. "Best keep that safe, lad. A favor like that, it's not just for show." Kael nodded slowly, his gaze rising to Eliana. She had already turned away. She never looked back. But the city had. And it would not forget. Even as Kael lowered his hand, he knew the weight of what had happened would not fall today. It would fall tomorrow, and every day after. Chapter 10. The Journey Home. Excerpt from the Forgotten Leaves of Seraphine the Listener, written beneath a moon that waned in blood. Return is not escape. Roads remember, even when cities do not. The crown may grant favor, but the shadow it casts reaches further than gold can follow. Where old blades fall, new ones rise. Mark the boy who carries fire in one hand and blood in the other. The road from Vel Serin stretched long and cold, coiled like a scar across the spine of the west. Gone was the music of the city. Gone the color, the perfume, the light. They moved in silence now, 8 travelers down from 10. 2 stayed behind. 1 for love, 1 for duty. Their absence rode quietly with the others, filling the spaces where laughter once lived. The rhythms of the road, once marked by banter and jests, had become muted, unshared. Every silence felt like it used to be someone else's voice. Kael kept looking back over his shoulder, as if expecting to see them chasing to catch up, waving, cursing the delay. They never were. Kael's pouch clinked with coronation coin. Thorn's handkerchief, once white, was now a tattered flag of everything they'd lost and left behind, and Bryn Jar, grizzled and grim, walked like a man pacing the edge of a grave he'd already dug. Their packs were lighter, their hearts heavier. The laughter of the journey south was gone, replaced by the sound of boots on gravel, wind through bare branches, and the occasional murmur of unease that none voiced aloud. The air had a sharpness now, like a blade just drawn from scabbard. Even the birds were quieter, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. It felt as though they had passed through some unseen veil, one separating not lands, but lives. What had begun as a journey forward now curled backward into something stranger. They weren't just leaving the city, they were re-entering a world that had changed while they were away. Kael led with quiet resolve, his weathered cloak blending with the dust and bark around them. Each step seemed slower than the last, not from weariness, but from watchfulness. Fergus's notebook remained shut. No sketches, no notes. Just his fingers twitching against the leather spine like a man trying to remember how to write his name. Thorn, ever full of bluster and mischief, hadn't spoken more than a dozen words all day. His jokes had dried up somewhere between the river and the foothills. Kael brought up the rear. His eyes flicked from tree to tree. Shadows moved where none should have. "You feel it?" he whispered, falling into step beside Bryn Jar. The old warrior's gaze didn't shift. Like a storm waiting to break. Keep your hand near the blade. On the third night, they made camp in a hollow ringed by twisted pines, their branches curling like skeletal fingers overhead. The moon hung low and sickle-shaped, a silver wound in a bruised sky. Their fire was small, no more than embers, enough to warm fingers, not courage. Kael crouched near the edge of the firelight, arms wrapped around his knees. The stillness wasn't peaceful. It was waiting. Every gust of wind through the pines sounded like a breath caught on the verge of a scream. He glanced toward the shadows beyond the ring of trees and saw nothing. But he felt something. A pressure in the dark. A gaze without eyes. Kael sat near the glow, sharpening a blade that had seen more winters than Kael had years. His eyes flicked toward every crackle in the trees. Kael's voice came low across the fire, eyes never leaving the shadows. Eyes open tonight. Thorn tried for levity, but the edge in his voice betrayed him. "What's got you so tense, old man? Expecting ghosts?" Bryn Jar said as he buckled his greaves, tone flat as steel. "Better tense than buried." The forest leaned in. Somewhere in the distance, a twig snapped. Then silence. Kael reached for his knife, the motion slow, deliberate. Another sound, a whistle, sharp. Not a bird. Then, the hum of a bowstring. Kael moved fast, shoving Kael down hard enough to knock the wind from his chest. The arrow hit Kael square in the ribs. The impact made a wet, thudding sound, followed by the dull clatter of his knife falling. The sound of it, flesh, not armor, was wrong. Too soft, too real. Kael didn't hear the second arrow, or the scream that followed. Only the crackle of the fire, the rustle of pine needles. Everything else fell away. Kael gasped, the word breaking from him like something torn loose. "Dad!" Blood bloomed beneath Kael's cloak, seeping into the earth like wine into dry bread. Kael scrambled to his knees, pressing trembling hands to the wound. Kael strained to speak, voice raw with effort. "Stay low. Bryn, get them out." His fingers clenched once, then slackened. His breath was gone. Kael screamed. It tore through the woods, raw and primal, louder than any bell he'd heard in Vel Serin. Bryn Jar surged to his feet, With a cry like iron shattering, he drew steel and vanished into the tree line. The shadows erupted, masked figures cloaked in darkness and speed. Not bandits, not amateurs. These were trained killers, precise, brutal. One struck from above, silent as snow. A companion dropped, throat opened like a scroll. Another was hit low and folded in agony, gasping as blood bubbled from his lips. Kael looked down. Kalric's knife, bone-handled, familiar, rested beside him. The blade caught a spark of firelight. He reached for it. The bone handle was smooth, too familiar. Kael had watched his father sharpen that blade under a red harvest moon, lecturing him on balance, on breathing. "Don't fight the motion," Kalric had said. "Let it carry you." He moved before the thought was finished. A figure rushed him. Kael didn't think. He moved. He turned, stepped in close, and drove the blade into the attacker's spine. It slid in too easily. The man gasped, collapsed. Kael backed away, hands sticky with blood that wasn't his. His breath came in shallow bursts. The world felt too close, the trees pressing in, the fire too bright, the blood too loud. His body still hummed with the echo of that first impossible act. He stood there, breathing hard, blade shaking in his grip. Across the camp, Brinjar was a tempest. He caught one assailant by the throat and crushed it against a tree. Another lunged. Bryn's blade flashed, catching the man mid-step. A scream, then silence. Two more assailants met Bryn's eyes and ran. He let them go. Then silence. Only the fire crackled. Kael stood frozen. His knife dripped red. His arms trembled. His heartbeat drummed in his ears like war. Thorn pulled Fergus upright. The boy was white-lipped, his eyes locked on the blood-slick grass. Brinjar staggered. Kael blinked, convinced it was a trick of the firelight. Brinjar didn't stagger. He advanced. He commanded. But now, the giant of iron and fury was folding in on himself like a collapsing star. At first, Kael thought it was relief. Then he saw the blood trailing from beneath Brinjar's breastplate, a dark stain widening like ink in water. The old warrior fell to one knee. His breath rasped. Still, he moved with purpose. He reached into his coat and pulled a folded letter, setting it carefully on a flat stone. Brinjar's voice came rough and uneven as he placed the letter down. My story's there, who I was. His fingers trembled as he set the letter down. Just a tremor, but enough to show the fight was over. Not lost, but spent. Even his breath sounded lighter now, like it belonged to someone else. Another reach, a pouch of coin. Gold clinked like judgment. Brinjar nodded faintly, setting the pouch with trembling fingers. 500. Divide it. Build something worth a damn. Kael knelt beside the dying warrior, voice pleading. Hold on, please. Brinjar looked at him, really looked. Brinjar smiled faintly, words drifting like embers. Kingsguard, once, saw too much death, thought I'd outrun it. He leaned back against a stone, looked up at the stars. Brinjar leaned back and whispered to the stars. Take a barge, upstream, home. Tell them, darkness is rising. His breath left with the wind. No one spoke. Kael bowed his head, pressing Kalric's knife into the dirt. Blood still clung to the hilt. The fire guttered, casting long, broken shadows over the carnage. The smoke curled upward, slow and bitter, like a prayer that no longer believed in its gods. Somewhere in the branches, a lone bird called out, a thin, uncertain note swallowed quickly by the dark. Fergus knelt beside a body, hands hovering over a blood-soaked satchel he didn't open. Thorn sat with his back to a tree, eyes closed, lips moving, but no sound came. Around him, silence. Around them, loss. Kael's hand curled around the sunburst charm, still in his pocket. It felt heavier now. The charm that brought favor, the knife that delivered death, the pouch of gold that bought a burial too late. Kael pressed the charm tighter, its edges digging into his palm. It didn't glow. It didn't answer. It simply was. They weren't boys anymore. They were marked. They were survivors, and the road ahead was long. Chapter 11. The Return Home. Excerpt from The Forgotten Leaves of Seraphine the Listener, penned where the earth mourns in silence. Some roads return you to doors that no longer open the same. The hearth may still burn, but its warmth will test you. A son may carry the belt of his father, but it is not the leather that bears the legacy. It is the silence he breaks, and the fields he dares to sow anew. Grief teaches, but purpose, if chosen, remembers the path forward. They moved in quiet, Kael, Thorn, and Fergus, their boots worn, their shadows longer than when they'd left. The path felt narrower than it had months ago. The fence posts leaned further, the ruts deeper, as if the land itself had aged with them. Kael glanced to the side and saw the spot where Cassie had once waved them off, her ribbon flapping in the wind. The post she stood beside was cracked now, the ribbon gone. He gripped the strap of his father's pack a little tighter. A shape walked behind them, unseen but felt. Kaelric, absent and yet present in every silence. The homestead loomed ahead, timbered, weather-worn, windows fogged from the morning chill. It stood just as they left it, and yet it felt changed, like a painting they remembered from a dream, only to find the colors now faded and the corners torn. The sun breached the horizon, spilling amber over the hills. Light filtered through the old oaks like a quiet prayer, gilding the worn shingles, the crooked fence, the barn with its leaning shadow. A lone thrush trilled in the trees. Its song was thin, hesitant. It trailed off mid-note, like the bird had remembered something it didn't want to sing. Kara stood in the yard, arms raised to pin damp linens to the line. Her hands were sure, but her shoulders sagged with a weight she didn't yet name. She turned as they crested the rise, saw the three of them. Her eyes swept the path behind, searching. For a heartbeat, something lit behind her eyes, expectation, relief, as though she might see a familiar gait appear behind the boys, slow, steady, tired from the road. Her hand fluttered briefly to her hair, a reflex to tidy herself. But there was no one else, just the wind. Her smile faltered. "Where's Caloric?" she asked, voice trailing at the end. Silence answered. Thorn stared at the ground, suddenly interested in a knot of grass. Fergus shifted, clutching his satchel like a shield. Kael stepped forward. Kaelric's old pack rode his shoulder. His father's cracked leather belt, too large, too worn, was cinched around his waist. The buckle caught the light, a flash of memory. Kael's throat tightened. His voice threatened to shake. He forced his words, anchoring each syllable with a breath. "He didn't make it, Ma." Kael forced the words out through clenched teeth. The words left his mouth like stones, each one dragging the breath from his lungs. Kara blinked, stepped backward. A hand pressed to her chest. "No," she whispered. "No, not him. He promised. Before the frost. He said he'd be back." From the barn, Bion emerged, axe slung over his shoulder. His arms had grown, his face hardened with months of work. He paused, reading Kara's expression before the words ever reached him. At the door, Cassie leaned on the frame, fingers smudged with ink, face pale. Her eyes locked on Kael's belt, her jaw trembling. "He fought for me." Kael's voice was steady, though grief pulled at its edges. Took an arrow meant for me. Didn't hesitate. Kara's legs buckled. Kael caught her, holding tight as she sobbed against his coat, her grief raw, uncontained. She smelled of sage, flower, wood smoke, and sorrow. Biorn turned back toward the fields, shoulders squared, eyes shining with unshed tears. Cassie moved quietly, slipped her small hand into Kael's, her fingers curled tight around his knuckles. Inside, the farmhouse was dim. The door creaked just as it always had, low and complaining. The scent of sage and old bread clung to the air like a memory refusing to leave. Floorboards groaned beneath their feet, each step a note in a song they hadn't meant to sing. The hearth's embers glowed softly, fighting against the cold creeping in from the walls. Kael set Kaelric's leather pouch on the table, its ties loosened with a familiar tug. Kael remembered his father untying it once to pay a smith. The same knot, the same twist of leather. His fingers moved through the motion like a ritual half-remembered. Gold coins spilled out, worn, royal minted, glinting like fireflies against the old pine grain. Kael opened the pouch and set it on the table, his voice hushed but certain. Over 150 gold. He gave it to us, said we should build something worth a damn. Boyon's jaw clenched, his voice when it came was sharp. Gold doesn't bring back a father. Who's going to plough the south ridge, or patch the roof before winter? Cassie's voice came quiet and cracked. Who'll hum his songs when the frost comes? Kael looked around the room. Shadows moved with the firelight, bending and warping like memories. The ledger on the shelf, the old gloves by the door, the kettle that whistled too soon when Kaelric left it on the hob. Kael spoke, voice low and deliberate. We could stop working if we wanted, but I don't want that. I want to rise. I want to build something Dar would have cheered for. He pulled the sunburst charm from his coat pocket. It gleamed, silver with blue enamel, shaped like a dawn star, the symbol of Vel Seren's blessing, a relic of the coronation, a gift from the princess, and now a symbol of burden. Kael gestured with the charm, his voice rising with conviction. We've got allies in the capital, a guide, nobles who pay 5, maybe 10 times what we've ever gotten for our leaf. He paced once across the kitchen's worn planks, gesturing with the charm like it could carve a path forward. We've seen how the world works now. Who buys? Who hoards? If we play it like Dar did, we stay small, safe. But that safety's an illusion, and it nearly killed us anyway. Kara sat, eyes rimmed red but voice steady. And how do we get the crop there without losing it to the roads? Bandits aren't myths, Kael, and our barge was never built for distance. Kael nodded and replied, We hire guards, use part of the coin. A better barge, maybe? Grow less, sell smarter, protect what matters. Boyon grunted. You're talking like a merchant. Kael's tone was firm now, grounded. Maybe I have to. Someone has to be. He looked to each of them. Kara's pain, Boyon's resentment, Cassie's fragile resolve. And something inside Kael aligned, like the weight of the belt around his waist, suddenly just right. Kael spoke quietly, gaze steady on his family. I'm not him. I never will be. But he believed in what we could be, and I believe that too. A long silence passed. Then Boyon nodded, slow and firm. Then we'd best get the fields ready. Harvest won't wait. Cassie lifted her chin. I'll learn the numbers, the books. I'll keep them better than Dar did. Her hands were still trembling, but she held Kael's gaze. Kara reached out and placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder, light but steady. For the first time since their return, her eyes didn't shine with tears. Kara smiled, wet and fierce. He'd have grinned wide at that. That night, after the dishes were washed and the hearth restoked, Kael stepped outside. The sky overhead was thick with stars. No moons, just cold brilliance. The air bit at his cheeks, dry and sharp, but Kael barely noticed. In the hush of night, every sound was louder: his breath, the creak of barnwood, the distant rustle of a fox in the brush. He walked the edge of the field where the wind bent the tobacco stalks like bowed pilgrims. From his pocket, he took the charm and the knife, one from the future, one from the past. He stood there between them. His thumb traced the blade's handle, the charm's edge. Past and future. One had drawn blood. One had drawn eyes. Both had changed him. He closed his fist around them and let the wind press against his back. And for the first time, he didn't feel like a boy looking homeward. He felt like a man looking forward. Chapter 12. Noble Guard Visit. Excerpt from the dimming ledger of Seraphine the Listener, inked where names are forgotten but blood remembers. Not all truths are born with horns or thunder. Some wear the faces of fathers and carry scrolls instead of swords. A name once hidden can become a crown or a shackle. When the past knocks in boots and velvet, it is not asking, it is reclaiming. And the boy who answers must choose whether the name he inherits will own him or be reforged in fire. Sunlight pierced the tavern's dusty shutters, painting golden streaks across the worn oak table where Kael, Thorn, and Fergus sat hunched over parchment scraps, a dwindling pint of stout, and a modest pile of gold coins. The coins weren't neatly stacked. They were scattered, half-fanned like leaves on the table. Kael ran his thumb over one, feeling the grooves of the royal mint. It felt heavier than it should. Not just valuable, consequential. The air was a familiar blend of stale ale, cured tobacco, and fresh-baked rye, undercut by a tension just sharp enough to keep their laughter from ringing too loud. Kael tapped the table, his voice low but firm. "If we pool the gold, I can move the leaf to Vel Seren. Darren's got the buyers. The real trick is getting past the gates without bleeding silver on every bribe." Fergus leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers behind his head. "Forget leaf. I'm brewing fire brew, strong enough to make a frost giant dance naked. All I need is a smith, some copper coils, and glass. We sell it beside your tobacco. Nobles will line up for the burn." Thorn twirled a coin between his fingers, watching the firelight catch on its edge. His smile was faint. "All this gold. I thought I'd want a manor, a fleet of wagons, maybe a private garden to charm visiting ladies, but it feels like it belongs to someone else." Kael opened his mouth to respond, but the tavern door crashed open before he could speak. Kael nodded, gaze steady. "Because it's tied to what we lost, but we can still give it meaning." Fergus grinned, tapping his nose. "And if we get rich along the way, no one's mourning the coins." Laughter rippled between them, quiet, cracked around the edges. Then the tavern door crashed open. It slammed against the wall with a bang that silenced half the room. A figure filled the frame. Salmar, Thorn's father, broad-shouldered, silver-streaked, and stone-faced. His presence cut through the smoke like an axe through bark. His boots struck the floorboards in slow, deliberate steps. The tavern chill deepened with each step, as if Salmar's presence had pushed the warmth to the walls. Salmar growled the words, each syllable heavy. "Thorn, get home now." Thorn straightened but didn't flinch. "I'm fine right here, with my friends." Salmar's gaze didn't waver. "Bring them if you must, but you're coming. Now." The room was silent. Even the barkeep stopped wiping mugs. Kael met Salmar's eyes and stood, finishing his drink with a final swig. Fergus swept the coins into his pouch with practiced speed. The three of them followed the older man out into the daylight. The walk was silent. Not heavy, but stretched, like something unspoken hung between each step. Thorn kept his eyes forward, jaw set, fists clenching and unclenching at his sides. Kael glanced his way once, but said nothing. Whatever this was, it had weight Thorn needed to carry first. Salma's home stood near the edge of the village, a modest stone house with wooden beams blackened by time. The smell of cedar smoke and burned wax hung in the air. Inside, the hearth crackled gently. The scent was grounding, ritual, memory, discipline. The kind of smell that lingered in cloth long after fire had gone cold. But they weren't alone. 3 strangers stood waiting. The first was a tall captain in polished boots and a velvet-trimmed cloak. A scar traced his jaw, and his silver medal glinted in the firelight. His posture was regal, but his eyes softened as he looked at Thorn. Beside him stood a grey-haired sergeant major, thick arms crossed over his chest. His face was carved with age and discipline, and his silence felt like a decision. The third, a robed scribe, clutched a lacquered scroll case with both hands, as if guarding the truth inside. The captain stepped forward, voice rich and clear. "You've got your father's eyes." Thorn glanced at Salma, confused. "What's that supposed to mean? He is my father." The captain smiled, warm but sorrowful. "I served under Lord Rochagar Estenvale, as did the sergeant, your true father." Time stilled. Kael shifted, eyes narrowing as the words sank in. Fergus let out a breath, half whistle, half gasp, and stepped back like the air had become too tight to breathe. Thorn just stood there, blinking slowly, like he'd been slapped without being touched. The scribe spoke precisely, his tone careful. "You were placed here under royal decree, hidden for your safety. A stipend was paid to ensure your protection and education." Salma said nothing. His silence was its own confession. The fire popped. Salma's fingers twitched at his sides, then stilled. His face didn't break, but his shoulders had lowered by half an inch, as if letting go of something he'd carried far too long. Thorn blinked. "Why now? Why tell me this after everything?" The sergeant stepped forward. His voice was blunt but respectful. "Lord Rogar died without other heirs. The estate passed through years of regents and pretenders, but now the line's clear. Estenvale Keep, its lands, title, and holdings belong to you." Thorn's hands fell to his sides, limp. He didn't look at the sergeant, or the scroll, or the crest. He was still staring at Salma, and his eyes had started to water. Thorn's mouth parted, but no sound came. His face, usually full of smirk and swagger, was blank. The scribe unrolled a parchment. Wax seals gleamed like blood in the firelight. The scribe unrolled the parchment with great care. "Sign here. Swear fealty to the crown. Estenvale is yours. Tenants, taxes, records, and a library of tomes dating back to the Second Flame." The captain chuckled, dry and knowing. "You'll need a better cloak, and a lord's poise to match." Fergus gave a low whistle. "That'll be a lot of books, Thorny." Kael laid a hand on Thorn's shoulder. He felt the tension there, like a bow drawn too tight. Thorn's gaze dropped to the document, to the seal, to the truth. "My name isn't even my own, is it?" He ran a hand through his hair, the same way he did when bluffing at cards. Only this time, there was no smirk, just the beginnings of something raw. The scroll sat before him like a door left ajar. He could step through, but not return. Salma's voice came quiet, steadying but cracked. "It's the one we gave you, and I give it again." Salma's voice cracked on the last word. His hands didn't reach for Thorn, but he stepped back, just slightly, giving him room to choose. For a breath, no one moved. Then Thorn nodded once, barely more than a twitch. As the scribe reached for his pen, Salma turned away, then paused. Thorn quietly reached out and gripped his sleeve, just once, then let go. Thorn looked up, expression hardening. Then I guess I better learn how to be a lord. Chapter 13. The Last Crop. Excerpt from the grain leaf writ of Seraphine the Listener, inked beneath a sky that forgot to rain. The last harvest is not always the final one. Some crops are planted in silence and grown in grief, their roots fed by memory and the weight of names unspoken. When a blade is buried and a coin exchanged, the world does not end, it trades shape. And when the wheel turns again, it is not the fields that speak first, but the silence between footsteps. Early spring dawn stretched like silk across the fields, cool and silent. A low mist clung to the tobacco rows, silvering the edges of each leaf, while dew pooled on the edges of canvas tarps draped over heavy carts. The scent of cured tobacco, sharp, earthy, bittersweet, filled the air like a memory trying not to fade. Behind Kael's homestead, 4 carts stood loaded with the season's harvest. The wooden frames creaked under the weight, their wheels freshly greased and cinched with iron bands. It was their best crop yet, cured through grief and winter, every leaf a quiet testament to Kaelric's sacrifice. Kael ran his hand along the edge of a bundled tarp, fingers brushing frost that hadn't yet melted. His father's voice echoed faintly in the back of his mind. Check the load before the light comes. Catch mistakes in the dark, and you won't find them under sun. He'd heard it every harvest. This time, he said it aloud. Kael tightened the straps on the lead cart, leather creaking under his grip. His eyes were sharp despite the early hour. We cured it clean through the coldest frost, the leaves sharp, sweet, and rolls smooth. This'll fetch a king's coin in Velserin. Sergeant Major Tobin stood nearby, arms crossed. He was a man of dense muscle and economical words, his uniform still bearing the creases of a soldier who ironed by habit. Fine work, lad. That kind of discipline wins favors. The Crown's nose'll approve, I reckon. Kael nodded, lips tight. He didn't quite trust compliments yet, not without cost. Garrick stepped up next, heavy boots quiet on the damp earth. He was broader than Tobin, more like a boulder than a blade. His eyes swept the carts like a commander inspecting his siege engines. We leave before sunset, push through the night. We won't make Eston Vale on hope and nostalgia. Kael reached into his coat and drew a pendant from a leather pouch, a delicate disc of gold filigree, rimmed with royal blue enamel, embossed with a rising sunburst. The princess's seal. It caught the light like it remembered ceremony. He held it out, steady. The disc was lighter than it looked, but Kael's hand stayed firm. He didn't mention what Eliana had whispered when she gave it to him. That part was his alone. This gets us through any gate without question. Eliana gave it to me herself. Tobin's brows lifted a fraction. Garrick met his eyes. A beat passed, professional, silent, before Garrick nodded once. Fergus, sleeves rolled, hefted a crate onto the last cart and wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite the morning chill, his skin glistened. He moved like he hadn't slept but didn't care. Energy buzzing just beneath his skin. Months ago, Fergus had fidgeted through campfires and ambushes. Now he hauled crates with purpose, his grin edged with determination. There was something brewing behind his eyes, and it wasn't just alcohol. Fergus, sleeves rolled, hefted a crate and wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning. Let the guards grumble. They'll be singing our names once they're drunk on gold leaf fire brew. Kael chuckled, tension easing a notch. Just don't forget to save some for your friends. Thorn stood slightly apart, turning a silver button over in his fingers. His gaze stretched toward the horizon, where Eston Vale lay hidden in hills and distance. Thorn stood slightly apart, turning a silver button over in his fingers. I'm supposed to meet nobles now, lords. I don't even know how to bow. Do I pour the wine or wait for someone else to hand it to me? Thorn's thumb ran the edge of the silver button again. And what if I drop the damn cup? Kael stepped beside him, clapped a hand on his shoulder. Start by not calling them mate and you'll survive. Thorn snorted, the corner of his mouth twitching, no guarantees. Fergus sidled over to Garrick, trying and failing to look casual. Estenvale's got a blacksmith, right? Garrick glanced at him, brow raised. Best in the region. His tools are older than half the guard, but he keeps our blades sharp and our horses from limping. Fergus's eyes lit up. And glassworkers? Anyone who knows kilns? Garrick blinked. That wasn't a question he heard often. Old Steward's family left behind a kiln in the north wing. Been cold for years, though. Why? Garrick scratched at his jaw, eyes drifting slightly as if he could see the dust and ash still clinging to the kiln's long dead stones. Takes more than fire to wake something like that. Fergus's voice lowered, earnest now. I need space, fireproof, ventilated. I've got something to build. My gamble, it's called fire brew. I think it could change how we drink, how we think. Garrick's chuckle was low and genuine. A brewer with ambition. Good. That manor's full of rooms that echo. Fill 'em with something better than ghosts. He gave Fergus a once-over, not unkind. You're the sort who'd throw sparks into a cave just to see if it'd echo. That manor's waiting for someone like that. Fergus's smile widened, but it was quieter now, grateful. Fergus relaxed, smiling. I want to stick with my friends, build something real, not just for the nobles. Tobin circled back to Kael as the last harness was strapped. You're not just a farmer anymore, boy. Kael's voice came quiet but clear. I'm not sure I ever was, but I still plant with both hands. Tobin gave him a look that might have been respect. That's what makes the difference. Kael didn't answer. He looked out over the rows they'd tended all winter, leaf thick with frost, soil dark with memory. It didn't feel like leaving a field. It felt like walking out of a chapter and not knowing how many pages were left. A breeze kicked up, pulling at their cloaks and stirring the edges of tarp and linen. Kael glanced back at the house, his mother's garden, the fence they'd rebuilt after the frost, the kitchen window where Kara once leaned to watch the road. Cassie waved from the doorway, her ledger tucked under her arm like a sword. She didn't cry, just nodded. Her eyes said, come back proud or don't come back at all. She stepped out just far enough that the light caught her face. No tears, just steel. She mouthed something. Kael thought it might have been bring it back better. The group stood in silence for a beat longer. Then Kael adjusted the pendant around his neck, climbed to the front of the lead cart, and took the reins. Kael adjusted the pendant around his neck, climbed to the front of the lead cart, and took the reins. Let's ride. The last crop's got a future waiting. The carts creaked into motion, wheels biting into the damp road. The sun broke higher through the trees, painting their backs with long shadows as they turned toward Estenvale, where past and future would finally collide. The wheels found rhythm. Hooves clopped behind them in a slow, unified cadence. Somewhere behind the hills, a rooster crowed. Late or early, no one could tell. It was the kind of sound you heard as you left and forgot once you'd arrived. Behind them, Cinderfeld faded beneath the rising light. Chapter 14, Return to the Capital. Excerpt from the Gilded Tally of Seraphine the Listener, inscribed beneath the third moon's rise. When the road bends back toward power, it does not return you whole. The city waits not as a haven, but a mirror, polished in gold, edged in hunger. What rides behind the wagons is not just coin and crop, but the weight of choices that have not yet spoken. Even sunlight bows at the gates of kings, but shadows walk in smiling. The sun dipped low over the King's Road, painting the path in hues of amber and shadow. Hooves struck the earth in rhythm, a sound that echoed through the hills like a heartbeat. The wheels of the caravan groaned under the weight of bundled tobacco, 3 full wagons laden with leaf, purpose, and memory. 50 Estenvale guards rode in tight formation, a living shield of steel around the cargo. Vel Sirin's silhouette shimmered on the horizon, its towers slicing the clouds, its walls aglow with dusk. It looked different now. Not just bigger, but closer. Kael remembered cresting this hill months ago, the city a distant dream behind mist and tension. Now, it felt like something else entirely. A challenge accepted. He shifted in the saddle, feeling the weight of the pendant beneath his shirt and the pull of 100 small risks bound together in leaf and hope. More dangerous, more possible. Kael adjusted his reins from atop his mare, his fingers calloused but sure. Didn't think I ever feel steady on these roads. 50 swords makes a difference. Fergus grinned, voice light. Safer than Brynjar's stories of bandits behind every oak, demanding tolls in teeth. Captain Garrick Junehall, at the head of the column, turned slightly in the saddle. His armor caught the light like a warning. Quiet is never free. It's bought in steel, in blood. These men make danger think twice. Thorn, swamped in a wool cloak over stiff nobleware, tugged at his collar. His voice was low, uncertain. How do I face the princess? Bow? Kneel? Recite a poem? I'm a fish in a tree. Garrick gave him a flat stare. Stand tall, eyes sharp, speak when spoken to, smile when it's safe. Keep your charm leashed. Fergus coughed to hide his laugh. That last part might kill him. Garrick's tone turned dry. For both of you, I'd wager. As they crested the final hill, Vel Sirin opened below them. The city thrummed, rooftops like waves, banners fluttering from high towers, smoke curling from dozens of hearths. It looked alive, hungry. The city gates loomed, flanked by sentries in polished plate, their halberds sharp and their eyes sharper. The caravan slowed. Kael lifted the golden sunburst pendant, its enamel shimmer catching the light. Eliana's seal should carry more weight than 50 coin. The guards studied it, then saluted in unison. A heartbeat passed before the gates opened, a long breath where no one moved. Even the horses seemed to wait for permission. Then, like breath released, the road welcomed them in. The gates parted without a word. Inside, Vel Sirin bloomed around them. The city swallowed sound and gave it back amplified. Carts creaked, bells rang, vendors sang in a dozen dialects. The scent of spice, horse sweat, ink, oil, and tobacco braided through the air like incense. They rolled past apprentices, mercenaries, messengers, nobles in open carriages, and a boy balancing 6 cages of doves. Passers-by stopped and stared. 50 uniformed guards, carts heavy with aromatic bundles, a noble crest painted on the lead wagon. Kael sat straighter in the saddle, every stare a weight pressing into his shoulders. The city hadn't forgotten them, but it remembered differently now, not as travelers, as players, traders, threats. He kept his face calm, but his pulse ticked faster with every cobblestone. Darren emerged from a side alley as if conjured, his coat dusty and his grin sharper than usual. He swept a mock bow as he stepped into pace beside the cart, arms wide like a street magician revealing his final trick. And lo, the prodigal pack returns, with coin and steel to spare. Didn't expect a parade. You've got the city's tongue wagging. Half the nobles think Estenvale's raising a militia. Kael extended a hand. Then we might as well give them something to talk about. Climb in. Time to earn that fox's name. Darren swung aboard the cart with the ease of someone born between market stalls. Street rat to noble courier? Keep this up, and I'll need a title. The city changed as they passed through copper arches into the noble quarter. The noise dimmed. Cobblestones turned smoother, flatter, cleaner. Streets were lined with flowering trees, and ivory fountains gurgled in shadowed courtyards. Carriages rolled like whispers. Every house had pillars. Every window had a watcher. Kael noticed it, the way curtains twitched and eyes followed, silent judgment from behind carved stone and gold-trimmed shutters. The city's powerful didn't shout. They watched, weighed, filed away what they saw. Thorn stared, wide-eyed. This belongs to us now? Fergus's tone was dry, his eyes scanning the perfect streets. Just don't trip on a title. These folks smell blood in new boots. Their villa loomed ahead, modest beside its marble neighbors, but still grand. 3 stories, pillars wrapped in ivy, a gate of black iron stamped with a newly painted crest, the Stag of Eston Vale, flanked by vines and flame. Inside, the hall echoed with bootfalls and cartwheels. Servants moved like fish, fast, coordinated, silent. The bundled tobacco, sweet and rich, looked alien against the pale marble floors and velvet runners. Fergus wrinkled his nose. Feels like a barn got stuffed in a temple. Thorn wandered through the atrium, staring up at the vaulted ceiling, past the iron chandelier and painted beams. Where do we even put all this? A servant stepped forward, tall, crisp, professional. "My lord, might we use the warehouses by the dock?" Thorn blinked. "We own warehouses." Thorn's hand drifted to the pommel of his sword, not from threat, but anchoring. The titles, the marble, the hidden rooms, it all moved too fast. Yesterday, he had been uncertain how to bow. Today, a man called him Lord. 7, my lord, all listed under Eston Vale's deed, fully stocked and awaiting orders. Kael and Fergus exchanged a glance. The kind of glance you give before a storm, not fearful, but braced. They were in deep now, and there was no backing out clean. Kael's voice came quiet but certain. This just got real. Darren, already scribbling on a scrap of parchment, chuckled. "I'll map the holdings. Give me a week, or 10. Depends how many of these walls have hidden vaults." Thorn stepped onto the balcony above the main hall, where sunlight painted the marble golden. His silhouette framed in light, he looked like someone caught between 2 names. The city sprawled beneath them, rooftops glowing like embered coal, the wind tugging faintly at their cloaks. Somewhere beyond the domes and spires, bells rang for evening mass, or morning, or both. Kael's eyes followed the shimmer of canal light, then drifted to the palace walls in the distance. He didn't know what the city would ask of them next, only that it would. Thorn stepped onto the balcony above the main hall, silhouetted in sunlight. What have we stumbled into? Fergus crossed his arms beside Kael. Hopefully something bold and profitable. Kael joined him, hand resting gently on Thorn's shoulder. His voice was steady. "We'll figure it out, side by side, like always." Below, a servant rolled up the city's tax roster. Outside, the bells of Velserin rang again. The world had opened, and none of them could look away. They didn't speak again, but they stood side by side, and for now, that was enough. Chapter 15, Court and Crown. Excerpt from the veiled petitions of Seraphine the Listener, recorded in the marble silence of the twinned lions beneath spires that pierce the breath of gods. Men kneel not to honor, but to survive. Thrones do not weigh the worthy. They test them, unmake them, remake them in silence and silver. And the crown's light, though brilliant, casts the deepest shadow upon those who stand closest. The palace of Velserin towered before them, its spires catching the last golden blush of afternoon, its banners rippling like flame across the wind. From the outer square to the central arches, everything gleamed, marble polished to a mirror sheen, gold filigree curling along balconies like vines, stained glass windows casting holy fire on the stones below. Kael's breath caught in his chest as they passed through the final arch. The scent of lavender and beeswax filled the air, curling around the whispers of courtiers moving like drifting silk. The grand receiving hall was less a room and more a cathedral. Vaulted ceilings of etched crystal, mosaics of old kings blazing across the floor, and pillars as wide as watchtowers. They waited outside the inner chamber, flanked by statues of Velseren's founders, warrior queens, philosopher kings, stone-eyed gods frozen in judgment. Kael, in a deep green tunic trimmed with gold leaf, felt suddenly very small. He smoothed his cuffs with the edge of one thumb, trying not to fidget. Kael swallowed hard. The halls of Velseren didn't just echo, they pressed, like walking beneath mountains carved by time and ambition. Every step forward felt less like arrival and more like surrender. Fergus, wrapped in flowing navy robes already smudged with ink near the cuff, muttered under his breath, "Why do noble sleeves need this much fabric? I'm drowning in dignity." Thorn, caught between his silk doublet and the rigid cloak of Esten Vale, was pale and quiet. His hands moved constantly, tugging, smoothing, twisting fabric that wouldn't sit right. He looked less like a lord and more like a boy stuffed into someone else's legend. He tugged at his high collar for the third time in as many minutes. Garrick Dunehall, their quiet pillar, stood before them in ceremonial armor, his silver-plated breastplate engraved with the stag of Esten Vale. His tone was quiet, but sharp as flint. Chins up, hands still, speak only when addressed, refer to her as Your Highness. No jests, no charm, no improv. They all stood still, hearts thudding in unison. Then the creak of the doors broke the tension like a drawn bowstring loosed. Kael smoothed his cuffs with the edge of one thumb, trying not to fidget. Why is everyone so certain we'll flirt with royalty? Fergus grumbled back. Probably because we're fools enough to try. Thorn muttered under his breath, tugging at his high collar. When do I bow? Before she speaks? After? What if I trip on my own tongue? Garrick replied flatly, without turning. After. One hand to the chest. Deep, but not groveling. You're not asking to marry her. You're here to serve. The grand doors creaked open, the herald's voice echoing like a thunderclap through the vaulted hall. The herald's voice boomed like a thunderclap through the vaulted hall, announcing Lord Thorn of Esten Vale, Master Kael of Cinderfeld, Fergus of unlisted lineage. The trio stepped into the court. The silence was total, thick as wool. Dozens of courtiers lined the edges of the hall, all in silks and satin, their eyes polished like glass. No one whispered, no one fidgeted. It was a room built to watch. Kael felt the weight of those stares cling to him like a second tunic. His steps slowed, measured. He could smell the lavender still, but it had changed, more cutting than sweet. Inside, Princess Eliana sat beneath a sunbeam woven of glass and gold, flanked by carved lions and crimson banners. Her throne was less a seat and more a monument, framed by stone wings. She wore a gown of midnight velvet, threaded with threads that caught the light in swirls, like galaxies stitched into fabric. Her circlets sparkled with sapphires, but it was her eyes, clear, assessing, cool as glacier water, that made the room go still. Her gaze swept them like a blade. Eliana's voice rang out, light and poised. Master Kael of Cinderfeld, Lord Thorn of Estenvale, Fergus of ambition, no doubt. Fergus dipped into a too-deep bow, nearly tangling his sleeves. He righted himself quickly, grinning. My ma says I'm a gift. The world remains skeptical. Ripples of laughter passed through the assembly, subtle, constrained, the way nobility allows itself to laugh. Eliana's lips twitched, the briefest flicker of amusement. Then her attention landed on Kael. Her voice dropped into something colder. Eliana's tone dropped into something colder as her gaze fixed on Kael. "You slipped tons of tobacco past my gates with my pendant. No license, no taxes, just charm and brass." His mouth dried. For a second, Kael thought of arguing, explaining, but he saw the steel in Eliana's eyes. This was not a negotiation. It was a line in stone. Kael opened his mouth, but she raised a hand. The air froze. Eliana raised a hand to silence him before he could respond. 20% of your shipment, surrendered in goodwill and loyalty." A steward stepped forward, bearing a satchel of official parchment, ink pots, and embossed seals. Eliana nodded toward Kael as a steward stepped forward. "Secure your merchant's license by sundown. No excuses. You sell under my banner now, or not at all." Kael bowed deeply. "Understood, Your Highness." Eliana's voice softened, quieter but no less firm. "My advisors, 67 in total, assure me your leaf is unmatched. If they're right, you'll be rich. If not, you'll be forgotten." Fergus leaned toward Kael as they stepped aside. "That's a lot of advisors. You're the best pitch they've got." Now, Eliana turned to Thorn, her voice softening, though no less precise. "Eston Vale's name endures. Your family was trusted once. The West needs that again." The words hit harder than Thorn expected. Not scolding, not suspicious, trusted. He straightened, not from pride, but from memory. His father's stern quiet, the way Salmar carried burdens without complaint. He didn't feel like a lord, but for one breath, he looked like one. Thorn bowed, more gracefully than expected, but his eyes flicked with doubt. Eliana nodded once and dismissed them with a wave. The doors shut behind them like stone falling into place. In the quiet hall beyond, Garrick exhaled. He adjusted his stance, just slightly, shoulders squared. Kael caught the shift and said nothing, but the faintest nod passed between them. Garrick's hand brushed Thorn's shoulder as they walked. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Garrick's voice carried quiet pride as they exited the court. "You held your own. That's more than most do." Thorn removed one glove slowly, staring down at his hand as if it had aged years since morning. Did she mean it, about Eston Vale? Kael laid a hand on his shoulder, his touch warm and steady. She meant every word. "You're not just some lost heir. You're needed." Fergus added, tone cheerfully irreverent. "Merchants, lords, and now court darlings, God save Velserin." They stepped outside. Light filtered through the high glass, casting ribbons of red and gold across the polished floor. Kael paused at the threshold, letting the color settle across his boots like paint across stone. The barge, the fields, the frost, none of it prepared him for the quiet gravity of this moment. This wasn't just a court, it was a crucible. Outside, the courtyard bloomed with early spring, lavender, flame vine, and the scent of sea wind riding inland. Birdsong threaded the air, fragile and fleeting. Somewhere behind them, the great doors groaned closed. Kael didn't look back, but he felt it, the weight of being seen. The court had opened its doors to them, but behind those smiles and titles, the game had only just begun. The wind shifted. Somewhere in the city, a bell rang twice. Not for them, but it would be. Someday. Chapter 16. The Real Work Begins. Excerpt from the 5th Whispering, scratched into ledger margins by Seraphine the Listener. When the sword is sheathed and the banners furled, the quiet war begins. Ink bleeds deeper than steel, and names rise or rot beneath the weight of wax and word. Beware the parchment battlefield, for here truth is taxed, loyalty notarized, and ambition filed under flame. The Eston Vale villa hummed with Vale Serene's distant rhythm, the clang of harbour bells, the echo of hoofbeats over polished stone, the faint call of gulls riding coastal wind. Inside, sunlight filtered through tall arched windows, painting long stripes across the tiled floors and banners bearing the Eston Vale stag. Kael, Thorn, and Fergus entered the great hall, boots clicking in confident cadence, still warm with afterglow from their audience with Eliana. Kael grinned as he spun a coin through his fingers. 67 advisors, and Eliana called our leaf the kingdom's finest. He spun a single coin through his fingers, the royal seal stamped clean. We're not just farmers anymore. The hall echoed with the kind of quiet only marble could hold, distant footsteps, the hush of moving parchment, and somewhere the faint chime of a bell in the lower quarters. Light danced across the gold filigree, but the warmth was already thinning. Thorn chuckled. Your tobacco's practically got a title now, Sir Goldleaf, first of his crop. Fergus was already pacing, excitement bubbling in his voice. We're not just rich, we're capital letter wealthy. We'll need ledgers, multiple. But the celebration was short-lived. A discreet cough interrupted the moment. GL's, the villa's steward, stepped into the sunbeam as if conjured from the walls. He wore a pressed navy tunic marked with the silver crest of Eston Vale and the air of a man who slept standing up. His tone was mild, but something in his gaze suggested he knew the balance of every ledger before they touched a quill. GL's, the villa's steward, stepped forward and announced with cool efficiency, "Pardon, my lords. There are matters, dock permits, storage fees, tariffs, inspection queues, and a request from the guild registrar for declaration of trade intent." Kael's grin dimmed. "All of that's due today?" GL's replied, voice gentle but firm. "To sell before the week's end, yes. The princess's favor may unlock gates, but commerce requires ink." Kael's shoulders dropped half an inch. His fingers curled slightly around the coin. The weight hadn't changed, but what it meant had. They followed him into the comptroller's study, a narrow chamber that smelled of parchment and burnt seal wax. Scrolls lined the walls, maps fluttered gently in the breeze from an open transom, and a harried scribe with a thin mouth and ink-smudged sleeves waited behind an oak desk. The air smelled of old glue and dry ink. Every footstep landed with a papery rustle. Kael found himself blinking more often. Too many fine lines, too many numbers packed into too little space. The scribe behind the oak desk spoke without looking up. "Each crate must be weighed, catalogued, and stamped with your house seal. Dock manifests require redundancy. Laborers must be guild certified. You've submitted for tobacco variance tax." Kael blinked. "We have tobacco," the scribe responded with no sympathy. "All merchants have tobacco. The city requires documentation of leaf type, curing process, moisture ratio, and buyer categories. Do you have a comptroller?" Kael opened his mouth, then closed it. He could name a dozen soil types from sight, but none of them helped him now. Kael looked tired as he muttered, "A comptroller's what exactly?" Fergus whispered dryly, "This is less thrilling than court. I miss the fancy bits." Thorn appeared in the doorway, holding a silver wax seal. "Which of these is ours again? The deer, the tree, the sword on a hill?" Fergus, not looking up, muttered, "The deer with the vines. Not the deer with the fire. That's the Duke of Harvane." Thorn held the seal upside down. "I miss when my biggest decision was which belt looked roguish." From the hall came a sudden, muffled commotion, the sound of someone bounding upstairs with far too much energy. A familiar voice rang out. "Did you know there's a broom closet bigger than my childhood room?" I opened a door and found 6 chairs arranged like they were holding council. Darren added with mock indignation, "Do we own a pantry big enough to nap in? I'm officially overwhelmed." He skidded into the doorway, mid-bite of a crusty loaf. Thorn grinned wide. "Darren, fancy being our cornholer?" Darren paused, crumbs on his chin. "Sounds scandalous. What's it mean?" Guy's L's unblinking answered before anyone else could. He did not blink. Kael was starting to wonder if the man had ever blinked, or if he'd been trained not to. Guy's L's answered evenly. It's slang for one who inspects and registers tobacco bales for moisture, rot, and curl. A vital quality assurance role. Darren raised a brow. "So I sniff leaves and scribble notes." Fergus slapped him on the back. "Welcome to the grind, city fox." Fergus tossed him a half-eaten fig from a dish no one remembered ordering. Perk of the job. Later that day, Kael sat at a long table beneath a vaulted window, sleeves rolled, elbow deep in parchment and forms. Ink stained the edge of his palm. His eyes stung from reading the same tariff clause 4 times. He'd faced arrows, courtrooms, and the crushing gaze of nobility. But nothing sapped the soul like line-item tax adjustments. His hand ached from holding the quill wrong. His back felt like someone had replaced his spine with rope and knotted it mid-shoulder. A courier entered with a box of new forms. GLs catalogued them silently, placing a fresh stack before Kael like offerings at a shrine. Kael muttered, eyes on a mountain of paperwork. "This is what no one tells you about wealth. It writes itself, but only if you have 20 fingers and no soul." Fergus entered behind him, dusty and windblown, waving a crumpled diagram. "The southern warehouse has a chimney. We could convert it into a kiln for glass and heat retention for brewing." Kael rubbed his eyes, voice bone-tired. "That's great. We're not legally allowed to light a fire until the tax inspector approves a flue plan." Fergus deflated with a sigh. "Right. The flue form." At sunset, Kael finally stepped out onto the upper balcony. The city spread below, rooftops glowing, smoke curling from noble estates, and bells tolling faintly in the distance. He closed his eyes for a moment, breathing in the scent of parchment and earth and ambition. Thorn joined him, boots scuffed, tunic misbuttoned, seal wax in his hair. "I spent an hour arguing over wax colors. Did you know House Narenthal uses 3 shades of green depending on the month?" Kael chuckled. He glanced at Thorn's tunic. 3 buttons misaligned, wax on one cuff, a ribbon from a shipping invoice somehow tangled in his belt. The great heir of Estonvale looked like a very tired scribe in stolen clothes. Kael chuckled, gesturing at Thorn's disheveled tunic. "We're not fighting bandits anymore. This is the new battlefield." They stood in silence a moment longer. Behind them, a scribe called out for signatures. A dock foreman arrived with a grain-stained ledger. A servant requested estimates for stable expansion. The sun set behind Vel Seren, and their villa filled with the shuffle of boots, the scrape of quills, the scent of ink and leaf. The real work had begun. Inside, the scribe called for another round of approvals. GL's steps clicked like a metronome. A glass somewhere clinked. Kael didn't move right away. He just let the dusk breathe through him, and for one long second, didn't think about signatures. Chapter 17. The Estate and the Steward. From the hollow pages of the Western Ledger, annotated in the hand of Seraphine the Listener, stone remembers who first raised it. But it is not the past that weighs the heaviest. It is the breath drawn before legacy awakens. Beneath carved falcons and ivy-veiled spires, truth stirs not in crowns but in choices, and in the hush between footfalls and oath, the house begins to listen. Late afternoon light spilled across the Cinderglen hills. gilding the fields and wild thistles in strokes of soft gold. The road turned from dusty trail to cobbled lane, winding through Silvergrove orchards and low stone walls. And then, rising like a song remembered from childhood, came Thorn's estate. Thorn said nothing for a long moment. His gaze drifted to the rooftops, to the ivy tracing windowsills he remembered climbing as a child. The stones seemed cleaner than memory, yet heavier with time. The manor loomed in stoic grandeur, its stone facade etched with curling vines, falcons in flight, and leaping foxes. Ivy traced the arches with casual grace. A trio of marble spires reached into the sky like carved vows made permanent. A spring-fed canal glistened alongside the main avenue, its water sparkling between mossy bridges and flower beds that burst with early daffodils and blue Fletch rose. Kael leaned forward in his saddle, breath catching. He spoke softly, leaning forward in the saddle. "Vale Serene's palaces can't rival this." Thorn replied quietly, a half smile tugging at his mouth. "The court may shine, but this is ours." Hooves rang on polished stone as the group passed through wrought iron gates crowned with the Eston Vale crest. Twin fountains arced crystal into shallow basins. Along the walk, roses bloomed in violent scarlet and cream. Peacocks strutted lazily in manicured grass, unimpressed by noble return. A pair of dragonflies skimmed the canal surface beside them, weaving between lily clusters. Kael caught the scent of lemon balm and wet slate as they passed a patch of low, flowering shrubs. It smelt like a place meant to last. Fergus grinned wide, his voice full of awe. "It's like a painter got drunk on gold and dreams." Thorn swung down from his mount, boots striking true. "You'll learn to love it." Kael believed him. He already did. Servants appeared from hidden corners like wind in tall wheat. Stable hands took the reins. Gardeners paused to bow. Housemaids with linen aprons greeted them with hushed reverence. The villa had come alive in their presence. Waiting at the grand stone steps stood Kael, the long-time steward, flanked by 2 footmen. His salt-streaked hair was combed back, his navy tunic pressed and marked with Eston Vale's silver vine and stag. A ledger hung from one hand like a shield, his expression professionally unreadable, but relief softened his eyes. Thorn addressed the steward with measured calm. "All well, Kael?" Kael answered in his usual monotone. "East fountain still leaks, my lord. The roof mosaic lost a few tiles in last week's wind, and the Hawkmaster's birds were delayed by rain." Thorn chuckled. "Still standing, then?" Thorn's eyes flicked toward the south orchard wall, where the stone still bore the scrape from his first riding accident. Kael's had been the one to pull him free of the brambles, stern, silent, and steady even then. A pause followed. Then Thorn's tone changed, earnest, grounded. Thorn chuckled, then added with quiet sincerity, "I want you here permanently, steward in name as well as role. This estate's no crown without your hands holding it together." Kael blinked. "My lord, I have a wife, children. Thorn stepped forward, resolute. "Bring them. There's a tutor's wing and a full second kitchen. This estate is a home, Kael, not a museum." For the first time in years, Kael hesitated, just enough to betray feeling. His hand curled slightly around the ledger's spine, like it might vanish. Then he exhaled, a short breath, the kind a man lets out after holding something too long. The silence that followed was brief but weighty. Kael's shoulders eased, and a nod sealed more than just a promotion. Kael nodded, voice quiet but clear. "I'm honored. I accept." Thorn smiled, not lord to servant, but boy to anchor returned. Kael dismounted, running a hand across the smooth marble balustrade. This place breathes legacy. Fergus turned in place, already plotting. Got a stout room, thick walls, facing west if possible, close to a chimney. Thorn raised an eyebrow. For what? Fergus replied, serious but excited. Brewing experiments. Don't want to burn down your ancestral stables. But there was a glint in Fergus's eyes Kael hadn't seen since the coronation, a hunger to build something wild and lasting. A voice floated down the portico stairs, dry, amused, unhurried. Toss him in the dungeon, GLs. The old keeper stepped from the shadows, his twilight robes dusted with road wear but untouched by time. His eyes gleamed with sly welcome. A book hung at his hip, bound in leather and soot-dark runes. Kael grinned at the familiar voice. The dungeon, really? Ashenvale explained with mock seriousness. Stone walls, minimal echo, naturally insulated, ideal for volatile concoctions. He winked at Fergus. Just promise me you won't resurrect anything. Ashenvale tilted his head. Last time someone brewed in the dungeon, we had fog that whispered insults for a week. Fergus smirked. Can't make promises if I don't know the ingredients. GLs replied dryly. I'll have it cleaned, though the rats might demand wages. Fergus laughed. I'll train them to stir the mash. And if they unionize, Ashenvale added, we'll promote them to cellar masters. Rats hate responsibility. Laughter followed them into the next hall like old music. Inside the manor, activity pulsed. The scent of saffron and old stone mingled in the air. Dust motes caught in angled light moved like ghosted memories. Kael brushed his fingers along the velvet lining of a curtain, soft, thick, grounding in double oars. Cook called out orders from the back hall. A servant realigned a portrait of Lord Roggar, Thorn's late father, his oil-painted eyes severe and golden-framed. Ashenvale walked beside them, speaking in his calm, precise cadence. Young lords you may be, but titles are shallow without the spine to hold them. Nobility is a craft, not a crown. Kael tilted his head. And what's on the syllabus? Ashenvale raised a bony finger. Rhetoric? History? Swordplay? Diplomacy? Trade negotiation? Code-breaking? Etiquette? And, his eyes glinted, a few unlisted subjects. Fergus cut in with a grin. Will distilling under pressure be covered? Ashenvale ignored him. Ashenvale turned to GLs and instructed. Set aside the east solar. 3 desks, chalkboard, globe, vault access. We start at dawn. Kael's stomach turned, not from fear, but from something deeper. This wasn't just learning. This was becoming. He thought of his father's rough hands teaching him to tie the right knot, to sharpen a blade without splitting it. Thorn smiled at the old master. You sure about this, Master Ashenvale? Ashenvale nodded, tone even. You were worth teaching. These 3 may be too. Kael stopped before a stained glass window overlooking the orchard. The light dappled across the floor in a mosaic of sapphire and amber. The estate wasn't just a monument. It was a forge, and they were to be shaped within it. Kael murmured quietly, eyes fixed on the stained glass window. This is a beginning. The light pouring through the stained glass washed over his boots like blessing. He didn't step forward right away, but he did step. Later that evening, the sun dipped below the hills. Lanterns were lit. Fires crackled. A steward brought warm bread and wine to the study where maps had been unrolled. The fire crackled low, casting orange light across the edge of Kael's map, where ink bled slightly from a stray drop of sweat. Thorn hunched over his roster, brow furrowed, lips moving silently as he practiced names. Fergus adjusted a measurement with the care of a jeweler. Kael pored over trade routes. Thorn reviewed appointment rosters. Fergus inspected a schematic for a brewery vent. Ashenvale stood behind them all, sipping tea with cinnamon and observing like a quiet sentinel. He did not speak often, but when he did, it was like adding a final line to a well-aged book. Ashenvale murmured, his voice barely above the crackling fire. "Let the world crown princes and kings. You boys, you'll build something better." And so began the next chapter, not with banners or horns, but with ink, sweat, laughter, and the patient hum of a legacy rekindling itself in the West. No trumpets, no titles, just intent, just flame, catching. Chapter 18, The War Room at Ashen Vale. From the sealed canticles of Seraphine the Listener, bound in silence and dust. In halls where old breath clings to stone and ghosts gathering grain, a blade was named, though it bore no steel. One born of hidden vows, another of harvested flame, and a third who stirs the ink of the forbidden. The table was set not for feast, but reckoning, and still the east wind whispered names not yet spoken in a tongue older than truth. The war room at Ashen Vale swallowed sound like a stone throat. Cold, ancient air clung to its walls. Vaulted timbers arched overhead like the ribs of a ship sunk in time, thick with cobwebs that trembled as the wind outside pressed against stained glass windows. Every step echoed a half-beat too long, like the stone remembered older footsteps and hadn't yet forgiven new ones. The draught carried not just cold, but the scent of old paper, wax, and something faintly metallic, like dried blood behind old nails. The storm had arrived not with fury, but with pressure, subtle, patient, inevitable. The chamber's central fixture was a scarred oak table, long enough for 12 lords and heavy enough to need no anchors. Now it bore maps and relics. Yellowed pages curled at the corners, ink faded with age. Iron markers held territory lines in place. Wax seals half melted marked the eastern front. In one corner, a dagger lay forgotten, rust claiming its hilt. Candlelight sputtered, casting tall, shifting shadows that danced across the tapestries. Ancestral figures locked in faded battle, their painted eyes tracking the room like watchers from beyond. Kael ran his fingers over the grain of the table. This room remembers wars. Fergus rubbed his arms. And ghosts. Thunder cracked somewhere distant. Then, a sudden gust slammed a shutter open, extinguishing every candle in a single breath. The room plunged into darkness. Heavy. Absolute. Living. Fergus's breath hitched. Kael's heartbeat slammed against his ribs. The dark felt close, like it leaned in to listen. Fergus startled, hand flying to his chest. Kael's fingers slipped to the hilt of his knife, senses flaring. It was smoother than he expected, worn by hands like his, long buried. He didn't speak again for a long moment, letting the silence press in. He could almost hear whispers trapped in the timbers. Then, Ashenvale's voice emerged quietly from the head of the table, calm and crystalline. Val Torinar. The word vibrated, not through the air, but through the bones of the room. The stone seemed to flinch. When the shutters clapped shut, it wasn't a slam, it was a seal. The old man's voice was low and crystalline, the syllables curling like incense smoke. With a flick of his wrist, the shutters slammed shut on their own. Then the candles relit, not with fire, but with an eerie white glow that hummed for a heartbeat before settling into flame. The flames burned too still, no flicker, no crackle, just cold light, steady and unnatural. It didn't warm the room, it touched clarified it. Thorn asked, tension audible in his voice, "That Keeper of Each Second Flame title, it's not just flair, is it?" Ashenvale smiled. It was small and sharp. I've worn many masks. Librarian's the safest. Fergus didn't reply. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what the other masks were. He stepped forward, robes whispering across the stone, and pressed his palm to the carved crest of House Eston Val set into the wall. His voice dropped an octave, thick with old weight. Ashen Vale stepped forward, his voice dropping an octave, thick with old weight. This room was built when Eston Vale stood as a bulwark against Borgin incursions. Your line, Thorn, isn't just noble, it's old and woven with fire. The captain, Garrick, crossed his arms. The leather creaked. He should know the truth. It's time. Ashen Vale's fingers traced a line down the map, along the edge of the eastern border. Ashen Vale continued, voice somber as his fingers traced the map. Your father, Rogar Eston Vale, was a lord in duty, but a man in love. Tamsin of Meros Vale. She was wild, clever, and poor. Not noble, but radiant. When she bore you, they planned secrecy. A child born of love, not alliance. Thorn didn't move, but something in his posture cracked, shoulders pulling inward just slightly, like bracing against wind that had already passed. Fergus sat straighter. His grin was gone. You were born under a lie. To save you. Ashen Vale nodded. Tamsin died in labor. Rogar, bound by politics, was forced to marry elsewhere. You, Thorn, were placed with two of his loyal housekeepers, Mairen and Herod, hidden in Cinderfeld, your stipend drawn from silent coffers. Thorn replied, his jaw tight with restrained emotion. They raised me. They were my parents. Ashen Vale spoke gently, as if to steady the truth with kindness. They were. But Rogar never forgot you. He petitioned quietly, persistently, to make you heir. It took years, but then came war. Ashen Vale tapped the table once. Varen's eastern fields burned. The Zal bled them dry. The capital needed metal. Rogar's mine, Velitha, was rich with iron, rare quartz, and something older. Kael's brow furrowed. What kind of older? Ashen Vale's glance was brief. Material with memory. The earth there hums if you listen long enough. Kael leaned forward. That paid for Thorn's claim. Ashen Vale nodded. 5,000 gold in ore, enough to silence courts, buy ink, and convince the crown. Your legitimacy, Thorn, is not a favor, it's earned. Fergus muttered, almost reverently. Bought with veins of stone and blood. Garrick said grimly, arms crossed over his chest. And then the cost. Ashen Vale's voice lowered. Returning from the royal court, Rogar, his wife, and 50 guards were ambushed. Precision kills, no spoils taken, no witnesses. Symbols scorched into trees, ritual wounds in patterns, blood magic, clean work, almost ceremonial. Fergus rubbed his arms. That's tavern talk, ghost stories. You sure? Ashen Vale's gaze pinned him, his tone flint. Ashen Vale's voice lowered, heavy with memory. Blood magic isn't myth. It's outlawed because it works. Pain given shape, lineage bent into tools. It came from the east, from the Borgine. Fergus stared. They say Selmira Varen's grandmother was Borgine. Ashen Vale's look darkened. They say worse. Her daughters may carry the spark. Cruciatar especially. She doesn't fear pain. Silence returned. Even the wind had stilled. Kael asked quietly, his brow furrowed. Do you think Selmira killed Rogar? Ashen Vale shook his head. I think someone did it for her. Or worse, because of her. Rituals need lineage and intent. That ambush had both. Thorn turned his back on the table, hands gripping the cold stone windowsill. His voice came ragged. Thorn spoke from the window, his voice ragged and low. Everything I am came from blood. Kael looked away, jaw clenched, not because Thorn's words were wrong, but because they sounded too much like truth. Love stolen, history silenced, my name paid in ore and ghosts. Ashen offered the words gently, like a balm to raw history. Your name was always yours. Rogar ensured it would be known again. Garrick stepped forward, resting a firm hand on Thorn's shoulder. You're not alone, lad. We walk with you. Kael moved beside them, his voice quiet. You've got family here, in more ways than blood. Thorn didn't speak, but his nod was slow, resolute. Ashenvale turned again to the table, motioning Kael and Fergus closer. Rogar's death didn't end this, it began it. The Varen grow bold, Selmira whispers to allies in shadows. Cruciatar bleeds the north, Malrek turns tongues in the east, and rumors of undead in the south. He didn't finish the sentence. Kael asked, his voice carrying quiet resolve. So what now? Ashenvale looked to them, young men caught in old tides. Ashenvale met their eyes and answered plainly. Now you learn, you prepare, and you choose how this ends. He pointed to the easternmost map, where the forest bent and rivers split. Ashenvale instructed, pointing to the eastern map. Fergus, you're with me. The library has more than dust. You'll learn the glyphs, how to read what should have burned. Fergus swallowed. Right, glyphs, ancient languages, cursed pages, my dream. But his knuckles tightened slightly on the edge of the map. He didn't joke again. Fergus blinked, voice faintly incredulous. So not scroll sorting. Ashenvale's grin was all teeth. You'll long for sorting by week's end. Ashenvale continued, addressing the others with quiet command. You two train with Garrick at dawn. Kael nodded once, slow, like lowering his weight into a saddle. Thorn gave no answer, but he stepped closer to the table, hands flat, as if to steady something. Swords, command, diplomacy, field reports. One day soon, you'll stand where Roshgar once did, and no map will save you. The wind pressed again against the stained glass. The candles flickered, but did not die. Ashenvale turned, his cloak swirling like shadow. The second flame burns not for warmth, but for warning. Keep watch. Outside the war room, the wind howled again. This time not distant, but pressing, as if something unseen had come to the gates and paused. Not knocking, just watching. The storm is already here. Chapter 19. The Library and the Candle, from the Tallow verses of Seraphine the Listener, composed in the wake of First Flame. Not all fire begins with kindling. Some is carried, unseen, until it speaks in sparks. One sought the truth behind steel, but another touched the breath beneath the forge. The candle bowed before command, but the flame was older than the voice that named it, and in smoke, something ancient stirred, remembering a promise not yet made. Dawn's mist clung low to the Estenvale lawns, its tendrils curling like whispers over trimmed hedgerows and damp cobbles. The scent of wet soil and chimney smoke hung in the air, stirred gently by the rustling of spring leaves and the soft tread of servants crossing the gravel paths. Lanterns dimmed in their sconces, yielding to morning light. Above it all, the manor watched like a memory. From the eastern courtyard, the sharp ring of steel echoed, clean, precise. Kael and Thorn sparred, their movements growing faster, more fluid. Their swords rang like tuned chimes, strike, parry, breath. The rhythm rose and fell, more like a duet than a duel. Kael moved with a farmer's restraint, Thorn with a poet's flair. Garrick never blinked. Garrick circled them slowly, arms crossed, his eyes hawk-sharp. Kael's strikes were measured, defensive. Thorn's blade moved like a river, quick, flowing, unpredictable. Both were shirt-sleeved and sweat-slick, breath clouding in the cool air. Near the garden gate, Fergus stood watching, arms folded across his chest, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. They can keep their swords. I'd rather invent something that scares them into truce. Fergus's tone was light, but his eyes lingered. Part of him wondered what it would feel like, to trust motion instead of math. A voice answered from behind, low and knowing. "You envy their dance." Fergus turned. Ashenvale stood beneath the arch of the library's grand door, a silhouette in layered robes of midnight and ash, hands folded at the small of his back. His eyes gleamed with curiosity, sharp, reflective, ancient. I respect it, balance, coordination, instinct, but I'm not the blade, I'm the blueprint. Ashenvale's lips twitched in amusement. He studied Fergus the way a cartographer might study the edge of an unfinished map. Then he turned toward the door without waiting. Spoken like one yet to feel a cut, he turned, beckoning. "Come, today you meet the other kind of steel." Inside the library, the door shut behind them with a soft thud, sealing Fergus into a chamber of quiet gravity. The smell of parchment and beeswax filled his lungs. Sunlight filtered through tall, stained glass windows, laying mosaics of color across tiled stone. The air held warmth and quiet pressure, as if every book held breath. Fergus felt it against his skin, like entering a storm that hadn't broken yet. Something here watched, or maybe waited. Shelves stretched floor to ceiling, scrolls, atlases, treatises. Some were strapped shut with iron, others whispered softly as they shifted, their vellum skin rustling like dry leaves. Fergus blinked. Cinderfeld's library could fit in a wardrobe here. Ashenvale strode toward a reading table layered with scrolls, tools, and crystalline vials. No jests about these shelves. You'll find more than dusty formulas. Distillation, alloys, pressure laws, ancient scripts, forbidden glyphs, books that bleed ink if opened wrong. Fergus lit up at the mention of pressure flows and heat maps. His fingers traced the grain of the long table, its surface etched with arcane circles and geometric diagrams. Fergus murmured, already swept up in ideas. "Do we have blacksmiths?" Ashenvale nodded without hesitation. 3 on retainer. The manor sponsors a 4th in the lower city. There's a glassblower as well. Young, temperamental, but skilled. You'll have the tools you need. Fergus smiled faintly, mind already racing. Steel retorts, coil stills, pressure valves, copper piping. Fire Brew 3.0 could be real. Ashenvale's brow arched. You still see magic as fluff. Fergus folded his arms, standing his ground. Magic's spectacle. I build things you can touch. Ashenvale turned to a tall candelabra, its 5 wicks unlit. He raised a hand. Valien Soltaire. Fire flared, clean, silent, white gold. Each wick ignited in sequence, as if responding to a symphony only Ashenvale could hear. The light didn't flicker. It listened. Fergus's breath caught, not from fear, but the terrifying thrill of understanding something without knowing why. Fergus stared. Show off. Ashenvale's smile was faint. Try it. Fergus hesitated, then raised his hand just slightly. His fingers shook, not with doubt, but anticipation. Deep down, he wanted it to work. Fergus hesitated. You want me to say magic words at a stick? Ashenvale gestured calmly. It's not asking, it's commanding. Intent matters. Fergus faced the sconce reluctantly, muttering with doubt. If I singe my brows, Kael's gonna laugh for weeks. He cleared his throat. Valian Soltaire. Nothing. Ashenvale offered calmly, with an air of patient instruction. Again, mean it. Not with your mouth, your will. Fergus drew in a breath. He imagined pressure flowing through copper coils, heat rising, the precise instant when vapor becomes flame. He whispered, firmer. Valian Soltaire. The candle flickered. A flame sparked and held, small, unsure, but alive. He smiled, barely, but then his vision blurred at the edges. The flame didn't just respond, it recognized him. Fergus blinked, heart hammering. I did that. But then a lurch. Heat surged through his arm, sharp and liquid. A sudden wave of energy erupted from his hands, cracking like a split cask under pressure. Fergus staggered back. It felt like his bones had been filled with boiling water, like pressure wanted out of his skin. His mouth opened, but no words came, just heat and light. Fire burst out in twin arcs, licking the sconce, then the nearby tapestry. Fergus shouted, panic rising as fire surged through him. I can't stop it! His fingers trembled, and wild heat poured from him, uncontrolled. Flames danced along the table's edge. Scrolls rolled away like frightened animals. The air thickened with smoke. The scent was sharp, scorched vellum, singed linen, the faint sweetness of burning ink. Scrolls curled like leaves in flame. A tapestry's edge crumbled into ash. Ashenvale didn't flinch. He watched, measured, not panicked, but assessing, like a smith gauging a forge before working the steel. Ashenvale raised a steady hand and invoked the words, Veranor Eshtil. The flames collapsed inward, like breath recalled. Smoke coiled once more into silence. Outside in the courtyard, Kael lowered his blade, sweat rolling down his temple. He sniffed the air. Kael lowered his blade, sniffing the air suspiciously. Smoke? Thorns straightened, sword still raised. Please tell me Fergus didn't burn the bloody archives. A shout from a footman echoed. Fire in the west wing! Inside, Fergus sat slumped on a stone bench near the scorched tapestry, fingers curled against his palms. The heat still coiled under his skin like a second pulse. He couldn't tell if he was cold or overheated. His limbs ached like he'd sprinted uphill. His breath came short and fast, like the fire had taken more than just air. Ashenvale crouched before him, eyes sharp, but not unkind. You lit the spark. That much is clear. Fergus's voice was hollow, filled with shame and awe. I just wanted a candle, not a bloody bonfire. Ashenvale studied the scorched floor, then smiled dryly. Enthusiasm, that's the word for it. He stood and retrieved a thick tome, its cover banded in copper. You'll read this before breakfast, and again after lunch. Fergus raised a brow, trying to regain some levity. More spells? Ashenvale replied. Restraint, grounding, control. Magic doesn't just light candles, it listens. Ashenvale met Fergus's eyes, and it waits. You gave it too much, too fast, but it's not a curse, it's a question. And you answered, and it remembers. Fergus looked down at his blackened hands, the skin unburned but tingling. Fergus murmured softly, staring at his tingling hands. What happens if I can't control it? Ashenvale placed a hand on his shoulder. Then we make sure you never reach that point, together. His hand stayed on Fergus's shoulder, steady as stone. Control doesn't come first. Understanding does. He turned toward the candelabra, now flickering steadily again. Ashenvale murmured as he turned toward the flickering light. You've been carrying the current all along, Fergus. It was never about lighting the flame. It was about not drowning in it. The scent of scorched vellum still lingered as Kael and Thorn stepped out into the corridor, just beyond the library's blackened arch. Servants moved quickly now, dousing soot and checking beams for heat. Kael and Thorn stood just beyond the library's door, watching servants scurry to mop soot and check for further damage. Thorn grimaced as he watched the smoke drifting from the wing. "Can we leave him unsupervised for 5 minutes?" Kael replied with a faint smile. He lived. That's a win. Kael's smile faded slowly. The scent of smoke always lingered too long. First sparks left scars, even if you didn't see them. Inside, the glow of firelight still shimmered against the tall bookshelves, but the danger had passed, for now. Fergus, now seated before a new candle, stared at the tiny wick as if it might jump. Fergus muttered under his breath as he faced a new candle. No sparks this time, just science. He adjusted the wick with surgical care. No jokes, no muttering, just breathing. Each inhale a promise not to lose control again. The flame flickered peacefully, and he let out a slow, steady breath. The flame held. So did he. Chapter 20. Swords and Society. From the veiled letters of Seraphine the Listener, etched in wax and iron before the fourth court. Not all blades are drawn from scabbards. Some smile, some sip wine, some wear silk like armor and speak in riddles made of rank. The old dance sharpens its steps. One misstep, and laughter becomes laceration. 3 stood at the threshold of polished halls, smelling of smoke, sweat, and ghosts. And the court, it always remembers the scent of blood beneath perfume. Steel clashed in the Eston Vale training yard, a rhythm as sharp as a heartbeat. The morning sun beat down on scorched flagstones and sweating brows. Dust curled underfoot with each pivot and strike, coating boots and bare arms in a pale sheen. Wooden blades cracked together, echoing through the stone courtyard. Kael and Thorn sparred with a stubbornness that had long abandoned elegance. Thorn's shirt was half untucked, sticking to his back with sweat. He stumbled on loose gravel, blade nearly slipping from his hands. Thorn panted, sweat streaming as he leaned on his sword. "All we're forging is sweat." Kael grinned as he parried the next strike. Sweat's honest, beats bleeding. Their swords met again with a dull thok, more brawl than ballet. The clamor of effort clashed with the background hum of servants preparing for the day. Brooms sweeping, shutters swinging open, banners rising with the wind. From the yard's edge, Captain Garrick Doonhall watched, arms folded over his broad chest. His expression was carved from stone, but a faint smirk lingered under his grizzled beard. Garrick barked from the yard's edge, voice cutting through the clash of swords. "Scythes don't parry, boys. Flail like that in a duel, and you'll be dead before your next breath. Again." Kael adjusted his stance, jaw tight. His legs ached, and his grip had begun to slip from sweat. He hated how often he got close, almost turning Thorn's blade, almost forcing a surrender. Progress felt like dragging a plow through stone. Thorn wheezed, propping himself up. "I thought harvesting tobacco taught me coordination." Kael snorted, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. "A scythe's for grass. This is for keeping your head attached." Despite aching arms and growing blisters, neither yielded. Pride outweighed Tain. They squared off again, but the rhythm shattered as thundering hooves echoed from the gate. A liveried servant burst through the archway, waving wildly. Behind him rode a herald cloaked in sapphire, astride a horse as black and gleaming as river obsidian. He dismounted with practiced grace, boots landing cleanly on the gravel. The courtyard stilled, as if nobility itself had dropped into the dust. Even Garrick's brow lifted. Sunlight struck the scroll, and suddenly Kael felt underdressed, in sweat and grit. His gloved hand produced a scroll of thick parchment, sealed in gold. He snapped it open with the crispness of ceremony. The herald's voice rang out, clear and commanding. By Her Highness, Princess Eliana Delavar, Lady of Light, Keeper of the Ninth Flame, Thorn of Estenvale, Kael and Fergus of Cinderfeld, are summoned to a noble gathering for the planting season, Royal Palace. 2 nights hence. Silence fell like a blade. Kael blinked. 2 nights? Let out a breath that was half a laugh. No escaping that. A familiar voice slid between them like silk. Swords down, boys. You'll need both feet unbroken for what comes next. Kael glanced at his blistered heels. He wasn't sure they were ready for silk shoes. He stepped into the sun, robes trailing like smoke, eyes gleaming. Thorn scowled, half joking. I talk fine enough for the palace. Ashenvale responded flatly, unimpressed. You talk like a pig wrestler with an inheritance. The court will sniff out your roots before you open your mouth. Thorn rolled his eyes, but Kael noticed the way his hands fidgeted with his cufflinks. Beneath the smirk, he was unraveling too. Kael frowned. A royal ball, with noble houses watching? Ashenvale's tone shifted, low and edged. Ashenvale's voice took on an edge. It's not a ball, it's a stage. Every glance is a blade, every word is bait. One misstep, and the room carves you to pieces while smiling. Garrick strode forward, clapping Kael on the shoulder. You'd be better off crossing blades with bandits than noble tongues. At least steel's honest. Ashenvale waved them toward the manor. Come. Polishing blades is simple. Polishing men, much harder. The manor swelled with chaos the moment they stepped through the great doors. Tailors darted through halls carrying bolts of silk and brocade. Tutors bickered in hallways over dance tempos. Harried servants swirled through the chambers with trays of tea, combs, and perfume samples. The main ballroom had been cleared for dance practice. Mirrors lined one wall, so clean they seemed made of water. In their reflection, Kael caught the sight of himself. Sweaty, scuffed, eyes wide. He looked like a boy in a soldier's boots. Kael shifted his weight uneasily. The shoes pinched. The borrowed vest was too tight across the shoulders. His reflection didn't match the man he felt like. It looked like he'd dressed in someone else's life. Thorn muttered under his breath, I'd rather take 10 duels than dance the fox step in a room full of lords. Ashenvale stood in the center of the mirrored floor, arms folded. It's the flame waltz, more perilous by far. Fergus poked his head in, soot-smudged and grinning. Did someone say dancing? I'll be in the back with the wine. Kael gave a shaky laugh, eyeing his reflection again. What if I trip? Ashenvale's voice sharpened. Then you recover like it was planned. Confidence conceals chaos. Garrick leaned toward Kael and advised quietly. Treat it like swordplay. Anticipate your opponent. Keep your footing. The doors opened again, and a music instructor swept in, stiff-backed and frowning. A violinist followed, tuning with a slow flourish. The first notes of the flame waltz trickled into the hall. They didn't sound like music. They sounded like footsteps in a corridor where something waited at the end. By evening, the polished hallways had quieted, though echoes of violins still lingered beyond the ballroom walls. Kael limped to a bench, shoes half off, feet blistered. Thorn collapsed beside him, pulling off his stiff collar like it was choking him. Thorn collapsed onto the bench beside Kael. I can't feel my toes. Or my pride, Kael panted, breath still shallow. At least we didn't knock over the Countess in training. Fergus appeared, hair wild, arms smudged with soot. You two look like you fought a chimera. Thorn grimaced and leaned back. Worse, a choreographed one. Ashen walked past, dropping 2 books on Kael's lap. Etiquette and conversational gambits. Memorize them. Tomorrow we learn the bow and the toast. Thorn groaned at the weight of the expectation. There's a book on toasting? Ashenvale answered with a sigh. Multiple. Kael looked at the gold-gilded cover. The script was elegant. The pages were stiff. The pressure in his chest tightened. Kael turned the book over in his hands. The leather cover was smooth, but the weight felt unnatural, like it carried expectations heavier than steel. His name might be on a guest list now, but his heart still lived in the fields. What if we don't belong there? Thorn didn't meet his eyes. Maybe we don't, but neither did half those silver spoon nobles. They just pretend better. Ashenvale turned. His voice was quiet, but it filled the space. You already do. The question is, can you prove it before the wolves bite? Ashenvale's gaze lingered on them both, sharp and sad all at once. Wolves never come at the beginning. They wait until you look like prey. The violinist struck a higher note, sweet and sharp as a blade drawn in courtly silence. The violinist continued to play in the hall beyond, each note a reminder. The dance was coming, and the blades, this time, were made of silk and whispered truths. Chapter 21. The Spring Ball. From the tapered scrolls of Seraphine the Listener, penned beneath the ceiling of painted stars. In halls where silk rustles louder than steel, a smile may draw more blood than a blade. Masks gleam, names coil like vipers, and music dances with secrets yet spoken. Beneath chandeliers that mimic constellations, the airless and the highborn share steps, one seeking favor, the other lighting fuses. But beware the waltz where lineage stumbles, for in that rhythm, wolves remember how to bare their teeth. The royal palace blazed with 1,000 candles, each flame a flickering jewel in the grand chandelier that loomed over the marble floor. Gold leaf trim caught every glint of firelight, throwing back flashes of opulence in every direction. Velvet-draped balconies curved around the ballroom like a theater, where the highborn and ambitious gathered not only to waltz, but to weigh, whisper, and wound. Music hummed in the air, delicate and slow, yet coiled with tension. A quartet played a lilting flame waltz, strings whispering of summer dusk and hidden knives. The scent of gardenia mingled with lilac wine, warm pastries, and polished stone. Laughter bubbled from every corner, but none of it reached the eyes. Every movement felt rehearsed, but beneath the surface, Kael could sense the court's pulse, watching, evaluating, hunting. He shifted his weight and realized even that felt like the wrong choice. Kael lingered near the ballroom's arched entrance, the curve of his jaw tight beneath a borrowed emerald doublet that chafed his collarbones. It was tailored too high in the shoulders, an heirloom piece altered last minute, and the starched collar felt like a noose tied with ribbon. Earlier, Thorn had joked, "We're drowning in velvet." Kael had laughed at the time. Now, among nobles gliding like predators in painted silk, the words echoed with weight. Beside him, Thorn tugged at his cuffs and shifted from foot to foot. One misstep, and I'll topple the kingdom, or at least stain the hem of someone terrifying. Kael's smile was steady, though the corners twitched with nerves. Keep your chin up. You're Eston Vale's heir, not a tavern brawler. Thorn gave him a sideways look. My boots beg to differ. Fergus, ever the outlier, hovered just behind, eyes darting across the crowd. This is a snare. Every smile hides a blade, and they're all sharper than ours. They stood there, wrapped in unease, 2 days removed from Ashen Vale's brutal etiquette crash course, bowing, court titles, 10 kinds of toast, and the infuriating geometry of the flame waltz. Thorn had tripped on the same spin 7 times. Fergus had insulted a practice dummy by calling it Your Grace. A trumpet sounded, a herald's call, pure and clear, like a knife over silk. The herald's voice rang out, crisp and formal. Lord Thorn of Estenvale, Masters Kael and Fergus of Cinderfeld. The crowd turned, curious eyes narrowing like arrows notched to string. A noblewoman with onyx earrings lowered her goblet. A merchant prince from Maris Thrall raised an eyebrow. Somewhere, a whisper began to spin. Somewhere to the left, a voice whispered behind a fan, Estenvale's orphan heir. Barely fits his coat. Another replied, It's not the coat I'm watching. Kael stepped forward first, heart pounding in his throat. His boots echoed too loud on the marble. Thorn followed with squared shoulders, looking like a soldier marching into enemy fire. Fergus trailed, muttering, One slip and we're court jesters, or worse, featured in a minstrel's satire. He nearly veered toward the wine table and kept walking. There's still time, he whispered to himself. If I trip now, maybe they exile me to the kitchens. At the ballroom's heart, beneath a canopy of soft starlight lamps, stood Princess Eliana de Lavar. Her gown shimmered with silver threads that caught the glow of every lantern, her circlet woven with sapphires and morning star gems. She was regal, radiant, and utterly still, the storm's eye in a hall of motion. She met their gaze directly, her smile cool, voice like a bell. Eliana greeted them, voice like a bell. Welcome, your leaf has charmed my court. Now show us your grace. Kael bowed, slow, even, not too deep. It felt like a sword finding its sheath. Thorn bowed next, too low, a little wobbly. Fergus hesitated, then performed a clumsy dip that earned a few hidden chuckles from a ring of noble daughters. The musicians shifted seamlessly into a slower tempo, a flame waltz, the very one they'd been drilled on. Eliana turned and extended a hand. Eliana turned to Thorn with a cool, deliberate gaze. Dance with me, Lord Estenvale. Thorn blinked. Me, Your Highness? Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Unless you'd prefer to juggle. Kael nudged him forward. Don't trample her hem. Thorn took her hand, stiff as a board. She stepped in close enough for only him to hear. Eliana's eyes sparkled with mischief. Left foot first. I won't let you fall, unless you insult my shoes. Thorn let out a breathless laugh, unsure if she was joking. He followed. They moved into the center, his steps clumsy but sincere. Eliana flowed like water around his missteps, guiding him with subtle pressure. The dance became less a performance and more a conversation, awkward, endearing, unexpectedly sweet. Thorn misstepped once, hard, but she recovered for him, turning it into a spin that made him look like he meant it. For a brief second, he smiled, not the roguish one, but something real. And around the room, the tone shifted, whispers bent, attention sharpened. Estenvale's heir could dance, after all. Fergus drifted toward the mezzanine, following instinct more than plan. Up there, the noise softened into murmurs. The music below sounded distant here, like memory wrapped in silk. A warm breeze moved through the upper windows, lifting dust motes that drifted like stars. Shelves lined the walls, some with books, others with star charts and decanters. Near a bust of some forgotten noble, a girl sat cross-legged in a seafoam green gown. She wore spectacles and didn't look up from the tome that swallowed her lap. A female voice spoke from behind a book without looking up. You're blocking the light. Sit or move, but don't loom. Fergus flinched, then laughed and dropped into the nearby seat. Didn't mean to hover. Thought this was a safe zone. She looked up briefly, eyebrow arched. Safe is relative, but yes, the court avoids bookcases. She turned a page with the kind of care one gives ancient engines or secrets. Fergus glanced back toward the ballroom. Good. They can keep their silks. I prefer steam valves and kiln maps. She closed her book slightly. A scholar or a maker? Fergus grinned. Bit of both. And a brewer. Not the wine kind, the sort with fire coils and precise measurements. Her eyes gleamed with interest. Tell me more. She didn't smile, not quite, but her eyes didn't move from his face either. Precision has its own poetry, she said, especially when no one's watching. Down below, Kael took Eliana's hand for the next dance. Her touch was cool and steady. Her scent, like rain on fresh stone, grounded him. Eliana spoke to Kael as they began the next dance. You're finding your footing. Kael grinned as they turned. I'm dodging treason by toe. She laughed, an honest, quiet sound. You're more formidable than you know, Kael. He didn't reply right away. Part of him wanted to believe her. Another part feared what becoming formidable might cost. But not all laughter was kind. Near a marble column, Malrek Verin watched with a goblet in hand. When Kael danced a third turn with the princess, Malrek's grit tightened. A hairline crack spidered through the crystal. Across the ballroom, glances sharpened. A nobleman muttered, "She dances with smoke and ruin." Another whispered, "Or a message." Crucieta Verin hissed the words from behind a fan. "She's dancing with a farmer." Violina Verin drifted by with a clipped whisper. "She's reckless, but this, a slap to our house." Malrek's jaw clenched. Behind him, a tall, masked figure appeared, his black sleeves embroidered faintly with a spiderweb sigil, a Borgin agent. The masked figure tilted his head slightly, not toward Kael, toward Eliana, as if measuring her reach. No one acknowledged him. No one needed to. The tension told its own story. Kael felt it too, a sudden weight in the air, like the room had leaned toward danger. Eliana's hand tightened on his. Her eyes flicked past him, reading the court like a battlefield. She did not falter. Eliana's voice was low and steady in Kael's ear. "Do not break rhythm. They're counting your steps." And she led him into the turn, daring the storm to blink first. The next waltz began, more elaborate, more exposed. She led him into it anyway, bold, deliberate, as if daring the court to challenge her. Lanterns above shimmered like captured stars. Below them, a commoner and a princess turned in elegant circles, watched by wolves, shadowed by spies, carried by music. Their steps defied. Chapter 22, Morning After the Ball. From the braided letters of Seraphine the Listener, inscribed when the flame had faded but not yet gone cold. The revel ends, and the dawn reveals what wine could not. The burden beneath the brilliance, the purpose seeded in silk. Ash lingers on the breath of the bold. A smile is recalled, promise unspoken. Yet the blade returns to its whetstone, and the heart, if unbroken, hardens. For what begins in a waltz must endure the road and the storm that follows it. Morning spilled like wine across the villa's breakfast hall, gilding chairs and corners with lazy amber light. It streamed over ivory molding, caught in the facets of a crystal decanter, and danced across silver cutlery, untouched beside delicate porcelain plates. The scent of roasted apples, clove-spiced porridge, and fresh cream wafted through the still air. But appetite was in short supply. Kael, Thorn, and Fergus sat slouched in high-backed chairs that seemed more like thrones than furniture, tired kings of a too-long night. Their linen tunics were wrinkled, court shoes discarded beneath the table, hair only half tamed from sleep. Fergus pressed a slice of chilled cucumber to a bruised eye, his voice dry as burnt toast. I'm blaming her for this shiner. Who spins clockwise on a reverse waltz? That's not etiquette, that's sabotage. Kael sipped steaming tea, fingers wrapped around the cup for warmth. You crashed into a pillar with flair, I'll give you that. Fergus grinned. Flair's my middle name. Thorn groaned, head buried in his hands. That ballroom was a battlefield. Fans flicking like blades, laughter with teeth, and names longer than harvest prayers. Kael arched a brow, teasing. Tough life, Lord Eston Vale. Barely survived the noble daughter's siege, did you? Thorn looked up, eyes bloodshot but bright with sarcasm. Survived? I'm a ghost, Kael. I haunt this breakfast table now. Kael's gaze drifted toward the head of the table, empty now. Bryn Jar had once sat there, grumbling about porridge and bad boots, always the first to rise and the last to leave. The chair remained untouched, cushions still indented from the last morning he'd used it. No one had moved it. Outside, a dove cooed from the ivy-laced arch. The sun struck Fergus's spoon just right, flashing silver against the bruising at his temple. For a moment, it looked like a medal. A moment of silence passed, broken only by the soft crackle of a hearth and a far-off bell tower ringing second morning. Kael leaned back, the porcelain cup warm in his palms. I danced with a princess. Fergus and Thorn in unison. And she danced circles around you. Laughter cracked through the fatigue. Fergus jabbed his spoon in Kael's direction. Malrek Varen's glare could have forged swords, and Crociatar's eyes lethal. Kael's grin faded, memory catching up with him. She was kind, that's all. Thorn teased, kind like a blade's kiss, sharp, swift, leaves a mark. Fergus, stirring his porridge idly, spoke more quietly. I met someone too, on the mezzanine. She wasn't dressed to kill, thank the gods, just reading. Kael blinked, eyebrows raised. You? Court flirtation? Fergus. She's a scholar. Seafoam dress, spectacles, book thick enough to club a bear. She knew more about distillation coils than I do. Thorn snorted. Did you invite her to your dungeon brewery? Fergus, flatly. Laboratory. I might ask for her help, eventually, once I've built enough not to explode. Kael chuckled. Just don't torch her notebooks. The laughter faded as they left the breakfast hall, their steps heavy with the weight of the night. Seeking solitude, they wandered to the villa's library, where the quiet seemed to hold Brynjar's absence like a tangible thing. Kael reached into his cloak, pulling out a folded parchment he'd found among Brynjar's belongings. The fire crackled low in the hearth, casting long shadows along the carved paneling of the old study. The scent of paper, wax, and distant rain hung in the air. Outside, the wind stirred the hedgerows. Inside, 3 young men sat beneath the flickering light, hunched over a folded piece of parchment sealed in deep blue wax, unbroken until now. Kael turned it in his fingers, the seal familiar. Brynjar's mark, stamped into the wax with the blunt edge of his signet ring. It was in his saddlebag, Kael said, voice barely above a whisper. Left with his cloak. He meant for us to read it. Thorn nodded once, silently. Fergus leaned forward, elbows on his knees. His thumb hovered over the wax. For all his resolve, some part of him didn't want to open it, not because he feared what it said, but because breaking that seal meant Brynjar was truly gone. Final, real, not just missing from the hallway or the forge, missing from the world. His hands smelled faintly of apples and ink. He pressed his thumb into the mark, feeling the impression more than the heat. Kael broke the seal. To Kael, Thorn, and Fergus. If you're reading this, I've likely found the end I always expected. Do me one kindness. Bury me deep and curse no gods on my behalf. I made my peace with them long ago. I write this not to haunt you, but to unburden something I never spoke aloud. You deserve more than sword lessons and half-spoken warnings. I served King Taurin's father, King Hadron the Stern, they called him. A just man for a crown, though justice in a crown still stains red. I rode in his honor, bled in his name, slew men whose names I never learned for a future I no longer believe arrived. I was good at killing, too good. Promotions came, titles too, and with them the orders grew stranger, less about defending the realm, more about power, bloodlines, border politics. I killed for maps, for coin disguised as law. One day, after we burned a village to draw out a rebel lord who wasn't even there, I sheathed my blade and never drew it again. I left. No ceremony, no farewell, just a horse, a bag of coin, and a vow to never fight another man's war. Cinderfeld offered nothing and everything. Quiet fields, honest work, a kind woman I never quite deserved. And later, when her light went out, silence enough for grief to settle like dust. Then came you three, bright-eyed and reckless, too curious for your own good. I saw pieces of my younger self in each of you, and that frightened me more than any blade. You were unshaped ore, and I, God's help me, wanted to temper you into something better than I ever became. I taught you to fight, yes, but more than that, I tried to teach you restraint, because it's not the blade that shapes a man, it's what he refuses to cut. You'll find power ahead, influence, titles, lovers, enemies. You'll be praised, envied, and cursed in the same breath. But remember this, what you kill becomes a part of you. What you protect does too. There's no glory in war. No matter how many songs are sung, there's only survival and the cost it demands. When you stand in halls of gold, surrounded by those who call you Lord or Hero, ask yourselves what it took to get there and what it cost others. I don't regret walking away. My only regret is not speaking sooner. I believe in each of you, in different ways. Thorn, don't wear the title like armor. It's heavier than it looks. Fergus, your fire burns bright, but don't forget to guard the wick. Kael, you already carry more weight than you realize. Don't let it break you. Stand for what you choose, not what others demand. And should you find yourselves at the edge of something dark and you don't know which way to go, light a fire. Someone may yet follow. I heard whispers of older powers, gods sealed in ash and steel, stirring beneath the earth. If they wake, no blade will be enough. Bring jar. The fire snapped. None of them spoke for a long time. Thorn's fingers curled tightly around the edge of the parchment. His jaw tightened, the word titles echoing against the ball's memories. Nobles had called him Lord last night, but Brinjar's warning made the title feel like a distant, heavy thing he wasn't ready to bear. Fergus sat back, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, a shaky laugh escaping. Fergus exhaled through his nose, eyes still on the parchment. He always pretended not to care when we messed up, but he remembered every detail, every scrape, every win. Guard the wick, he muttered, thinking of how he'd boasted to the scholar at the ball. Brinjar had always seen the recklessness he tried to hide with a grin. Kael folded the letter carefully, as if it might break. A floorboard creaked overhead, just the manner settling, but it made all three flinch. No ghosts, just echoes. But for that breath of silence, Kael almost believed Brinjar would walk through the door again. The weight Brinjar spoke of felt far off, like the noble's gilded halls, but the ache of his absence and the memory of Eliana's dance burned close. He placed the letter inside one of the older volumes Brinjar used to read, The 12 Houses of the Western Reaches. Quiet. Fitting. Then they sat a while longer, not speaking, as the fire burned low and the ghosts of one old soldier finally found rest. Chapter 23, Journey East to a King. From the twilight verses of Seraphine the Listener, etched where the sky forgot the sun. They rode through the marrow of a dying land, where silence howled louder than flame. Ash marked the path, and old prayers lay broken beneath blackened soil. Eyes watched from ruin. Names were stripped from doors, and still they pressed on, not to find salvation, but to remind the earth it had not yet been forsaken. For even in the breath before collapse, a heartbeat may stir the wind. The journey east began under skies the color of steel, as if even the clouds sensed what lay ahead and had dimmed themselves in mourning. The sun hung low despite the hour, its warmth distant, its presence diffused behind a veil of smoky haze. Their departure from Velseren had been formal, official. GLs had stood at the villa gate in crisp livery, bidding farewell with a scroll of supply routes and seals. He handed the scroll over with the same reverence one might offer a sword. "Should you return," he said, "let it be with all three of you, preferably upright." Thorn gave a two-fingered salute. "We'll try not to stain the map." Fergus, already fumbling with his saddlebag, added, "And I've only packed half as many combustibles this time. Mostly paper." GL's did not sigh, but his blink was long, measured, the kind servants used to delay saying something regrettable. "The Crown expects updates at the quarter marks," he said, "and the Princess expects tact." Kael nodded, tucking the scroll away. "We'll send both, in careful balance." A dozen Eston Vale guards rode with them for the first 2 days before splitting south towards scattered garrisons. After that, it was just the three of them again, Kael, Thorn, and Fergus, riding lean horses beneath a sky that seemed to close tighter with each passing league. The first day was quiet. Rolling fields gave way to sparser terrain, fallow orchards, abandoned mills, stone bridges marked with old burn scars. At dusk, they passed a shuttered temple dedicated to Halion, god of rivers, its windows boarded, its bell missing. Ivy choked the statues. The air smelled faintly of scorched incense and mold. Kael exhaled slowly, hand resting on the saddle horn. Even the gods packed up. Thorn, a few paces ahead, replied without looking back. Maybe they saw this coming and didn't care to stay. By the second day, the road began to decay beneath their hooves, no longer paved, just crushed gravel and ash-packed ruts. The land flattened, stretching out in long, tired sighs of yellow grass and half-dead trees. Old farmsteads stood at slants, their barns collapsed, fields choked with blackened stalks. The occasional windmill turned lazily, more out of memory than purpose. Kael dismounted at one point to check the edge of a dry streambed. He scooped the soil in one gloved hand, fine, grey, brittle. "Fertile once," he muttered. "This used to be barley country." Fergus stepped beside him. "Not anymore. That's not drought. That's scorched earth." And still they rode. The change came quietly, first in the scent. At twilight, Kael pulled his cloak higher against the chill and stiffened. "Ash," he said, voice low. They all smelled it then. Not hearth ash, not the gentle smoke of a countryside kitchen. This was raw and bitter. Like wet bone and charred flesh, it clung to their cloaks, caked their boots, sank into their lungs. By the third day, it was everywhere. The road turned to a half-buried scar along the base of a hill. Ahead, a farmhouse sat gutted, roof collapsed, walls blackened, glass melted in jagged rivulets down the window frames. A wheelbarrow still leaned against the porch rail, as if waiting for chores that would never come. Kael's horse balked as they passed. The stench was thick, old death, smoke, something fouler still. A sound stopped them. Buzzing, subtle, persistent. Fergus edged toward the barn, sword drawn. He pushed open the burned-out doors and froze. Inside were carcasses, oxen, pigs, goats, ripped open and left in tangled heaps. Some had symbols painted across their flanks in dried blood, twisted glyphs and jagged circles. Fergus backed away slowly, swallowing hard. That symbol, I've seen it before, in Ashen Vale's grimoires. It's not just decoration, it's a siphon. It pulls something. Kael stepped inside, nostrils flaring against the reek. His gaze locked on one of the symbols, its lines drawn with frightening precision. A siphon for what? Power, Fergus whispered. Or sacrifice. Either way, someone meant for it to stay behind, to scar more than just the flesh. Thorn's voice came tight from behind the doorframe. Doesn't look like they were sacrificed. Looks like they were butchered, then used. Kael's eyes moved over the room slowly. Then someone wanted us to find it, wanted the stench to linger. Thorn turned away, swallowing hard. Kael didn't speak. He didn't have to. They made camp farther down the road that night, lighting no fire. On the fourth day, they passed through 3 villages, each more lifeless than the last. One had been burned from the inside out. Blackened rafters clawed at the sky like broken fingers. Pots still sat on overturned hearths. A wooden crib rocked gently on a breeze that smelled of decay. In the next, they found no fire damage, no signs of struggle, just silence. Doors hung open. Food sat half-eaten on tables, now home to flies. A dog barked somewhere, then whimpered. Kael found a chessboard mid-match on a windowsill. I hate this more than the smoke, Fergus whispered. They just vanished. A third village had been repurposed. Thorn drew his cloak tighter, his voice a low rasp. This isn't conquest. It's theater. They want us to see what they've done. Kael scanned the torchlit square, taking in the twisted banners and carved symbols with narrowed eyes. A warning, maybe, or a claim. Fergus approached one of the marked door frames, fingertips hovering just above the eye-shaped glyph. He didn't touch it. These patterns, they're ritualistic, symmetrical, almost ceremonial. Ashenvale said the Borgin don't just take land, they unmake it first. The torch beside the well hissed in the wind. And what's left, Kael murmured, won't be fit for anyone else. Torches lit at the edges of the square. Strange banners, foreign, unfurled, hung over the well. A single symbol was carved into every doorframe. An eye, encircled by jagged slashes. Borgin, Fergus murmured, throat dry. They don't just burn, they imprint. They make the land remember. Kael studied the mark for a long time before nudging his horse forward. Then we won't forget either. On the 5th day, they rode along the banks of what had once been the Estmere River. Now it was a sluggish vein of black water, choked with ash and bloated fish. It reeked of rot and blood. The reeds along the banks were brittle, snapping like dry twigs beneath the horse's hooves. Fergus crouched beside the water, poking a dead trout with a stick. The fish's scales flaked away at the lightest touch, revealing lesions beneath. Fergus grimaced and stood, wiping his hand on his sleeve. The water's turned corrosive. See the edge of the bank? It's collapsing inward. Could be runoff from alchemical burning, either ours or theirs. Thorn peered across the ruined river, lips pressed tight. How do they poison a whole watershed? This isn't just siege tactics, it's annihilation. Kael scanned the water's sluggish path, watching as it choked around a bend where broken wagons jutted like skeletons. What doesn't die here forgets how to live. It's poisoned, he said quietly. Either runoff from burning or alchemical. Maybe both. Kael squinted upstream. Is it the front? Or are they doing this on purpose? Thorn didn't answer. His jaw clenched, his hand tightened on his reins. That evening, they encountered the first humans in days. A procession of refugees stumbled along the road in the opposite direction, barefoot, wrapped in rags, eyes hollow. Most didn't speak. One woman wore a shawl scorched at the edges, clutching a bundle that might have been a child, or just cloth wrapped around hope. An old man pushed a cart missing one wheel, its axle groaning like a dying thing. A girl with one shoe walked with her eyes fixed on the horizon, lips whispering names like prayer. Fergus dismounted briefly, offering his canteen to a passing man who didn't look up, only drank in slow, shaking gulps before handing it back wordlessly. "They're walking ghosts," Fergus murmured, eyes haunted. Thorn nodded once. "And we're the first people they've seen who weren't running. Women with children, an old man dragging a wooden cart with one wheel missing." They barely acknowledged the three riders. One boy stopped beside Kael's horse, staring. Kael reached into his pack and pulled out a strip of dried meat. The boy stared at it, then at Kael, then turned and ran to catch his mother. No thanks, no words. Even kindness feels foreign now, Thorn said quietly. Kael said nothing. He just kept riding. By the seventh day, the sky had turned a permanent shade of dusk. They crested a hill and saw firelight sprawling in the valley below. Tents, soldiers, banners, a makeshift fortress built of scavenged timbers and ambition. The remains of an old fairground, Velbridge, once home to midsummer revels and flower parades. Now it was war's resting place. Smoke curled from dozens of cook fires. Armor clinked faintly. Horses shifted. Everywhere they looked, men moved like ghosts, hollow-eyed, armor-dented, swords unsharpened for lack of grindstones. Kael rode between the outer barricades, flanked by Thorn and Fergus. A sentry raised a torch and called out, "Names!" Kael lifted the scroll with Eliana's seal. The torch lowered. "You're expected," the guard said. "The king waits in the command tent." The name landed with weight. Not just a monarch, but the man caught between retreat and ruin. King Tauren, Fergus whispered under his breath, never defeated in battle. Did not expect the Zal to invade. Thorn glanced at him. So either he's brilliant, or doomed to be a footnote. "Let's hope he's neither," Kael said. "We need someone who listens." They passed the last row of pikes and made their way through the camp. Men sharpened blades by firelight. Others sat silent, nursing wounds both fresh and old. An entire regiment slept on bare earth, cloaks drawn over their heads. The command tent stood at the camp's heart, huge, black, rimmed with gold stitching. The king's banner flapped above it, a rearing stag, golden against a field of deep blue. Outside the tent stood a man in polished half-plate, his face lined, his beard streaked with ash. "I am Captain Merrill," he said. "King Aldrin awaits." He looked at them, one by one. 3 travelers who bore the dust of ruin, but whose eyes still held something defiant. "I hope you're ready," he added, "because we're out of plans, and nearly out of time." Chapter 24. The King's War Camp. From the morning canticles of Seraphine the Listener, etched in ash and bone beneath the veiled sky, the crown does not rest atop the brow, it anchors the storm within. Where tents rise like bruises and firelight mimics memory, the air chokes with prayers too tired to finish. Kings speak in iron, but the land speaks in scars. And in the shadow of banners that no longer flutter, 3 threads were pulled taut, not by glory, but by necessity. When hope dies, purpose sharpens its teeth. The war camp was not a gathering of soldiers, it was a wound, a tear in the fabric of the land itself. From the moment they crested the last hill, Kael, Thorn, and Fergus could feel it. A stillness unnatural and suffocating. Kael felt it in his teeth, like the pressure before a lightning strike. The kind of silence that didn't fall but coiled, thick and waiting. War had a sound, but this place had an absence. No drums, no horns, just the crackle of distant fire and the low, muffled coughs of wounded men with nowhere left to go. He'd imagined camps as places of barked orders, banners snapping, soldiers training at sunrise. But this was what came after the stories had ended. Smoke curled from cook fires and forges, but none of it rose with the innocence of village hearths. It hung low and acrid, mixing with the ever-present scent of blood, iron, and charred leather. A forge's tang, Kael thought. Except here, nothing was being crafted, only broken. Canvas tents stretched in weary lines across the flattened ground, their colors faded to ash. Banners hung limp from broken poles. In the distance, wooden watchtowers creaked in a wind that howled like a mourning beast. Trenches and spike pits ringed the camp, snaking outward like veins from a diseased heart. Kael muttered, "Smells like a battlefield, even before the battle starts." He half expected the ground to pulse under his boots, as if the very soil remembered the weight of boots, the bite of swords. Fergus sidestepped a puddle slick with something dark, eyes wary. Feels like the ground's bleeding. An officer met them near the perimeter. Weather-worn, hollow-eyed, and quiet, he offered no greeting, just turned and walked. They followed without question. Everywhere around them, the machinery of survival creaked on. It moved not with urgency, but with the sluggish insistence of something dying slowly. Kael noticed how few of the soldiers looked up. Most stared into the middle distance, eyes glazed, not from shock, but from too many days where nothing improved. Hope hadn't fled. It had curled in on itself and learned silence. Even the armor here looked different, patched with wire, mismatched plates strapped together by necessity instead of rank. Soldiers hunched over whetstones, murmuring prayers. A young woman, barely older than Cassie, stitched up a wounded man's side with red-slicked hands and blank eyes. Another passed them on a stretcher, wrapped in linen, but for one dangling hand. Small, blackened at the fingertips. Kael flinched. It wasn't just the childlike shape, it was the ring. A tiny silver band, twisted and cracked, still clinging to one finger like a promise made too late. Priests from 6 orders chanted over a row of the dying, their voices flat, exhausted. Incense mingled with the stench of rot. Fergus turned his face away, whispering, "Even the gods look tired." Thorn's gaze locked on the trenches ahead, his voice low. "This isn't a war camp. It's a graveyard that hasn't finished burying." Even Fergus didn't offer a quip. His hands were balled into fists, white-knuckled around the strap of his satchel. For once, the weight he carried wasn't tools or sketches. It was witness. Near the center of camp, they passed a burned-out supply tent that had been turned into a pyre. The fire had long gone cold, but the bones beneath the char told their own story. Ashen shapes, too small to be soldiers. Fergus swore under his breath, and Kael had to grip his scythe's hilt to stop his hand from shaking. Then, at last, they reached the heart of the storm, the king's pavilion. It loomed like a fortress of blue and silver, enormous but graceful, its silken canopy reinforced with steel supports and weighted canvas. Unlike the rest of the camp, the banners here stood stiff, unmoved by the biting wind. The king's crest, a golden stag rearing against a blue sunburst, hung bright and defiant. Guards ringed the pavilion in a half-circle formation, arrows nocked but not drawn. Their armor was immaculate, their eyes tracked every movement. The officer halted. "Mind your words," he said, then pulled aside the heavy flap. Kael took a breath before stepping through, half expecting the air itself to resist. Even before his eyes adjusted, he could feel the shift. War pressed tighter here, closer, not in swords or screams, but in decisions that cost lives. Fergus brushed ash from his sleeve, almost compulsively. "Smells like verdict," he whispered. Thorn didn't respond. His jaw was clenched tight, the way it always did when he was trying not to look afraid. They stepped inside, and silence swallowed them. The tent was large, warmed by braziers and layered carpets, but it felt cavernous, the weight of decision pressing down from the center. A long war table dominated the space, scattered with maps, half-melted wax seals, and tokens in iron and bone. Behind it, flanked by advisors, stood the king. Torren de Lavar VI was no figure of pageantry. His plate armor bore old dents and burn marks, his beard trimmed but flecked with grey and soot. His presence filled the room like a drawn bow, ready, honed, unforgiving. His eyes were the color of dark steel, and they fixed on Thorn. Kael bowed awkwardly after Thorn's more practiced, noble dip. Fergus attempted a hybrid of both, resulting in something like a praying crouch while gripping his satchel like a lifeline. The king chuckled, a dry sound, more gravel than mirth, and stepped forward. Even that laugh felt like part of the battlefield, armored, cautious, chosen for effect. Kael couldn't tell if it was approval or test. He clasped Thorn's forearm with surprising strength. Your father, your true father, was stubborn as old oak, loyal beyond sense. Giving you up broke something in him that no sword ever did. Thorn blinked, caught off guard. His voice cracked. I thought he moved on." Torren shook his head, eyes distant. "No. He remembered you with every letter he sent to Vale Serin. Every time he bled for this kingdom, he did so thinking of the son no one saw him raise." Thorn's throat worked around a reply that never came. 100 questions pressed behind his eyes, but none found breath. In that moment, he wasn't a noble, he wasn't a soldier. He was just a boy holding the ghost of a father he never knew. Kael shifted beside him, gaze steady. Fergus lowered his eyes, as if intruding on something sacred. The silence wasn't awkward, it was armor. Silence fell. It wasn't mournful, it was reverent. The king turned back to the war table and gestured them closer. "Come. I didn't summon you for ghosts. We've too many of those already." They stepped forward, eyes falling on the chaos of maps. Thorn recognized the sigils of merchant routes, some circled, others slashed. Kael caught the eastward vein marked Velethar, home. "We're losing this war," Torren said, blunt and unashamed. Not for lack of courage, but for lack of steel. He picked up a black stone carved like a wolf's fang and placed it on the map's eastern edge. "Our enemy wears bone plate grown from blood-fed beasts. Their alchemists twist metal and marrow. We can't match that." He turned to Thorn. "Except with Velethar ore. Mixed with silver and bloodroot, it cuts through even Borgin hide, problem is getting it here, finished a man emerging from the tent's shadow. He was gaunt, with the bearing of a predator and the scars of a survivor. Aldrich, the king's master of scouts. We've lost 3 caravans in 2 weeks, Aldrich said. We're down to 1 trickle every fortnight. That's suicide. Kael's brow furrowed. No fixed route? We can't afford to have one, Ulrich said. They watch the roads. Any pattern, any slip. They're waiting. And they don't just ambush, they erase. Kael and Thorn exchanged a glance. It was the old trader's logic again. Smuggler's math, hunter's patience. They didn't need to be soldiers. They needed to be clever. Before either could speak, the king turned back with a glint of something else in his eye. I heard you, Kael of Cinderfeld, made quite the impression at the ball. Kael stiffened. I did what I was told. Torin barked a laugh. You did more than that. You danced with my daughter in front of 100 nobles and didn't flinch. Half the court still whispering. Kael's ears reddened. She asked me to dance. Braver still, Torin said with a grin, clapping his shoulder hard enough to rattle bone. You've the spine of a lion and the tact of a mule. I like it. Even the guards cracked faint smiles. Then Torin's grin faded. He held up 4 fingers. In 834 years, only 4 commoners have married into Delavar blood. Fergus straightened slightly, eyes flicking toward Kael. Thorn's brow furrowed, not in judgment, but in warning. Even a joke about lineage carried weight in royal circles. Kael swallowed hard. This wasn't teasing. It was history, and maybe a hint of prophecy. He remembered Eliana's touch on his sleeve, the steadiness of her gaze in the ballroom. The tent was suddenly colder, or maybe just more real. The tent fell still. Even the flames seemed to quiet. He let the words hang like a blade over their heads, then smiled again, a slow curve like sunrise over a ruined field. Let's just say, that's not many, but it's not none. Kael's heart thudded once, then again, and then he forced it back down where it belonged. The king's voice grew colder. You 3, Kael, Thorn, Fergus, are going to reforge our lifeline. You'll secure trade lines, smuggle steel, map hidden roads, keep the troops fed and armed. He turned to Fergus. You'll work with our alchemists and artificers. Your flamecraft will be studied, harnessed. Fergus swallowed. Understood. Toron faced them all, a war-forged titan lit by dying torchlight. You're not just allies. You're the razor's edge. Fail, and we fall. He stepped aside, and behind him, a new map unfurled. It wasn't a battlefield. It was a web. Routes, secret trails, water crossings, whisper tunnels. Kael stared at it and saw a future unwritten, but within reach. Thorn squared his shoulders. We'll deliver, on every mark. Torin nodded once. Then we begin at dawn. Kael exhaled, hands still tingling from the king's grip. Fergus lingered near the edge of the table, eyes fixed on the alchemical symbols etched along the trade lines. He didn't understand them all, but he would. Thorn's jaw was set, his posture that of a man not yet a commander, but preparing to become one. And Kael didn't just see roads. He saw the weight they would carry. Food, steel, lives. The map was more than parchment. It was a vow. They'd come east expecting death. They'd found a kingdom on the edge of collapse, and somehow it had given them purpose. Chapter 25. The Return to the Capital. From the emberfold leaves of Seraphine the Listener, inked beneath the copper moon. The road back is never the road left. Smoke clings to old skin. Names once whispered become shouted, and coin becomes oath. Behind velvet doors and gilded masks, Power barters in shadows, not light. 3 hands place their mark not on parchment, but on the wheel of a city spinning toward its reckoning. Beware the ink that dries too quickly. It may cover blood not yet spilled. Wagon wheels hummed against the hard-packed road, flinging gravel as dawn's mist curled around the caravan like a living shroud. The sun broke weakly over the hills, slicing golden threads through a sky still bruised by the east. Kael sat beside the driver, boots braced on the rail, fingers tapping a restless rhythm on his thigh. He caught glimpses of their cargo out the corner of his eye. Crates marked with the new flame-wreathed sigil, tarps tied with black cord. Their first true shipment, a symbol of ambition, and a risk wrapped in wood and wax. Though his eyes were fixed on the horizon, his thoughts trailed behind, lingering on what they'd seen. The poisoned rivers, the ash-stained villages, the weary soldiers who bled without glory. Thorn hunched in his cloak behind him, eyes shadowed, voice low. Feels odd, heading back so soon after the east. Fergus adjusted his satchel from the saddle, letting out a dry laugh. Odder still with guards who don't rumble like thunder or bleed rust. Kael shot a glance back, his grin more edge than warmth. A few nights on rough ground'll fix that. Their laughter rang out, brief, brittle, but real. The sound surprised even them. Velseren's spires rose ahead, piercing the morning haze. They'd ridden into the east with dust on their boots and simple hopes in their packs. Now they returned with iron in their gaze, and ghosts they didn't speak of. The capital had gilded edges, but Kael saw cracks too now. He couldn't unsee them. The city looked different now, taller somehow, more watchful. The gates were no longer simply thresholds, but the jaws of a beast, waiting to see if it would devour or welcome them. At High Vale Gate, Darin leaned against a mossy post, arms crossed, smile flashing. "Took you long enough. Thought you'd ditched your best cornholer." Kael dropped from the wagon with practiced ease, clapping Darin's shoulder. "Got more bales for you to sniff, City Fox?" They rolled through the city's veins, bustling avenues thick with people, carts creaking under merchant banners, bells chiming at each tolling hour. Velseren hadn't slowed while they were gone. If anything, it had quickened. At Greystone and Templar's Row, GL stood waiting, posture ramrod straight, his silver crest catching the mid-morning light. He barely looked up as he handed them a wax scroll. "You're not smuggling hay anymore," he said dryly. "You're Velseren merchants now. Taxes, titles, and trouble come with it." Kael cracked the seal, eyes scanning the tobacconist's contract, what had once been a hopeful letter, now stamped and sealed by the crown. The ink shimmered faintly in the morning light. No longer just dreams scribbled on backroom parchment. This was law now, a binding of reputation and expectation. It bore the princess's emblem and the signature of 2 high clerks. His own name, etched in flourished script, felt foreign and momentous all at once. He handed it to Thorn, then to Fergus. "This is our ground now." They parted ways. Fergus bound for the Eastern Library archives, with plans to meet Maris, his stride quickening when he remembered the way her voice had lingered on the word combustion. Part curiosity, part something else. He wasn't sure if she'd even be glad to see him again, but he carried a schematic for a pressure valve in his coat, just in case. Thorn to study etiquette under Elric's exacting eye, and Darin already half vanished into the alleyways. Kael lingered outside the licensing hall, watching as a clerk dipped his quill and scrawled, "Kael Dernwheat, merchant, license granted by Her Highness, Princess Eliana." He exhaled as if shedding a second skin. That evening, they rode through the city again, this time as men marked. The crowds watched more closely. Some bowed, others whispered. Their banners fluttered above warehouse doors and storefronts, but not all the looks were friendly. Onlookers watched with wary interest. Some tipped their hats, others murmured behind tankards. A few eyed the sigil with suspicion, no doubt wondering how a farmer's sons had earned steel-backed escorts and noble crests overnight. Darren sidled up beside Kael, his voice low. Feels like every shadow's got eyes these days. The licensing office loomed ahead, carved from black stone and caped with copper. Its brass doors opened like jaws, revealing a long hall lined with rows of stern-faced clerks and tall ledgers. Behind a slab-like desk, a woman with silver spectacles barely glanced up. "You're the ones clogging Warehouse 6 with unregistered crates?" she said flatly. "And now you want a license?" Kael offered the parchment with Eliana's seal. The crown already blessed it. Her eyebrow arched, unimpressed. "Then the crown can pay the fees, I presume?" Thorn stepped forward, folding his arms. "Name the cost." "Standard license, 300 silver," she said, eyes never leaving her ledger. "Late penalty, 800. Total, 1100. Fergus sputtered. "That's a ransom!" She shrugged. "This is Vel Seren. Ransom is our national pastime." Thorn muttered. "Sounds like a city built by pirates with better grammar." The clerk gave no response, but Kael caught the twitch of her mouth. A smirk, maybe. Or maybe just gas escaping the bureaucracy. Kael kept his tone measured. "Is there a way around the penalty?" Thorn shifted his weight slightly, glancing toward the door as if expecting a trick. In Vel Seren, every question cost coin, or leverage. "Join the guild," she said, stamping a form. "Pay their dues, accept their caps on sales. No penalty, but your profits get strangled in red tape." "That's a gilded cage," Thorn muttered. Malera's gaze flicked toward him. "That's the price of legitimacy." Kael felt the weight pressing in. Outside, their first real shipment waited to move. Inside, Vel Seren's machine waited to crush them. Darren appeared at his elbow, whispering, "I know a way." Kael didn't hesitate. He trusted Darren's instincts the way a sailor trusted tide and wind, sometimes foolish, sometimes brilliant, but rarely dull. He nodded, and they slipped away like smoke. Kael followed without hesitation. They ducked through the merchant quarter, twisting down back alleys that smelled of fish brine and old ash. At the end of a narrow passage, they slipped into a cafe half buried beneath an old inn. The walls were curved stone, candlelit. At the back, behind a screen of velvet, sat a man who could have stepped out of a noble court or a knife fight. Green velvet coat, rings flashing on thick fingers, a falcon-headed cane resting beside him. "Master Arlo," Darren said. "He makes licenses happen." Arlo smiled with the calm of a man who owned more secrets than silver. "You don't win in Vel Seren through the front gate," he said. "You win through me." He waved them to sit. Kael remained standing. "I can slip you a backdoor license," Arlo continued, "through House Relandor. Not one of the great houses, but old enough to count. Their stamp gives you room to breathe, fewer questions, 5% cut on every shipment." Thorn scoffed. "And when they call in that debt, what's 5 become?" Fergus frowned. "Beats bleeding out on fines." Kael considered, then spoke. "1 shipment, trial basis, no title, no endorsements. My name stays mine." Arlo raised an eyebrow, as if amused by the idea that identity could be a hill worth dying on. "Spoken like a man who hasn't lost it yet," he murmured. "Good. That means it's still worth something." Arlo's grin deepened. "Fair enough. You'll be back." That night, as the sun dipped behind Vel Seren's towers, the river came alive. Lanterns bobbed along the docks. Warehouse 6 surged with movement. Between shouts and the groan of loaded timber, the air thrummed with nervous energy. Every crate was a risk. Each barrel of leaf or sack of brew, a gamble wagered against politics, tide, and coin. Crates marked with Kael's new sigil, a tobacco leaf wreathed in flame, were loaded onto flat-bottomed barges. Uniformed guards flanked the workers, blades sheathed but visible. Darren stood with a clipboard, shouting names and numbers with practiced speed. Fergus inspected the bindings, muttering, "Next time, I'm adding shockproof storage." Thorn leaned against a post, watching the sails rise. "This is it, then." Kael climbed onto a crate stack, boots tapping in rhythm, surveying the harbor. Below him, workers moved like parts of a great creaking engine, one they'd built from scraps of luck, loyalty, and lies. He spotted Cassie's ledger in the hands of a clerk, her handwriting copied into the shipping log. Even here, her work echoed. The air smelled of smoke and river water. Their first real shipment, their first true test. A dockhand grunted beside him, securing a line. "Storm's breaking east. Currents will favor you if you ride hard." Kael nodded. "We're not waiting for fate. We're carving our mark." The last crate sealed, the ropes coiled, the sails unfurled. As the barge slid into the current, Kael turned to Thorn and Fergus, voice steady. "This is our move." Fergus raised a brow. "What if it sinks?" "Then we rebuild," Kael said. Thorn smiled faintly. "And if it sails?" Kael grinned. "Then we rise." The barge slipped into the current like a blade drawn in darkness. Above them, the stars began to blink through the haze, silent and unjudging. This wasn't triumph yet, but it was motion. It was forward. Chapter 26. The Poison and the Pact. From the dusk-scribed reflections of Seraphine the Listener, etched beneath the tallow veil. Not all poisons wear a taste. Some walk on soft feet, bearing silver cups and borrowed names. In halls where laughter clinks against glass, fate watches from the rafters, patient and hungering. When the knife turns inward and the blood sings true, the firewalkers must choose, trust a serpent's warning or face the master who does not wear a face. Night wrapped Velserin in silver and silence. From the heights of the Esten Vale estate, the city was a sea of flickering lanterns, streets winding like veins, towers rising like jagged teeth, and the pale moon smudging light across slate rooftops. It should have been beautiful, peaceful. But inside the estate, quiet did not mean peace. The night air crept through the stained glass atrium, mingling with the scent of lavender and hearth smoke. The fire crackled low, casting long shadows on the marble floor. Kael sat alone, hunched over a table scattered with Darren's curled handwriting and Fergus's charcoal-smeared diagrams. The goblet at his elbow sat untouched, the wine within holding a shimmer of garnet that caught the flame. Sleep evaded him. He hadn't even sought it. The night had the wrong kind of stillness, tight and expectant, like a bowstring drawn too far. Then came the knock, not timid, not frantic, just deliberate. Kael rose, stepping through the hall. He passed velvet-curtained windows, their panes misted over, and placed his hand on the heavy oak latch. A tall figure stood beyond the threshold. A black cloak, hood drawn up, shadowed the man's face, but his voice was unmistakable. "Raymar Verin," he said quietly, lowering the hood to reveal a face far too young to belong to a house so feared. Kael stiffened. The name hit like cold iron. Verin blood, clean-cut, tightly coiled, always watching. Raymar wasn't known to Kael directly, but the family's shadow lingered long. He remembered the whispers around Marek, the thinly veiled threats from Selmira. Now, a younger wolf came knocking at night. He was no older than Kael, sharp-featured, watchful, a tension in his shoulders that never released. Kael's eyes narrowed. "Did you come through the front gate?" "No," Raymar replied evenly. "I wasn't followed. I made sure." Kael opened the door wider without a word. This way. They passed beneath arched corridors, their footsteps echoing in the hush. GLs met them in the hall, gave Kael a silent nod, and secured the doors with a thick iron latch. By the time Raymar entered the study, Thorn had already been summoned. Fergus arrived last, sleeves soot-streaked from whatever alchemy he'd tried and nearly set aflame. He brushed a char line from his forearm, muttering, "I swear it was stable until the third coil lit." But the moment he saw Raymar, his ramble died, his posture shifted. Gone was the tinkerer. What stood now was the man who'd seen poisoned fields and burned symbols. "And here I thought tonight's worst guest would be an overdressed financier," he said, not quite joking. They moved through the corridors under half-lit sconces. Shadows danced up the carved columns like ghostly vines. The floor echoed with each step, Raymar's boots unnaturally quiet. Kael walked just behind, keeping a hand loose near the knife at his belt. Something about the Veran air felt coiled. Not hostile, not safe, just ready. When they passed the old portrait of Lord Rogar, Kael caught the flicker of Raymar's eyes. If he felt the weight of legacy pressing in, he didn't show it. The four of them stood in a wary half-circle, eyeing the son of Veran as if waiting for him to bare fangs. "I don't expect trust," Raymar said, voice clear, posture taut. "But I do expect sense. I wouldn't come here lightly." Thorn folded his arms. "Then stop circling. Speak." Raymar inhaled through his nose. A plot stirs, whispers out of the inner quarter, passed from servants to shadows. I caught wind of something. Surgical. A poisoning. The intended target, Lord Thorn. The air in the room dropped. Even the fire behind them seemed to still. Kael's fingers curled on the back of a nearby chair. Fergus stilled completely. Thorn arched a brow, his voice a brittle drawl. "Me? That's bold. I haven't insulted that many people this week." "Not for insult," Raymar said. "For inheritance." Fergus muttered, "Hardly the prize I'd pick." Raymar's gaze flicked to him, then back. "I don't know who authorized the act. Selmira or Marek would be my guess, but I don't dare investigate openly. If it was them, I need it buried, quietly. Public disgrace would drag down the whole house." Kael stepped forward. "So this is self-preservation, not charity." Raymar didn't flinch. "The Verin name is both shield and shackle. I'd rather not watch it burn. I've chosen survival, mine and yours, if you're wise." Thorn laughed once. "The noble Verin. That's rich. I seek peace, not sainthood." Raymar's tone didn't rise. "You need allies in places your guards can't see. I need an exit from a house that's rotting from within. We can help each other." Kael studied him. Sharp jaw, watchful eyes, tension in the spine that only came from growing up among wolves. He saw no lie, no venom, just exhaustion, maybe resolve. He gave a single nod. "We'll guard ourselves. Your warnings noted." Raymar bowed faintly. "You won't see me again unless I bring more." He turned, his hood rising to veil his features once more. "Pray that day never comes." And he vanished into the night. After Raymar vanished into the misted night, silence lingered like smoke. Kael stood for several minutes in the entry hall, watching the shadows beyond the estate walls. He heard Thorn swear softly under his breath, and Fergus mutter something about locking every pantry door in the house. GLs returned moments later, brow furrowed, already issuing orders to double the night guard. No questions asked. He'd seen enough to know danger when it walked in with a noble face. "Will we tell Eliana?" Fergus asked finally. Kael shook his head. "Not yet. We don't hand her shadows until we know where they lead." Later, the great hall bloomed with quiet celebration. Musicians played soft refrains from the far side of the gallery, their melodies like drifting embers. Trays of roasted nuts, honey bread, and smoked cheese passed from servant to steward. The house had seen victories, minor ones, perhaps, but hard-earned, and GL's, for all his rigidity, had arranged the evening to remind them they were not merely survivors, they were ascending. Thorn lounged by the hearth, swirling wine, laughter on his lips as he traded quips with the steward over velvet cushions and thread counts. Occasionally, Kael caught the tail end of a whispered exchange with a house page, or a glance shot toward the nearest armed guard. For all Thorn's smirking performance, his shoulders never fully dropped, not after the warning, not with a new cup in hand. Kael wasn't sure whether Thorn was trying to prove he wasn't afraid, or trying to drown the fact that he was. He looked at ease, but Kael knew the signs. Fingers tapping the goblet stem too quickly, the occasional flicker of his gaze toward the door. Fergus was in his element, cornered by two engineers and a court lens crafter, animatedly describing a barrel pressure calibration method while sketching feverishly on a napkin. Kael lingered by the alcove, watching. He had learned in the growing months how to read a room like a battlefield, where the wine flowed fastest, who laughed too loudly, which faces stayed too still. He watched the servants more closely than the guests. Something itched at the edge of his instincts. That sixth sense honed under moonlit cargo runs and ash-marked roads. The music seemed a fraction too slow, the candlelight a fraction too bright. He knew the taste of calm before violence. He saw the servant before the others did. Young, too clean, too poised, the tray balanced too carefully, gate too smooth, and the goblet on it, fresh, unrequested. Kael stepped forward, just in time to catch a glint, a vial's whisper, a dusting of powder that vanished into red wine. His voice snapped across the hall. "Thorn, drop that cup!" Every head turned. Thorn froze mid-sip. The servant dropped the tray. The goblet shattered in a spray of crimson and silver, and in the span of a breath, the servant's hand slipped beneath his sleeve, a flash of steel, a line of red across his throat. Blood spattered the tile. Screams rose. It all happened too fast for words, too slow for breath. Thorn hadn't moved, goblet halfway to his lips. Kael's shout had cleaved the moment in two. The servant's blade flashed, not at Thorn, but at his own throat. Blood arced. The tray clattered. A woman screamed. Fergus surged forward, too late to stop anything. When the body hit the floor, it made a sound that didn't belong in a hall like this. A final punctuation. GL's had guards flooding the room in moments, his voice commanding even in chaos. Kael pressed a hand to Thorn's chest, not in comfort, but to anchor him. "You saw it," Thorn whispered hoarsely. "You saw it before it happened." Kael didn't answer. He was watching the door, waiting to see if there was a second. An hour later, the hall was sealed. Guards stood like statues at every door. The musicians were gone, the food untouched. The only sound was the crackle of the hearth and the hum of Giel's barking orders to the estate's captains. The servant's body lay covered in linen. Thorn sat on the dais steps, his shirt streaked red, his eyes hollow. Fergus leaned against a pillar, his breathing shallow. Kael stood beside the corpse, unmoving. Ashen arrived in silence, his robes trailing threads of silver and dusk. He knelt beside the body, frowning. He had not run. Ashen never ran. But there was urgency in the stride of his long frame, in the way his gaze didn't scan the room. He already knew what had transpired. "I felt the magic," he said. "Something old, subtle, cold as a grave mark." He knelt not out of reverence but necessity, and his fingers moved with care, not hesitation. "I loathe this necessity," he said softly, "but we must speak with the dead." Kael nodded once. "Do it." Thorn stood, jaw tight. "I want the name." Ashen drew a ceremonial dagger, its hilt inlaid with old runes. With a shallow cut across his palm, he traced blood across the servant's brow. The words he spoke were not mortal. The torches dimmed, the hearth stuttered. From the corpse, a mist began to rise, pale and cold, curling like fingers through the air. And then a voice, distant, echoing, empty. He sees. He hears, even now. Ashenvale's voice remained present, calm. Who sent you? The darkest of all masters. Kael stepped forward. Is it Selmira? Marek? Avarin? No name, no face, only shadow. We serve, we fade, we obey. Ashenvale pressed harder. Why Thorn? Why tonight? Not Thorn, not a name. The one who inherits, the one who shapes, the turning. Fergus muttered, The hell does that mean? Ashenvale's hand trembled. It means the one who alters the course of fate. The voice began to dissolve, its last word a breath. Chosen. Ashenvale sealed the spell with a word of dismissal, and the mist vanished. The flames returned, timid and flickering. For a moment, none of them could speak. The words the corpse had uttered felt etched into the air, like frost on glass. Kael rubbed a hand down his face, smearing ash from the hearth along his cheek. Fergus leaned his head back against the wall and exhaled a long, shaking breath. The one who shapes, he repeated softly. What does that even mean? Ashenvale didn't answer right away. He stared at the covered body, as if it still held a key. Fate isn't fixed, he said at last, but some carry weight that shifts the balance, like stones thrown into a still pond. The ripples spread. And Thorn's the stone? Kael asked. Perhaps, Ashenvale replied, or perhaps the storm that follows. Thorn turned away, his face pale. Fergus was quiet a long moment before whispering. That wasn't a servant. That was a vessel. Kael exhaled. A geas bond. They couldn't speak freely. They were branded. Ashenvale stood slowly, his face drawn. I've heard of such servants. Once. In scrolls buried beneath blood and time. Borgin craft. The darkest of all masters is not a name. It's a title, one used only in the East, in places fire once fell from the sky. Kael turned to him. Can we trace this? Not without answers the court forbids, Ashenvale said. Not without cost. Thorn's voice cracked like a branch. Then we pay it. Silence followed. Then Kael spoke, his voice low but resolute. We've been dancing around threats, Kael continued, treating the court's venom like the worst of it. But this isn't politics. It's something deeper, older. Fergus pushed off the wall. Then we face it like we faced everything else, together. Thorn didn't look up, but his hand tightened into a fist. No more shadows, he said. If they're hunting me, they'll learn I bite back. We go east. We dig until we find whatever this master is. We burn it out before it reaches us. Ashenvale nodded. The old roads, the forbidden maps, the tombs near Valtyr's scar. That's where we begin. Outside, the wind howled. Windows rattled in their panes. Thunder cracked, distant but growing. The board had shifted. The players were revealed. And far beyond the towers of Vel Serene, something in the dark had begun to stir. Chapter 27, Echoes in the Hall. Fragment from the Whisper Song Codex, transcribed by Seraphine the Listener in the Hour of Hollow Bells. In mansions built on names and bones, the walls remember more than heirs dare ask. Whispers crawl behind wine racks and tapestries, bearing truths too sharp for daylight. Trust bends, blood stains, and beneath all gilded silence, something older stirs. Waiting, watching, hungering for a voice to echo its own. Dawn's first light crept through the upper spires of Estenvale House, filtering down in fractured hues of amber and crimson. The stained glass lining the great hall transformed the sun's quiet reach into a cathedral of fire and blood. The estate, once the heart of measured elegance and youthful ambition, now throbbed with uncertainty. Kael's boots echoed through the marble corridor, every step slow, deliberate. He passed portraits of long-dead Thorn ancestors, lords in ceremonial armor, women in rich gowns holding unreadable expressions. Their eyes seemed to follow him, accusing, knowing. He met Kael's by the central staircase. The steward's hair was more disheveled than usual, silver threads fraying over a sleepless brow. "No one's left since dusk," Kael's murmured. "No entries, no exits. Gates remain sealed." Kael crossed his arms. "Keep it that way. If anyone tries to leave without reason, hold them. I want their names and their answers." Kael didn't reply right away. He let his gaze drift to the high windows above the landing, where light spilled in like spilled wine, fractured and trembling. Somewhere beneath that same glass, they had nearly lost Thorn, poison, deception, a blade in the dark. It was no longer enough to defend from without. Velseren's rot had reached their door. He looked back to Kael's, the weight in his chest settling like iron. "We trusted too many," he said. "That ends now." He didn't wait for acknowledgement. He knew it would come. Kael's had served the estate longer than any lord who bore its name. But trust, Kael now knew, could no longer be given, only earned or tested. He turned toward the west wing, toward Thorn's study. Inside, the air was close with lamplight and fatigue. The drapes remained drawn, dust motes catching the glow from an oil lamp burning low. Thorn sat behind the desk, posture straight but weighted, face shadowed by flickering gold. Fergus was hunched over a side table, sleeves rolled to the elbows, arms stained with coal dust and ink. Tubes, wires, and vials covered the surface before him, forming a crude nest of science and speculation. A copper coil hissed faintly as something simmered inside. Kael stepped in, shutting the door behind him. "Anything new?" he asked. Thorn's gaze lifted slowly, his voice a dry rasp. "Just that I nearly drank my own eulogy last night. Otherwise, a splendid morning." Kael leaned against the bookshelf, the corner of his mouth twitching. Thorn pushed a paper aside, revealing a faint stain on the desk. Wine or blood? Hard to tell in the lamplight. "They keep talking about my title like it's armor," he muttered. "But I'm starting to think it's just a bigger target." His fingers traced the edge of the blotter as if it might offer insight. Kael gave a low hum. "Every lord casts a longer shadow. That's what you're feeling now. Not weight, visibility." Thorn didn't answer, but his eyes sharpened. "Not broken, bracing. We should have kept you on the farmer's ale. Nobility's tasting menu comes with a dagger." Fergus gave a grunt, still focused on his apparatus. "I'm mixing something, not an antidote exactly, more like a truth tincture. If someone's poisoned, it'll flare through the blood. Very harsh, probably illegal, might burn a bit, or a lot." Kael raised a brow. "If it scorches their tongue off, we'll need another steward." Fergus grinned without looking up. Then they were lying. A brisk knock disrupted the moment. Darren shoved the door open, gloves smudged with dirt, a wild look in his eyes. He tossed something onto the desk. A coin. Not gold, not silver, something else, blacker than iron, etched with the mark of a stone can split down the middle. Thorn frowned and leaned forward. "What is that?" Darren crossed his arms. "Found it hidden in the boot of the dead servant. Black can mark, contract kill. Not your everyday blade for hire. These ones don't miss. They don't talk. and they only take work through 6 degrees of separation. No trail leads back to the buyer. Kael stared at the coin. So someone commissioned this from inside. Fergus bent close, not touching the coin, but studying it. These marks, they're scorched in, not stamped. That means old magic, or very careful craftsmanship. Thorn's expression darkened. How do you even hire someone like this? I've heard stories, but I thought they were exaggerations. Darren shook his head. You don't hire them. You bribe someone who knows someone who owes someone. It's all layers, no names, only debts. Kael's jaw tightened. Then someone close to us knows those layers too well. Thorn's jaw clenched. Someone who knew I'd raise that goblet at that moment in that room. Fergus straightened, his scribbling forgotten. That screams access, planning, familiarity. Kin, Kael added softly. The word hung in the room like a noose. No one spoke for a long moment. Even the fire hissed quieter. Then Thorn's voice came, low and strained. You think it was someone of my blood? Kael didn't answer. Not with words. The corridors of Estonvale blurred into cold stone and whispering curtains. Paranoia moved faster than feet. Kael prowled the servants' wing, knocking once before entering rooms that had become suspect by necessity. Each one was tidy. Too tidy. In the wine cellar, instinct pulled him to the southernmost shelf. Bottles arranged in numerical order, vintages sealed with wax. But one bottle was wrong. Not by label, by weight. He pulled it down. It sloshed like wine, but when held to the light, the liquid shimmered with an unnatural iridescence. Tilting it back revealed a false bottom. Inside, a small vial, black-glassed and corked, nestled like a spider in a bottle's throat. Across the estate, Fergus crouched beside a cot in the east servants' hall, lifting the edge of a straw mattress. A flicker of color caught his eye. Beneath the bed, wedged into the stone seam, was a scrap of parchment. The ink was precise, the script beautiful. He unfolded it slowly. Ensure the shadow passes unnoticed, it read. No name, no seal, but it was not the hand of a servant. The strokes were noble, educated, practiced. In the west wing, Thorn leaned against a wall as an old maid brushed dust from a faded tapestry of House Estonvale's founding. As Fergus pulled the parchment free, he noticed something else tucked deeper, a fragment of twine wrapped around a sliver of glass. He turned it in the light, revealing the faintest trace of dried powder along the shard's edge. A smuggler's courier trick, he muttered. Messages hidden in glass. Poison's cousin, sometimes. He slipped it into a leather pouch with care, voice harder now. Whoever left this knew they wouldn't need to retrieve it. Just plant and vanish. He kept his voice soft. Anything strange last night? She paused, eyes darting to the end of the hall. I heard whispers, she said, voice barely more than a breath. From the cellar, 2 nights ago, but it was only one voice. No reply. Darren gave a short nod and turned for the door, but paused. And if what I find bites back? Kael met his gaze. Then bite harder, or run faster, Fergus added, only half joking. Take a satchel of smoke flasks. We've got 3 that actually detonate now. Probably. Thorn cracked a grin, faint but real. Just don't use them indoors again. Darren rolled his eyes. One roof singes and suddenly I'm a liability. He vanished into the corridor, footsteps already silent. Thorn raised an eyebrow. And you're sure of that? The maid gave a grim smile. As sure as the ache in my knees every frost morning. They reconvened in the study, silence settling like dust. Darren spun the black coin between 2 fingers, its weight almost hypnotic. Fergus laid the parchment flat. Kael placed the bottle beside it with slow care. "Someone guided the killer," Fergus said, his voice clinical but tinged with disbelief. "This wasn't random. Someone with noble handwriting. Someone who knew the cellar and who had keys." Darren's voice was dry. "That narrows it to about half the capital." Kael stared at the inked words. "But only one has reason to kill Thorn." Thorn stood, eyes burning beneath furrowed brows. "And I'm related by blood to most of them." It was Darren who broke the silence. "I've got names, contacts, people who owe me, whispers. Some even still have all their fingers. You want me to sniff?" Thorn nodded once, poke, discreetly. That night, Kael returned to the cellar. He carried only a candle. It guttered slightly as he descended, flame flickering in the draught. The air smelled of cork and stone and something else, something faint, like old blood. He moved slowly past the wine racks, tracing the wall with his fingers. Then he heard it. Not a voice, not quite silence either. A resonance, like air shifting behind him. A breath that didn't belong. He spun, candle raised. Nothing. And yet the hairs on his arms stood like soldiers. "You chase echoes now?" came a voice from the shadows. Kael startled. Ashenvale stepped forward, his rune-etched cane tapping lightly against the stone. "You look like you've seen one," Callus said. Ashenvale smiled thinly. "I've been speaking with them." Calla tilted his candle. The whisper the maid heard, was it real? Ashenvale's gaze turned distant. The estate holds memories, not just echoes. Blood has memory, Calla. Old death bleeds slowly. He stepped beside Calla, looking past him into the stone. "This place," he said, voice barely audible, "was once the seat of a different line. Not your house Thorn, before that, and something old still stirs here." Kael didn't speak. Ashenvale turned, eyes sharp. "Guard your friends, and guard your suspicion more fiercely still." The candle wavered, the shadows clung tighter. By week's end, the estate had grown colder, not in temperature, but in presence. The laughter that had once filled the dining hall had dulled to murmurs. Servants walked faster, heads lower. Fergus stopped humming while he worked. Kael followed Ashenvale's gaze into the dark, trying to see what the old mage saw. But there was nothing, only stone and silence, and the faintest taste of iron on the air. "You felt it too," Ashenvale murmured, the pattern unraveling, the rhythm breaking. Kael hesitated. "Something's watching, waiting. It's not just politics anymore." "No," Ashenvale said. "It never was." They stood a moment longer in the gloom, two silhouettes against the old stone. Then the candle died, and they walked out without relighting it. Even Kael's, always punctual and poised, had started locking the ledgers behind steel boxes. Every creak of floorboard was questioned. Every cough echoed too loudly. One morning, a note arrived, folded thrice, sealed in red wax with no crest. "If you reach east, you'll find only ash." Fergus read it twice before passing it to Kael. Kael passed it to Thorn. Thorn crumpled it and tossed it into the hearth. Outside, the storms brewed. The note curled in the flames, edges blackening, wax bubbling before collapsing inward. No one moved. The fire crackled, but it didn't warm. Fergus broke the silence first. "They want us scared." Kael didn't look away from the hearth. "It's not fear they're after, it's doubt." Thorn ran a hand through his hair, jaw tight. "They'll keep coming. No cloak thick enough, no name old enough to shield us." "Then we don't hide," Kael said. "We build louder, ride faster." Fergus nodded, more sober than usual. "And burn hotter." Outside, thunder rolled. Distant still, but closing. The road ahead was calling again. toward Valtier's scar, toward fire and forgotten gods, toward the truths that refused to remain buried. Kael stood at the window that evening, candlelight dancing in the glass. He looked to the moon, then to his reflection, to the scythe that leaned against the mantel, to the house they'd built on secrets. Behind him, Thorn stepped into the light. "We ride soon." Kael nodded. "Not just to survive this time." "No," Thorn agreed. "To end it." Outside, the wind howled. The hall whispered. And somewhere deep below, beneath the roots of Eston Vale, something ancient shifted in its sleep. Chapter 28. Winds Before the Storm. Whisperleaf Fragment Number 9, transcribed in Ash script by Seraphine the Listener, beneath the moondawn window. Before storms walk with names, the wind bears them in silence. Gardens bloom while poison brews. Mirrors ripple, unbroken, even as hands tremble behind them. And the ones who would shape the future learn the scent of betrayal, carried not from distant shores, but from footsteps behind locked doors. Beware stillness. It's never empty. Twilight fell like a veil over Eston Vale's gardens. Roses blushed in the fading light, while lilies bowed gently to the breeze, unaware of the unease that churned beneath the calm. Petals trembled, and not from wind alone. Something unseen stirred within the shadows. The jasmine, always his mother's favorite, now felt like a stranger's perfume. Every clipped hedge and marble planter reminded him of how little remained untouched, how even beauty could be curated to conceal the rot beneath. It wasn't fear that haunted him now. It was erosion of trust, of peace, of the illusion that the worst had already passed. Kael walked the outer paths alone, boots sinking into damp soil, each step deliberate but heavy. The garden should have soothed him, its scent, its symmetry, its silence, but none of it touched the turmoil inside. Not tonight. The fountain burbled nearby, its waters clear and constant, but even its rhythm failed to calm the storm behind his ribs. His thoughts turned, unbidden, to the poisoned goblet. Thorn, laughing, tilting the cup toward his lips. A second slower, and Kael's voice would have come too late. It wasn't just the danger, it was how close it had come to ending everything they'd built, with a sip, a blink, a breath. The betrayal stung deeper because it came from within. He could still see Thorn's hand lifting the goblet, the firelight refracting through wine like rubies. Could still feel the dread tightening in his throat before the shout had left his lungs. 1 second slower, and the study would have become a crypt. How many nights would he relive that heartbeat? Someone among them, beneath the same roof, served by the same hands, had watched Thorn drink, hoping it would be his last. Kael's gaze lingered on the fountain's rippling surface. The world had shifted. Safety was a myth now, as fragile as the reflections before him. A breeze stirred, rich with the scent of damp stone and distant smoke. Kael didn't turn as Eliana approached. Her footsteps were as silent as snowfall, yet he knew her presence before she spoke. A whisper of movement at the garden's edge. Kael didn't turn. He knew the cadence of her steps, unhurried, precise. Even now, her presence softened the edges of his unease, though not enough to lift it. "I've been searching for you," she said, her voice soft but steady. "You've been distant." Kael nodded slowly. "I'm not avoiding you." He opened his mouth, then closed it. The words were tangled, half-truths and buried guilt. He wanted to say, "You shouldn't be here," but what he meant was, "I don't know how to keep you safe." "I didn't say you were." Her tone was gentle, but her eyes probed. "But you're carrying this alone, and you weren't built for that." Kael glanced at her. "And you think you were?" Her smile was tired. "No, but I've had practice." He looked back at the water, jaw tight. "The poison still lingers. Not in my veins, just around me. Everything's changed." "Not everything." She moved closer, her fingers brushing his. "We're still here. We're still standing." "For how long?" Eliana was quiet for a long breath. Then she said, "As long as we need to." He turned toward her then, really looked. There was steel in her posture, yes, but also weariness, the kind that only leaders knew. "You still believe we can hold all of this together?" he asked. He studied her, not like a courtier would a princess, but like a man weighing the only constant in a shifting world. She didn't flinch under pressure, but he wondered how many nights she wept when no one watched. Leadership was a mask as much as armor, maybe more. "I believe we can try," she said, "and that's enough." They stood together in silence, the sky deepening above them, stars beginning to wink awake. Then Eliana straightened, her voice shifting back to command. "The others are waiting. Ashenvale has news." Kael followed without a word. The library was dim, firelight flickering across the spines of old tomes and oil maps nailed to corkboards. The hearth crackled in defiance of the silence. Ashenvale stood near a tall shelf, flipping through a worn book bound in snakeskin. He didn't look up as Kael and Eliana entered. Thorn was already there, seated beside a decanter, his fingers toying with the stopper, but not pouring. Darren lounged near the fireplace, legs stretched, eyes sharp. Fergus sat hunched over a ledger, soot smudged on his temple, fingers blackened from ink or grease, or both. No one spoke until Kael dropped into a chair. The air was thick with tension. Not the panic of battle, but something colder, strategic. Every face around the fire carried fatigue in different forms. Soot, silence, two still hands. It was the look of people preparing for war with ghosts. "We've confirmed the coin was real," Thorn said flatly. "Black Khan. You don't buy their blade unless you mean to see someone buried." Kael nodded. "And whoever hired them had to know our habits. Timing, glassware, seating." Fergus muttered, "It's someone inside. Maybe not in this room, but close. They slipped a blade between the ribs of our routine." Ashenvale finally closed the book. "There's more." Everyone stilled. The phrase, "darkest of all masters," it's not just fear-mongering. I traced it through old veil-worn manuscripts. It appears every few centuries, always attached to ruin. Cults form around it, but they're just symptoms. The disease is older. "There are accounts in the Arcavium Obscura," Ashenvale continued, fingers tightening on the book's spine. "Empires that fell without a blade drawn, cities swallowed by fog, famines that targeted only nobles, all traced to whispers, always the same name, always followed by silence that lasted generations." Thorn scowled. "And what does this master want?" Ashenvale looked at Eliana. "Control, but not through armies, through collapse." Darren's boot tapped the stone floor. "Then what are we doing? Waiting for the next poisoned tray?" Eliana's voice cut through. "We move cautiously. If we start swinging at shadows, we break the walls from within." Kael stood. He didn't want this role. He wasn't bred for courts or conspiracies, but no one else had shouted in time to stop the poison. That had to count for something. Leadership, it seemed, had less to do with crowns and more with knowing when to stand while everyone else sat. "Then we start with who knew about the feast, cross-reference. Someone signed that servant in. Someone oversaw the wine." "I'm working on a filtration tincture," Fergus said. "A drop will blacken if poison's present." "Does it explode?" Darren asked dryly. Fergus grinned. "Only sometimes." "Great," Darren muttered. "Exploding medicine. Can't wait for the taste tests." He slouched deeper in his chair. "Just warn me before Fergus starts bottling lightning." Later that evening, in the observatory tower, Kael found Maris cataloguing a constellation. She didn't look up when he entered. The observatory was quiet but alive. The crackle of a nearby sconce, the faint creak of glass cooling in the night air. Kael paused in the doorway, the tension of the evening still coiled beneath his ribs. Maris's presence steadied something in him, though he wouldn't admit it aloud. "You shouldn't be alone," he said. She flipped a page. "Neither should you." Kael moved closer, watching the way the candlelight caught in her spectacles, the slight ink smudge on her thumb. They were two people worn thin in different ways, her by theory, him by proximity to the blade. He hesitated. They nearly got him. She turned, but they didn't. "It won't be the last time. No, but neither will your wins." He joined her by the telescope. "Fergus is building machines, Ashenvale's muttering in tongues. Eliana, I don't know how she still breathes under the weight of it all." "You're all fraying," Maris said. "You just wear it differently." "Fergus hides it in invention," she said. "That tincture of his is not just for poison. It's to make sure he's still useful, still needed. He won't say it, but he's scared too." "What about you?" She smiled faintly. "I'm a scholar. I break differently." Kael reached for her hand but stopped just short. "Can I ask you something?" She nodded. "Do you think the past can bury us?" "Only if we lie still long enough for it to catch up." She looked back to her chart, pencil resuming its arc. Kael didn't press further. He simply sat beside her, shoulder close enough to feel her warmth, and watch the stars. It wasn't safety, but it was something like peace. Elsewhere, Ashenvale stood with Eliana on the western battlement, the moon etched silver behind them. The city lay quiet, but not asleep. Far below, the watchfires of Velserin flickered in uneven pulses, like the heartbeat of something restless. Bells tolled the quarter hour from 3 different towers, but the sound seemed muted, as if the night had drawn a curtain between the world above and the city below. "Do you trust Raymar?" Eliana asked, her cloak tugging in the wind. Ashenvale didn't answer immediately. Then, "I trust that his ambition is narrower than his siblings. But trust? No. He warned us. And yet," Eliana murmured, "he speaks like someone drowning while offering us his breath. I don't know if that makes him noble or just desperate." "He didn't stop them," Ashenvale said, "and there's a difference." Eliana crossed her arms. "What's coming?" Ashenvale stared toward the horizon. Veil-worn cults were once fractured, but this is cohesion, strategy. It's not just a cult anymore. It's a design. Designs that echo, Ashenvale added, in the ruins beneath the Emerald Valley, in the silent towers of Car Dawn, places long since buried but not forgotten. This isn't resurgence, it's return. And you? He turned to her. "I was trained to hold the fire line, not outlast it." Eliana's jaw tightened. "Then you stand until you burn." "I was raised to play politics," she said quietly, "but that was never the job. The job is to bleed quietly enough that others don't notice they're standing on your bones. If I burn, let it light the way." Ashenvale bowed. "Always, my queen." The next morning, the first storm in weeks broke over Eston Vale. Kael rose early, drawn to the hall by something he couldn't name. He hadn't dreamed. That was the strangest part. Not a single flicker of image, not even darkness, just silence, so complete it rang in his ears when he woke. It left a taste behind, like cold iron and distant thunder. He passed silent corridors, found Kaels inspecting a broken vase, shattered overnight, but no one heard it fall. Darren slept at the table, boots still on. Thorne's room was empty, but his sword was gone. Outside, the stables stirred with restless horses. The servants whispered of doors opened, lights seen, voices half heard. One maid claimed she saw a figure in the orchard at midnight, just a flicker of motion between hedges, gone before she could raise a light. A stable hand swore he locked the tack room, only to find it open, the saddles slightly out of place. No theft, no sign of entry, just a slow bleed of certainty. It wasn't paranoia now, it was prelude. Kael joined Fergus in the cellar, where the filtration tincture fizzed a worrying shade of blue. "Progress?" Kael asked. "If it doesn't kill someone, it'll save them," Fergus replied. 50-50 odds. Kael picked up the vial carefully, watching it swirl like a miniature storm. "Better than even odds we had on the road to Velbridge," he said. "And we survived that." Fergus gave him a look. "We limped through it. This time, we walk in willingly." "I'll take them," Kael said, and meant it. By midday, Eliana gathered them all. Ashenvale laid out maps, each marked with black circles. Some were villages they had passed through, quiet, crumbling places they had thought abandoned. Others were new, hidden beneath trade posts, merged with merchant enclaves, even within a chapel less than 5 miles from the estate. It wasn't a distant problem, it was at their doorstep. These unknown veil-worn outposts, active cult remnants, disguised, embedded, some near Velserin's walls. "We strike?" Thorn asked. "No," Eliana said. "We infiltrate." "You mean go into the fire?" Kael's voice was calm. "To find the bell before it rings." Darren exhaled slowly. "We'll need new names, new faces, and silence," Eliana added. "No one outside this room speaks a word, not to family, not to friends. This stays buried until we dig it out ourselves." Eliana nodded. "We're not waiting for the storm to break us. We ride to meet it." The fire cracked behind her. The storm raged outside, but within Eston Vale's walls they began to prepare for war, not just of sword, but of secrets. And somewhere beyond, in the black halls of a forgotten order, a name stirred again, spoken in languages dead to paper, but alive in blood. The darkest of all masters was listening. Chapter 29. Quiet Fire Whisperleaf. Fragment number 10. Transcribed in Ash script by Seraphine the Listener beneath the moon-dawn window. Not all flames roar. Some whisper. Some kindle not in wood or air, but in the marrow of those who never sought the spark. When steel fails, when silence grows teeth, it is the quiet fire that endures, the ember that waits, patient, unseen, until the dark forgets to fear the light. Evening spilled golden light through the laboratory's tall windows, glazing the workbenches in the rich hues of honey and amber. Dust motes drifted like stars in the slanting beams, rising and falling with each subtle breath of the room. The scent of dried herbs clung to the walls, thyme, lavender, foxglove, mingling with the sharper edge of scorched copper and alchemical brine. Glass tubes hissed faintly, a crucible simmered on an iron ring, and a series of complex spirals twisted slowly over a cold flame that pulsed faintly blue. The only other sound was the patient tick of a pendulum clock, its rhythm measuring more than time. It measured focus, failure, trial, and spark. Fergus stood in the middle of it all, sleeves rolled, brow furrowed, his entire attention fixed on the small vial nestled beneath a copper coil. The liquid inside was supposed to glow green, soft, translucent, stable. Instead, it pulsed an unnatural blue, faint veins of red crawling outward like blood through ice. "Come on," he muttered, adjusting the burner for the 3rd time. The heat licked at the flask's base, coaxing a shimmer that refused to settle. He gritted his teeth. This is wrong. This was right before. What's off? Maris stood beside him, arms loosely crossed, her presence calm and grounded. She didn't touch anything, didn't interrupt. She just watched. When Fergus nudged the condenser tube with a sharp motion, she finally spoke. "The flame," she said, her tone measured. "You've pushed it too high. Ease it. Let the mixture breathe." Fergus frowned, fingers hovering above the heat control. "That doesn't make sense," he muttered, almost to himself. "Same ratios, same curve. I ran this exact line last week, got a clean oxidized shimmer." He tapped the burner with the back of his nail, remembering how last time the mixture had bloomed perfectly, until the final phase, when it shattered the flask and nearly took his eyebrows with it. That had earned a full lecture from Ashen and a snorting fit of laughter from Darren. The memory stung less now, softened by Maris's presence and the steadiness of her voice. The burner hissed beneath his palm. He could smell the faint sting of boiled rue and resin, off by a hair. Just like everything else lately. Off by a hair, and still the whole world tilted. He adjusted the flame. Fergus's hand paused mid-reach. He shot her a look, skepticism etched in his brow. "I've done this a dozen times. The ratios, the heat curve, it should hold. But this isn't a repeat," she said quietly. "It's a new moment, new conditions. You're not the same man you were a dozen tries ago." He hesitated, then begrudgingly adjusted the flame. The blue shimmer dulled, then brightened, pale green unfurling like a fern after frost. The change was slow, hesitant, and then, suddenly, smooth. Fergus exhaled. "Ha, there it goes." Maris's smile was faint but present. Not everything needs force to yield. The lab responded with a sudden tremor. The flame beneath the crucible flickered, sputtered, then surged. A golden flash erupted, brief and blinding, and the flask bloomed with light, casting wild shadows across the ceiling. Fergus stumbled back, heart leaping, arm raised to shield his eyes. The heat struck him in the chest, not physical, not external. It moved through him, curling like smoke behind his ribs. For a moment, the world narrowed to a heartbeat, a breath, and a silent fire in his veins. His hands trembled, not from fear, from power. His voice, when it came, cracked. That was not chemical. "No," Maris said, stepping forward. "It wasn't." The glow in the vial faded, but the echo remained. Fergus stood still, the warmth in his chest pulsing gently like coals under ash. "What in the God's name was that?" he asked, not looking at her. Fergus remained frozen, his breath caught somewhere between awe and fear. The bench behind him creaked as he leaned back slightly, grounding himself against its edge. In his mind, he replayed the surge, not the flash of light, but the feeling, that moment of clarity when time thinned and the walls of the lab seemed to pull away. It was like being submerged in something both ancient and utterly new. His fingers twitched, not from pain, from memory. The sensation had been like standing too close to a forge, not scorched, but warmed to the core. And deeper still, something had stirred, a voice without sound, a pulse that matched his own heartbeat, but separate, older. He dared a glance at Maris. She wasn't watching the vial anymore. She was watching him. Fergus swallowed hard. "You knew," he said. "Back in the archive, that first day, you knew I had something." Maris nodded once, solemn. "I suspected. You ask questions like a mage. You see layers, not just shapes. That's how it begins." Maris approached slowly. "Something you didn't ask for. Something waiting to be recognized." He turned. "Magic?" "Yes." Fergus gave a dry laugh. "That's a fine jest. I tinker with flasks and filtration coils. I don't." "You do," she said simply. "You just did. But I didn't mean to. That's how most awakenings begin." He looked at his hands as if they'd changed shape. "This doesn't make sense." "It rarely does," she said. "But it feels like truth, doesn't it?" He didn't answer, but she saw it in his eyes. The awe, the denial, the fragile weight of it all pressing in. She didn't press him. Maris simply stood there, letting the silence fill the space between them, like steam rising between glass panes. Fergus felt the weight of her calm like an anchor. It didn't pull him down, it steadied him. "I used to think magic was all symbols and spectacle," he muttered, rubbing his thumb along the edge of the bench. "Something distant, rare, like old stories or cursed relics." "It is all those things," Maris said, "but also breath and pulse and intent. You don't have to chase it, you already breathe it." Fergus let the words settle, then gave a bitter half-smile. "I was happy being the fireproof one, the one who made things work without mystery." "You still are," she said, "but now you're also someone who's changing the rules." He met her eyes again, the room suddenly too small for everything he was feeling. Fear, curiosity, determination. The past hour had rewritten everything he thought he knew about himself, and about what was possible. And deep within, the ember still pulsed. "I don't want to be a mage," he said at last, his voice low. "I wanted to build things. Brewing, mechanics, honest work." Maris leaned against the bench, watching him. "And maybe this is honest work, just deeper than copper and glass." He stepped back from the bench, pacing in a tight circle. "What happens now? Do I join Ashen in muttering riddles? Am I supposed to summon lightning or speak with ghosts? Maybe you build something no mage or mechanic ever dreamed of," she said. Silence stretched. Fergus sat heavily on a stool, running both hands through his hair. The fire inside him hadn't faded. It didn't burn. It waited. It wanted a shape. It wanted purpose. Maris reached out, setting a cool hand on his shoulder. "You're not alone in this. We'll chart it, step by step." He looked up at her, eyes raw. "Promise?" Her hand squeezed gently. "Yes." A long breath escaped him, and with it, the edge of panic. What remained was unfamiliar, but not unwelcome. Magic hadn't come to conquer him. It had come to awaken something already there. Later, as the stars kindled above the city, Fergus stood alone on the observatory's narrow balcony. Maris eventually excused herself, leaving Fergus to his thoughts. The silence returned, not oppressive, but contemplative. He moved through the lab in a slow circle, touching each apparatus like a craftsman reacquainting himself with his tools after a storm. He paused at the far wall, where a series of sketches had been pinned, designs for a new pressure distiller, notes scribbled in charcoal, a half-finished diagram for a combustion stabilizer. He had once seen these blueprints as the edge of possibility. Now they looked smaller, not lesser, but incomplete. He pulled one free from the wall, held it up to the flickering light. "What if it doesn't just burn cleaner?" he whispered, "but thinks while it burns?" It sounded ridiculous the moment he said it, but the thought refused to leave. Magic wasn't just power, it was structure, like a lattice of unseen laws that could be negotiated with, rewritten, coaxed into partnership. And if it could infuse steel, why not design? Why not refinement? For the first time, he didn't see his craft and magic as separate paths. They were threads in the same braid, one he hadn't dared imagine until now. Fergus tucked the schematic into his journal, made a mental note to redraw it with this new insight. Below, Velseren glittered like a net of fire, veins of light pulsing through the dark. His breath steamed in the cool air. He flexed his fingers, feeling the low thrum in his bones. Magic. It still sounded absurd. The door creaked behind him. Morris stepped out, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders. "You're not sleeping," she said. "Didn't expect I would." Then she said, "Some awaken violently, some gently, but none forget." Fergus nodded. It's not like I can pretend it didn't happen. Nor should you. They stood in quiet for a while, the city beneath them, the wind threading their hair. He turned to her. What about you? She tilted her head. Did you ever feel it? The change? Maris smiled, faint and private. I was born with it, but understanding came slowly. Does it still scare you? She met his gaze. Every time. Fergus smiled. That's comforting in a strange way. As Fergus and Maris descended the tower stairs, the wind murmured through arrow slits and open windows, threading whispers through stone. Neither spoke for a time, letting the silence stretch, not out of discomfort, but reverence. Something had shifted, not just in the lab, not just in him, but between them. Halfway down, Maris slowed. Her hand rested lightly on the banister, her gaze turned toward the east-facing windows. Below, the palace quarter glimmered like a fallen constellation. They won't understand, she said softly. Fergus looked at her, brow raised. When it starts to show, she added, when the spark leaves traces behind, light where there was none, heat without source, they'll ask questions, and not kindly. Fergus grimaced. We're surrounded by allies, Thorn, Kael, even Eliana. Maris shook her head gently. Allies, yes, but not everyone around them is loyal. Power attracts fear, and fear hunts what it doesn't control. He didn't argue. The words had truth, a shape like a blade, dulled only by her concern. I don't want it to define me, he admitted. I want to earn what I build, not have it handed by accident or bloodline. It won't define you, she said, but it will test you, over and over. Fergus touched the wall, feeling its cool solidity. Then I'll pass. Maris gave him a small, knowing smile. We'll see. They continued down the stairs in companionable silence, the stones cold beneath their feet, the world waiting just outside the lab door. Back in the lab, Fergus returned to the table, cleaned the flask, rechecked the ratios. His motions were familiar, automatic, but something had shifted. The process wasn't just trial and error anymore. It was conversation. With each flick of flame, each drop of extract, he listened, not just with ears or logic, but with intuition. The next reaction behaved. The glow was pure. The solution settled without a hint of instability. He stared at it, breath shallow. Magic, not separate from the craft, but hidden within it. He understood now why Ashen called it the second breath. It came after thought, after certainty. It came when you stopped trying to force the world to answer. By midnight, Kael arrived, cloak damp with night air. Still up? He asked. Fergus looked up from his notes. You're not surprised. Kael leaned against the doorway. You've got the look. What look? Kael grinned. The I just touched something bigger than myself look. Fergus hesitated, then chuckled. It's more like I stepped in it and now I don't know where the floor is. Kael walked in, eyeing the array of flasks. Did it hurt? Fergus shook his head. No, it welcomed me. That's the part that scared me. Kael studied him for a long moment. You're changing. So are we all, Fergus replied. Some of us just have more spark. They laughed, the sound honest and bright. Fergus extinguished the last of the flames. The lab fell into quiet, but inside him, something burned still, not wild, not chaotic, a quiet fire, and for the first time, he doesn't try to put it out. Outside, the first drops of rain began to fall, light at first, barely tapping against the glass panes, then stronger, steadier, a cleansing rhythm, softening the edges of the city's harsh silhouette. In the courtyard below, Leaves shivered, their surfaces catching silver reflections from torchlight and storm. Fergus stood by the tall window, watching the rain trickle in rivulets. Chapter 30. Masks and Monsters, fragment recovered from the Whisperleaf Codex, inked in moonshade on morning silk by Seraphim the Listener. Not all monsters wear fangs. Some wear feathers. Some dance. Some pour wine with hands that once bled kingdoms dry. Beneath the mask of civility, truth coils like a serpent, and every smile is a silent blade. The music plays still, but the floor remembers the weight of ash and the scent of blood. House Veren's grand halls shimmered like a mirage, dazzling, disorienting, and dangerous. Every pillar was etched with faded runes, barely visible beneath layers of lacquer and candlelight. Marble lions crouched beneath draped banners, their mouths open in silent roar. Along the ceiling, mirrors were inset like polished teeth, reflecting the dance floor from above, turning every guest into both performer and prey. Even the shadows here were ornate, cast deliberately to disguise more than they revealed. Golden chandeliers spilled molten light across the gleaming obsidian tiles, reflecting silhouettes that twisted with every turn of the dancers. The entire space pulsed like a heartbeat, slow and deliberate, beneath a surface of elegance. Guests drifted like ghosts across the marble, their faces hidden behind elaborate masks, ivory swans, antlered stags, jeweled serpents, feathers swayed, metal glittered. Every smile talked about one horde sickly war of whispers. Kael lingered near the marble colonnade at the guest edge of the ballroom, his plain black mask casting sharp shadows across his charming face. Key cheekbones. He couldn't shake the sense that the room was breathing shame, watching, waiting. His mask shielded his face, but it didn't protect his thoughts. Every flash of movement made him reevaluate exits. Every temperate chuckle sounded rehearsed. He wondered, not for the first time, how many of these nobles could wield a dagger as easily as a fork. His posture was unyielding, a coiled quietness beneath the facade. He wore simple charcoal, nondescript and forgettable, but he missed nothing. He'd resisted this, every part of it. The masks, the rituals, the games that meant death dressed in perfume and poetry. "You're in this now," Thorn had said. No one leaves the table once their hands played. So Kael had come, not for the wine, not for the music, for Thorn, for Fergus, for the shape of something rising behind every breath of Vel Seren. Staring holes through the nobility, Darren's voice slipped beside him, smooth as oiled hinges. "There's a perfumer by the east stairs," he said. "See the one with the peacock feathers? Poison in her ring. And the man pretending to be a naval merchant hasn't blinked once. Spies don't blink. They catalogue." Kael gave a half smile. "You've made a sport of this." "It's not sport if the knives are real." He wore a half mask of silver filigree, subtle and fox-like. The rest of his clothes were plain, his usual easy charm trimmed in steel tonight. "They'll see us," Kael murmured, nodding toward the upper balcony. "Eventually." He didn't need to name her. Selmira Varen was unmistakable. The Lady of Iron Veils sat at the apex of the stairs, her gown a waterfall of midnight silk. Her mask was obsidian and sharp, edges like a falcon's beak. The eyes behind it, cold, calculating, glittered beneath the torches like twin stars about to collapse. Beneath her chair sat a curled hound, lean and black, its eyes glassy with enchantment. It didn't blink, it didn't breathe, it simply stared. At Kael, at the wine, at the doors, a creature bred to sense hesitation and trained to punish it. Kael wondered if it had ever been fed anything but blood. "She's watching everything," Kael added. "Every word, every step. And she's not alone," Kael muttered. 3 guards in servant livery, all watching different corners of the room. See the one by the sculpted fountain? That's not water in his decanter. Darren nodded. Drugged wine for whoever gets too bold or unlucky. Remind me why we're here again. Darren's grin was mirthless. To dance with wolves and leave with our throats intact. She's not the only one, Darren said grimly, eyes tracking the floor. I count 4 guild agents, 2 spy masters, and a minstrel who's really a swordsman. Saw him gut a man with a harp string last spring. Kael's smirk didn't reach his eyes. Comforting. The heat from the chandeliers was oppressive up here, trapped beneath the marble ceiling. Sweat prickled along Kael's collar despite the chill of his nerves. Around them, masked nobles sipped wine and shared pointed laughter, but the balcony's air was thin, laced with suspicion. He felt like a scout behind enemy lines. They think we don't see them, he muttered, but we do. Darren nodded, eyes scanning. And more than a few see us. The crowd swirled with choreographed elegance, but Kael had learned to look past the surface. Nobility danced, but guards whispered at the walls. Cups were refilled too quickly. Conversations cut short as he passed. Something waited beneath this masquerade, and it wasn't just ambition. It was readiness. Readiness for blood. A soft clink of silver signaled another entrance. Servants bearing wine. But not just any servants. Fergus and Maris entered through the servants' wing, pushing crates on a wheeled platform. Their faces were half obscured, Fergus in a common brown mask, Maris in black lace and sharp grace. They moved like trained hands, invisible to most. Fergus tried to match Maris's gait, confident, unobtrusive, just another moving part in the palace's clockwork. But his back prickled with sweat. Every brush of silk from passing gowns felt like a blade's whisper. He focused on the crate's wooden grain, the small creak of the wheels, the scent of sawdust and clove oil lingering in the hall. Anything but the growing itch beneath his skin, the wrongness that throbbed behind his ribs like a spark looking for air. But not to Kael. He tracked them with the eye of a scout. The way Maris moved, purposeful, poised, the way Fergus flinched ever so slightly as a noble swept past, perfume thick in the air. Maris's voice was a whisper, barely audible. Fergus, now. His fingers gripped the crate too tightly. We're out of time. Beneath the din of laughter and harp strings, Fergus's magic stirred again, unsteady, roiling beneath his skin like a storm without clouds. Maris saw the change in him even before he did. A faint shimmer clung to his hands, unnoticed by most, but not by her. Not here, he hissed. You need to anchor, not fight, she whispered. We've trained for this. I didn't train for this. His magic pulsed, invisible to all but felt by anyone standing too close. Heat radiated from his palms in slow pulses, like a heartbeat he couldn't quiet. The air around him distorted faintly, just enough to blur candlelight. Maris's hand steadied his, but even her fingers trembled slightly at the touch. The crate felt heavier now, not from weight, but from what it carried, from what he carried. Maris grabbed his hand, steady, firm. Her presence folded around him like a shield. Breathe it down, she said, her voice low, insistent. You're the container, not the fire. He did, slowly, and the air calmed. They moved again, toward the back of the ballroom where the wine cellars lay behind carved doors. But then, footsteps, a voice. Who's there? They froze. Another delay and I'll... The voice barked. A steward, angry, distracted. Fergus and Maris ducked behind a towering shelf of vintage casks, breath shallow. The steward passed, muttering curses. Maris pulled Fergus out by the wrist. We're clear, go. They slid the crate behind a barrel. Just before the crate settled into place, Maris paused. A soft breeze brushed her cheek, not from any draught, but from magic displaced. She whispered, "Someone else has cast recently." Fergus blinked. "In here?" "Close." They both looked up, toward the rafters, the balconies, the masks, but the spell was gone, or cloaked. "Whatever's watching us," she said, "knows how to hide." Fergus's breath came ragged, but his hands were steady. The cellar was colder than he remembered. Moisture clung to the walls, and the air smelled faintly of sulphur and old oak. The torches guttered along the stone arches, their light too dim for comfort. Somewhere behind them, a drip echoed in irregular beats, like a clock winding down. For now. Above, Selmira's eyes tracked the floor like a hawk circling over rabbits. She didn't move often, but when she did, it was deliberate. Her gaze settled on couples mid-dance, lingered on rival house colors, skipped over allies. Then it returned to Kael, just for a moment, a tilt of her head, a sip of wine, a warning. Kael suppressed a shiver. The Varin matriarch hadn't just noticed them, she'd marked them. Kael shifted his stance just slightly, positioning one boot behind the column's curve. Selmira hadn't looked up since, but he felt the scrape of her presence, as if her attention had teeth. His pulse beat harder against his collar. She wasn't watching to intimidate. She was measuring, the way one would weigh an animal before deciding where to cut. Her gaze passed over Kael, just once, but he felt it, like cold metal sliding between ribs. "Think they'll make it out?" Kael asked. Darren didn't answer right away. "Depends who's watching." "What aren't you saying?" Darren glanced toward the edge of the ballroom. Words circling. "Lucian Varen's missing." Kael stiffened. The name hit like an arrowhead between his ribs. Lucian Varin. Once a whisper, then a threat, then a ghost. Few spoke his name aloud anymore. In court records, he was unwell. In family ledgers, he was simply absent. But soldiers from the east told stories of a man with no banner who walked through fire untouched, of eyes like obsidian, too dark to reflect, and of villages left intact, but silent, utterly silent. Kael had dismissed those tales once. Now he wasn't so sure. Kael's voice came low. "Dead? No. Worse. Gone." The idea of Lucian roaming free unnerved Kael more than the ball itself. He was an absence made dangerous by its silence. No rumors, no sightings, just vanished. "Ghosts don't go missing," Kael muttered. "They reappear when it hurts the most." Kael's fists curled inside his sleeves. "He's planning something." "Always was," Darren said. "But now he's planning it without oversight. And that's what makes men like him dangerous." "The last time he moved without leash," Darren muttered, "a granary town disappeared. No fire, no bodies. Just vanished, like the land swallowed them." Kael didn't respond. His jaw tightened until it ached. "We need to find him," he said, "before he finds us." The party wore on. The masks didn't slip, but the air turned colder. Kael felt it in the marrow. This wasn't a party. This was a summoning, a whisper that rose to crescendo. The Varin Hall's light was too golden, its laughter too precise, its floor too polished for the blood it would one day hold. Back in the wine cellar, Fergus touched the crate's sigil, a glyph meant to break the seal. But it didn't react. Fergus leaned closer, whispering a trigger word under his breath. "Airlith." Nothing. The lines of the glyph remained cold, static, dead. "It should have responded," he murmured. "The binding was attuned to my blood signature." Maris brushed her fingers along the edge of the rune. "It's been neutralized, or inverted. Someone's countermarked it, likely before we even arrived. Then they knew, Fergus said, heart starting to hammer. They knew what we'd try, maybe even when. The sigil pulsed faintly, then dimmed to black. Fergus pressed his fingers to it again, slower this time. Nothing. Not even heat. It's like someone reversed the circuit, he said. But not through brute force. This is surgical. Maris crouched beside him, her eyes scanning the seams of the crate. Someone knew how this was built. They mirrored the spell work and inverted the anchor. Fergus frowned. Not just interference, sabotage. Something's interfering, he said. Maris stepped despite him. Not magic. This is inverted. A block. Fergus frowned. You think it's Selmira's work? Maris hesitated. I think we're not the only ones playing this game. A slow creak echoed. The creak became footsteps, deliberate, echoing faintly through the stone. Not rushed, not hesitant. Whoever approached wasn't searching. They were closing in. Maris motioned Fergus behind a support beam, her eyes narrowed. She whispered, third footsteps offbeat, left leg, limping, or armored. Fergus stared. How can you tell that? My brothers used to stalk me in the archives, she said. I learned quickly. Another door opening, another mask approaching. Footsteps echoed off the stone, slow, deliberate. Too soft to be a guard, too confident to be a servant. Maris rose quickly, her hand drifting toward the slender blade hidden beneath her skirt. Fergus backed against the barrels, pulse racing. A shadow crossed the archway, tall, masked, motionless. For a moment, no one moved. Then the figure turned and walked away. But the message was clear. They were not alone down here, and someone had wanted them to know it. Kael, from the upper level, moved. So did Darren. So did the danger. Kael pushed off the balcony rail and vanished into the stairwell like smoke. Darren followed with a sharp whistle, no louder than a bird's cry, but enough to alert a second contact near the western alcove. They moved like blades being drawn, invisible to the dancers. Below, the Varen cellars turned colder by the breath. The evening had just begun. Chapter 31, Raymar's Wager fragment, scrawled in the margin of the Whisperleaf Codex, inked in Vainroot dye by Seraphine the Listener. The ones who burn are not always wicked. Some carry the torch because no one else dared reach for it. In Twilight Gardens, wagers are made, not in coin, but in trust sharp enough to bleed. When monsters whisper in the language of mercy, beware the cost of listening, and the silence that follows. Dusk draped Estonvale's garden in layers of shadow and golden light, the last sunbeams flickering through hedgerows like fireflies caught in branches. The scent of jasmine hung thick in the air, mingling with fresh-turned earth and the distant smoke of the city's hearths. Crickets began their slow percussion beneath the leaves, a rhythm pulsing beneath the stillness. Kael stood alone on the gravel path, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, his eyes unfocused, fixed on a spot somewhere beyond the horizon. The Varen masquerade still gnawed at him. The room full of masks, veiled threats, and deadly grace had left a sour film in his blood. The scent of wine and wax from that evening still clung to his cloak, a reminder of how little he belonged. Nobles moved like dancers, every smile rehearsed, every jest a trap. Kael had spent years sharpening steel, not smiles. Here, blades were words, and he didn't trust his tongue not to cut the wrong way. He hadn't wanted to go, had told himself he was too raw, too provincial, too honest for court. But Thorn had insisted, and when Thorn asked, Kael rarely said no. That too was starting to feel like a wound. Footsteps rustled behind him, deliberate, not hurried. He turned halfway before the man stepped into view from behind a towering hedge. Raymar Varin, the last person Kael wanted to see tonight. His hand dropped to his sword's hilt in a slow, silent movement, more habit than threat. Raymar, Kael said, voice flat. Didn't expect shadows to walk this far north. Raymar raised both hands, palms open, his posture calm. I came alone. That was your first mistake. The young Varin stepped forward into the fading light. He wore no armor, only a high-collared coat dusted with road grime. The hem was torn, the left cuff stained dark. Blood or ink, Kael couldn't tell. Raymar's breath came short, like he'd been repeating his plea for miles. His eyes, too bright in the twilight, flicked once toward the garden gate before locking back on Kael's. Whatever courage brought him here was frayed at the edges, held together by will alone. His eyes, usually calm and watchful, now burned with something more raw. Urgency, desperation. Not the false urgency nobles used to bait sympathy. Something more brittle, almost afraid. Kael didn't move. What do you want? I need your aid, Raymar said, and I need it tonight. Kael didn't answer. The silence stretched between them until Raymar filled it. It's Selmira, he said. She's pushing into something beyond politics. This isn't court maneuvering anymore. It's blood magic, rituals tied to the Eastern War, the veil-worn cults tangled in it. She's preparing something that could tip the balance. Kael stared at him. Tip it toward what? I don't know, Raymar admitted, stepping closer, his voice low. But it's big, ancient. She's invoking names I've never heard in Varin history. They aren't just old, they're forgotten, banned. Whatever she's building, it won't stop with the East. It won't stop with the throne. A breeze stirred the hedges, carrying a sudden chill despite the summer's warmth. The garden felt smaller, tighter. Kael's voice stayed even. So you're scared? Yes. And you want to run? No, Raymar said quickly. I want to stop her, but I can't do it alone. My warnings fall on deaf ears. My name buys silence, not support. Even Marek. He stopped, lips tightening. Even the ones I thought might listen. They turn away. She's too strong, too prepared. Kael frowned. Why come to me? Because you aren't part of the rot, Raymar said, stepping closer. Because you still have roots in something real. You see clearly. And because Thorn trusts you. Kael's jaw tightened. Thorn doesn't trust you. I know. They stood inches apart now, both still, as if a wrong word might collapse the moment. Kael studied Raymar's face, searching for lies. Raymar let him. I can give you proof, Raymar said. A sigil key. It opens a vault under old Varin lands. Selmira thinks it burned years ago, but some of the old records survived. I can't open it alone. What's inside? A ledger, bound in veiled hide, sealed pages, names that don't belong to any house still standing. He hesitated, then added, one of the rites mentioned was called the Binding of Threneval. Kael's brow twitched. The name was unfamiliar, but something in it grated, like hearing a wrong note in a war march. Raymar continued, it was struck from our records centuries ago. No temple keeps it. No historian names it. Selmira found it, and she means to use it. A ledger, names, instructions, a ritual calendar. I've seen copies, bits and pieces, enough to know it's real. His voice dropped, and enough to know I'm out of time. Kael's heart pounded. If it's real, why not go to Eliana? I tried. Raymar's voice cracked, only slightly, but enough for Kael to hear the truth behind it. Her guards turned me away before I finished a sentence. I'm Varen. That's all they needed. Kael's instincts screamed caution. But deeper than that, beneath the sword training and battlefield reflexes, something stirred. A familiar grief. He remembered a boy from Cinderfeld who'd begged for help when the tax riders came. Too late, too scared, turned away. The boy's house had burned before dawn. Kael had sworn then, silently, that if someone reached for him again, he wouldn't flinch, even if it came dressed in Varen colors. The ache of watching someone reach for help and find only silence. Raymar kept speaking. If I do this, if I break from my house, I'll be marked, hunted. Selmira's reach isn't bound to law. I need your help. I need a place to stand, or I'll fall before I can do anything. And you think I'm the one to give it? You're the only one I can ask. Kael turned, pacing away from him down the gravel path. Jasmine brushed his arms, the scent suddenly cloying. You know I should say no, Kael muttered. Yes. You know I should drag you to Eliana's tower and let the crown decide. I do. But I won't, Kael said at last, turning. Because if you're right, and Selmira's about to unleash something worse than war, I'd rather know now than after it's carved through 1,000 lives. Raymar exhaled, shoulders sagging slightly. Then you'll help? Kael's stare hardened. You're under my eye. You don't move without me knowing. You don't speak without my leave. You give me what you promised. Keys, plans, anything. And if I don't? Kael's hand found his sword hilt again. Then we both vanish before dawn. A silence followed. Not heavy, not tense, resolved. Raymar stepped forward. Then it's a wager. Kael nodded once, one I don't intend to lose. They walked back toward the estate together, side by side, but not yet allies. The stars flickered to life above them, distant and watchful. In the hedgerows, a single blackbird stirred. Unseen in the garden's eastern edge, a cloaked figure retreated into the darkness, silent, patient, listening still. A hand brushed the ivy-laced stone, fingers bare but calloused. Beneath the cloak's hem, a sigil flashed, quick, silver, then gone. The figure paused once, as if tasting the air, then slipped to between the hedgerows, not so much walking as vanishing, like smoke that had never meant to be seen. Chapter 32, Ash and Ember. From the Ember Song Verses, Fragment 6, annotated by Seraphine the Listener. Ash is not absence. Ash remembers. In the quiet after ruin, truth clings to soot-stained walls and whispers through smoldering beams. Fire is not only destruction, it is declaration. And those who survive it carry more than scars. They carry intention. The next spark is never blind. The bells of Velsarin tolled like war drums. Deep, reverberating notes that crashed through the night, echoing off sandstone towers and cobbled alleys. Not the clear chime of festival bells or the dull call of curfew, but an alarm, raw, urgent, a city's scream. Smoke spilled across the rooftops like a second dusk. Orange light pulsed behind the chimneys and eaves of the lower quarter, and the air smelled of fire, of salt, of sweet tobacco turned bitter. Embers scattered on the breeze, falling like burning snow. Kael rode hard down Templar's Row, boots rattling in stirrups, ash streaking his coat. Thorn kept pace beside him, his face grim beneath his half-fastened breastplate. They needed no words. The fire said enough. They turned the corner into Merchant's Hollow and reined in hard. Kael's central warehouse was an inferno. The building groaned like a dying beast. Beams collapsed inward with a roar, flames licking higher each time the structure gave way. The scent of burning leaf filled Kael's lungs, his crop, his brand, the fortune he'd carved from nothing but soil and stubbornness. now consumed in a blaze that should never have spread so quickly. He could still see the crate his father had carved their first stamp into, burned now, its blackened outline barely visible through the inferno. The scent was wrong. Not just smoke. It was memory, loss, betrayal, something scorched deeper than wood. And those symbols, charred marks like claw hooks slashed into the stone, not just painted. One spiraled like a blind eye, seared into brick as if left by something hot-blooded. Not just vandals. This was a calling card. "This isn't just a fire," Kael said through clenched teeth, staring into the collapse. "It's a message, and not just for me." Thorn slid from his saddle, jaw clenched, meant to be read in ruin, and by more than just the merchant quarter. Around them, chaos reigned. Merchants ran shouting from their shops, dragging goods or children behind them. Fireguards scrambled at the edges of the blaze, but their buckets came too late and their response too slow. A fruit stand exploded into steam and smoke as barrels burst, the citrus scent choking under the weight of scorched linen and splintered wood. Guards shouted orders, forming bucket lines, but too many simply watched, eyes darting to symbols painted on nearby walls, symbols that hadn't been there yesterday. Charred shapes like claws or eyes. Kael dismounted, staggering a few steps closer. Heat pummeled his face, his lungs burned. A stack of ledgers inside, gone. His client roster, gone. His proof of trade, his stamp licenses, the latest Eastern route maps from Eliana's office. All gone. A crack split the air, one last beam surrendering. "I want names," Kael muttered. "Someone paid for this." Fergus hadn't intended to be there. He'd wandered to the quarter only to check on a delayed shipment. Copper pipes, glass work, stabilizers for his newest distillation rig. He'd been halfway through a mental checklist when the blaze ignited. The fire's roar had pulled him in like a storm. And then he heard the scream. High, desperate. Not the cry of someone watching coin vanish. A life was ending. He dashed into a side alley, smoke curling down from the rooftops. Flames licked the rafters of a collapsed spice emporium. Scorched cumin and anise thickened the air. Inside, he found a man, trapped under a fallen ceiling beam, pinned to cracked floorboards. The merchant coughed blood. "Help, please, gods!" Fergus hesitated, adrenaline clashing with fear. Then something within stirred. He almost turned away, almost fled. The heat clawed at his skin, the man's ragged breaths faltering. Fergus's hands trembled, not from smoke, but from the weight of choice. He wasn't a fighter. He wasn't a mage. But Morris's voice echoed again, steady and close. "The spark is already inside you." He stopped thinking, just reached. Light flared beneath his skin. Not fire, but force. The hiss was more like breath, alive and answering. The beam shifted with a groan, and Fergus felt the current flow through him. Terrifying, thrilling, undeniable. He dropped to his knees beside the man, grabbed a splintered plank for leverage. It wasn't enough. The beam refused to budge. Smoke thickened. The man's breath turned shallow. Fergus closed his eyes. A memory rose, of the lab, of fire arcing from his fingers, of Maris whispering, "The spark is already inside you." He reached again, not for the beam, but for that power, for the current that had carried him before. It answered. With a hiss of heat and a jolt through his veins, the plank groaned. The wood beneath his hands splintered, then shifted, the beam rising just enough. Fergus pulled the merchant free. They collapsed into the street, gasping. Cheers erupted from bystanders, but Fergus barely heard. His gaze dropped to his hands, soot-covered, shaking. The same heat still flickered in his chest, not fading this time. "You saved me," the merchant rasped. Fergus swallowed. "Not alone," he whispered. "Something in me moved." Darin stood still as a statue behind a scorched tavern. He hadn't run into the fire, hadn't hauled crates, but he'd seen something the others hadn't. Vexy. She hadn't died in the fire. Her body lay wrapped in canvas, tucked in shadow like refuse. They'd placed her beside the back gate, behind broken crates, hidden, not displayed. No theatrics, no warning, just death, quiet and surgical. A coin rested on her sternum, already stained. Darin recognized the mark etched into it, one he hadn't seen since his days running errands through Serin's undercellars. A name not spoken aloud. His hands didn't tremble, they just closed into fists. A blade wound marked her chest, precise, quick, fatal. She'd been a message, not just to him, but to all of them. When Kael found him, Darin didn't look up. "She didn't deserve this," Kael said, kneeling beside the shroud. "No one does," Darin muttered. His voice was flat. "But they'll pay in blood." Kael didn't press him. He saw the steel forming in Darin's eyes, felt it in his own chest. Dawn came heavy and slow. Smoke still drifted above the city like morning veils. A sealed scroll arrived with the morning light. Eliana's seal. Bribes had choked the fire brigade. Guild leaders had delayed response, citing licensing confusion. Some believed it was sabotage. Others claimed negligence. But the timing, the precision, it was war, fought with flame and coin. Ashen stood on the charred warehouse steps. His robes were scorched. His hands trembled from lack of sleep or something deeper. A young scribe stood behind him, ink-stained and wide-eyed, cradling a half-melted satchel like a child. Ashen didn't seem to notice. His gaze was locked on the ash-covered stones, as if reading runes only he could see. "It was layered," he murmured. "First the bribes, then the spark, then the silence. A ritual of sabotage." Kael's eyes followed a drifting banner high above, the gold thread catching morning light, the stag of Vel's siren. Regal, remote. Once it had meant protection. Now it marked the starting line. Magic shimmered faintly at his fingers, then faded. "This was no accident," he said, voice cold and certain. "This was engineered, paid for, executed with purpose." Kael surveyed the ruin, the ashes of his work, the promise of vengeance on the breeze. "We rebuild," he said. Thorn joined them, sleeves black with soot, stone by stone. Fergus stepped up, his eyes still wide, his breath short from more than smoke, and stronger than before. Darin's voice was ice, "And we hit back, fast, before they come again." Ashen drifted through the street. Above them, banners still waved from noble towers, but Kael no longer saw flags. He saw masks, fortresses, gatehouses fat with coin and cowardice. Every silk banner fluttering above the smoke was one more promise waiting to be broken. He saw targets,